Overall, the market relatively quiet to start here so far this morning ahead of more inflation data to come this time tomorrow morning. We'll get PPI, Producer Price Index, coming out tomorrow after CPI yesterday. Remember, a little hotter than expected. That said, a number of things to keep in mind this morning moving around, including Eli Lilly back to the upside this morning, teaming up with Amazon for certain drug deliveries. We'll talk about that coming up. Bitcoin back to highs, 73,000, comes and goes once again. So all things crypto related back in positive territory in a pretty big way this morning as well. Gold also rallying this morning. A little bit of strength in some of the gold related equities. We'll touch on that. Busy day to come. It is Wednesday, March 13th, 2024. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there's the overall market to kick things off. Daily chart still well intact here. We're holding on to the top end of the range, back to the downside ever so slightly, about 0.5% here so far this morning. Pre-market pretty quiet right across the spectrum so far this morning. Number of individual names with catalysts. However, I mentioned that Amazon, Eli Lilly note benefiting Eli Lilly a little more than Amazon so far this morning, but same story, kind of back inside the range here. We'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. Again, CPI by far the bigger reading as far as inflation compared to PPI, but worth a note here coming up tomorrow. We'll get more on the inflation front.
Yeah, definitely keep tabs on that as we come into the next Fed meeting and decide on interest rates. Widely anticipated that the March will be a nothing burger. Now we're looking more to June. Also, Intel in the headlines, Brendo, with the Pentagon cutting about $2.5 billion from its contribution to the CHIPS Act. Intel was slated to produce chips for the security industry or the defense industry there, and that may not happen. Yeah, $2+ billion gone out after the close yesterday for Intel. I was actually expecting a little bit of a bigger move for Intel on that. It did move down, but not a heck of a lot. We'll talk Lennar, I'm sure, at some point, maybe later on this afternoon, reporting after the close tonight. This thing has been so strong, basically closed the day at highs yesterday, set to open a little bit higher once again this morning for the home builders. Still a few interesting earnings to come. And like what I want to see here is now that we're looking at higher for longer and rates getting kicked down the road, the rate cuts, are there going to be housing starts? Because we know that the home builders weren't building in the high rate environment. So that's what I want to see here. Problem in this country too. Yeah, on that Amazon Lilly tie up as well. This one I was reading this morning under a little bit of pressure here, gapping down, $21 coming into play for WBA. Again, Lilly teaming up with Amazon for some drug delivery, guys.
Walgreens.
Yeah. Walgreens, baby. I heard a lot. That's a lot to sink in. You got Lennar earnings after market. We're talking a little bit of Intel. Then we're going on over to the Amazon, Eli Lilly, and then Walgreens. It's just Bitcoin, son.
Why do you do Walgreens again?
Bitcoin. That's just Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
Yeah. Who are the anything else?
What are the 5 greatest investment vehicles of all time?
Dylon.
Bitcoin,
and Dylon.
Actually, no, it's Dylon all day, man. First of all, you know Dylon for sure. That dude invested in Bitcoin. You can tell by the type. He just seems like he's the type. But all time, new fresh highs in BTC today. So that should be exciting. And we're not wearing the same shirt.
I can't believe I didn't wear my red checkered shirt today.
I don't know why you didn't. I actually thought you would go checkered again, so I rolled with this. I was just saying yesterday I don't have enough green. I don't have any green shirts. I have like a green golf shirt.
Be a little more bullish there, my guy.
I have a lot of blue and a lot of red, but I got no green shirts.
I actually only have shorts written down on the sticky note today. Oh, actually I have Apple long at 171. Look what's happening to Nvidia. Nvidia. Who knows? It's just down $15 here, down to $9.15 and starting to go a little bit lower. Is there news on something here, or is this just the way Nvidia is going to trade today? I mean, look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's starting to slip up a little bit right now, and so is the big dog here. So a little bit of a move down. Yesterday afternoon was a lot of fun trading this. We were buying 900, and we got out at 910, and then it ripped up to 925 in the aftermarket, and that was fun to see that. And then now you're starting to head a little bit lower here. I do have, what's up, Kyle? What's up, Ponzi? What's up, all our friends there in the chat? I'm short, so I'm only short right now, and I'm short with Brendan talk here as well. I thought Intel would be a little lower. Oh, see, you didn't see that on the show. Would my charts do that? No, I didn't think so. Okay. So anyways, as Intel here, this is the one I'm short. Wish we were short. If I got short AMD or Nvidia when we got short Intel, we'd be like $10 in the money here. But Intel holding up, man. And is ARM starting to go down too?
Oh, my ARM's down a couple bucks.
ARM's down a couple bucks. So yeah, anyways, it's going to be a really fun day here today as we go. It's going to be like 67 degrees or something here as I try to figure out the math. It's 18 degrees Celsius here today. So we're ready to rock and roll, man.
It should be in a t-shirt, really.
We're getting those spring feels around here for sure, for sure. But anyways, okay.
Yes.
March break for the kids around here, which is fun for them. And, you know, not so. Baxter came through yesterday. He's pitching his business downtown right now.
That is key.
He's getting ready to go. He met Fabian and Ramin, so that was nice. But anyways, all right, back over to the desk with Sharif and Brendo.
Okay. On my way, Rob says. A couple things to touch on. We were just talking about acronyms over here. Never mind us. 2.5% here for Tesla under pressure. 173 getting hit here. We're right back to that low from yesterday. Another negative note this morning for Tesla. And this time, you know, we're taking into account the possibility of lower than expected Q1 deliveries here on this downgrade this morning.
Exactly. Well said, Brendo. I mean, what they're saying is here, number one, the price cuts, they're having, you know, a diminishing effect. So initially, the price cuts were able to generate more sales. That's the law of diminishing returns coming into play here. So that's number one. Number two, they're saying the Model 2 rollout is going to take a lot longer than expected. And they're saying it's kind of being done haphazardly here, Brendo. They're saying it's not done in an organized way, in a proper way like the Model 3 and the Model Y were. So they have some concerns here, Wells Fargo.
I was reading something similar last night as well, suggesting that this was hurried, to say the least, coming to market or coming to public anyways for Rivian. This one, on the other hand, trying to hold on to, it just went red, but Meta, back to negative territory here, just 0.12 downside. We've got to keep Meta on watch. We've got to keep Snap on watch today. This vote happening in Washington on TikTok coming up. You had an interesting take on this before we came on, but I mean, if something's going to move, it typically ends up being some of these social media platforms.
Yeah, absolutely. The TikTok tailwind, we talked about it all last year when Meta was coming off that $80 bottom in October 2022, and you see where Meta is now. Guys, what I was saying to Adara yesterday on how to trade and what Brendo and I were talking about off camera this morning and what was echoed on CNBC this morning was, what does this company become? It can no longer share its algorithm with any of the other with basically TikTok International. It becomes an isolated company, basically doomed to grow as the American economy grows. It can never expand its users more than that, can't share any advertising. So you restrict the company. I don't know what we do here.
Yeah, it'll be in Congress today, so we'll see what, if anything, comes from this, guys, as far as the Metas and Snaps of the world are concerned.
I think you don't. I don't think you overreact to this. I think if some kind of a headline comes, you're going to have some headline risk if you're trading in Meta, let's just say, or in Snapchat. But I just feel like you go with what the trend is telling you with these names, because if you just sort of lent to noticing the relative strength and forget about this headline and just remember the relative strength that you saw in a couple of the big cap tech names, Microsoft was one, Meta was another, where at 8:30 yesterday, when you got that economic number, everything went to the upside. Now, just a lot of the charts that we'll show you this morning at the open flunked and we're back underneath lows. Meta wasn't. Meta ended up holding that previous close, never really breaking out too far, and that was a sign of relative strength. I think that's what's going to be important. So I look at the higher low that got put in. If it holds on to that as the market's dipping back in, if it holds on to like 93s, great. And if you happen to have some kind of a headline come through that helps you out, fair enough. But this is this and Microsoft were two of the names yesterday that I feel like they kind of tipped their hand. Of course, now I'm not seeing the full data there. Yeah, they kind of tipped their hand at the open because they just did not show the kind of weakness that a lot of other names did. When they dipped back in, they held. Microsoft didn't even break any of the lows. And as the market and everything else was just tipping, you saw some relative strength in them. So if I'm going to go dip buy hunting, I like Apple, again, same level, 171, but you start looking at a softie. You start looking at a Meta as well. Meta was more around 484. Softie, look at it in this low 12 to 13 range if we do get some kind of a flush back in. But I'm not really terribly concerned about the TikTok news. If you're really fast, maybe you could hear something and hit Snapchat. But like the algos chew those up when they happen so quickly that you just want to stick to the trend, I think.
Yeah, look, I don't. There's nothing's going away with TikTok or anything like that. Like, it's still going to be a big part. It's still going to be a headwind for Google and Meta and all this. If somehow TikTok has to completely banish, then I could see something, but that's not what's going to happen. There's too much money there. There's too much advertising. There's somebody will come in and take it over. And you know who's going to wind up buying TikTok? If it's for sale, it's going to be a Mag 7 name. It's not going to be Rumble with a bunch of jokers and stuff like that. That's not what's going to happen. It's going to be one of these big guys is going to come in and do that, or nothing's going to happen at all. This is just a political sort of, back and forth as we've seen many, many times. You know what the name that I'm interested in is Google, because this is now looking for 5 straight up days. That's pretty good for Google. I mean, even in its run up here, that's 5 days, that's 4 or 5 days, that's 4 or 5 days. So you're starting to run into the 50-period moving average, although this is one of my favorite holdings and my largest. We've talked about this. I wonder if this is running out of steam a little bit. So if the market pulls back here, what about Google in and around? I mean, we still have a couple bucks to go, and I don't know if it's going to be a short today. But just in talking about stocks possibly losing some steam, I could see Google just, it's had a nice run up. Their quarter was good, not great. Some negativity around Gemini, obviously, and we talked about that on the podcast as well. There's I have 3 tabs open: Perplexity, Gemini, Chat, other things, just to even test them. And I don't even know which one I like yet. But I wonder if Google is going to be running out of steam at some point. I still like dip buys in all these names, but I am starting to raise capital. I talked about getting out of GE. I think the Eli Lilly news is nice because I want to be buying dips in that name, and I haven't been, so we can look at that as well. But yeah, that's where I am on some of these names, and maybe buying some Tesla if it gets into that 160 area.
Well, we might see that soon on Tesla. Tesla's got ye old. I'm not even on the chart when I hit this one anyways. I suppose Tesla's on the watch list. We'll probably do it on the rundown, but you just mentioned it. And it's got this 172 under it. Yesterday's bottom that got put in at the open. Like, this is the charts I'm talking about, where you're going to see a lot of charts that look like this at the open, where there was a huge tank event, and then you bounced back, and then you saw the relative strength of when everything else was going down. You saw what happened with Microsoft. Not much, but Tesla, there's once, twice, 172, that gets taken out. And maybe we do see the 60s in Tesla. The 150 is where the channel bottom is. I still think you can get down there at some point. Yeah, I think it's, at the end of the day, I think you don't want to be overreacting to anticipated news. Like we're saying there, if anything happens, it happens, and you sort of roll with those punches. If you get in the mode of, oh, this is going to happen today, and I'm only banking on that. Like, let's say you waited all day long for ARM to do a $25 move down and a halt yesterday because of the IPO expiration. If you waited all day for that event thinking that's what had to happen, then you wasted your day in ARM. And it doesn't mean that couldn't happen at some point. It's just, if you sit there waiting for something, you're going to miss other opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia was the #1 name yesterday for me, and I didn't start trading until 3 o'clock. So I feel like that's 100% right. You never know what's going to come through, and especially in a market like this, sometimes it's a little hands-off until you see some key levels. But that Tesla one at 172.
We'll see if it breaks.
Is very.
I have a stop to go short if it does break. I will. That's Tesla. I'll trade in the pre-market because if it breaks a level in the pre-market, Tesla's pretty liquid.
Sorry, I was going to say I'm actually short right now.
Position board's not working.
Board. Position board. All right.
They're on it. A couple things moving around here. Minimum. MINM 2 point, what is it? 2.8 million shares on this thing. Moving around again today. There was a merger agreement announced with E2 companies after the close yesterday. So a big move up to almost $10 there. It's back downside. Just saw a few people talking about that. I was going to mention Palantir here as well. Under a little bit of pressure. I saw a couple of people talking Palantir. Nothing really as far as news is concerned. Peter Thiel, who's a director for the company, sold 7 million shares yesterday apparently. So maybe it was that market on open order that
wow.
tanked this thing yesterday.
Yeah, interesting insider sales there, Brendo. Dan Ives coming out from Wedbush, basically keeping his outperform rating on Palantir and raising the price target to about $35, which is about a 42% upside from yesterday's close. Brendo, what he's saying is he believes investors are underestimating Palantir's artificial intelligence platform, that AIP. He claims that it's basically regarded by U.S. businesses as the launching pad of AI use cases. So, you know, he has a way with words. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's coming back into decent levels here, guys. Once again, 24.50, 24 for PLTR.
It is. I've just remembered, like, I'm gonna have to add this to the list of trades because, look, that opening candle. I mean, obviously, you know, you're not selling all 7 million shares in a single opening print. Like, you got to file, then you got to do it in all that kind of good stuff. But it was like 2 or 3 million shares, or close to 3 million shares, that took this to the downside. And some things recovered well after those initial breaks. This one didn't. Like, it broke the bottom, it broke Monday's low, and then held Monday's low as resistance. So I got to be thinking about that one, short back into 25 quarter up at the top there. So I'm going to add this one to the iPad. Good luck. See, we were just talking about you don't know where it's going to come from, and there was a really good bounce in the afternoon show for a lot of people were looking at. Actually, a couple of traders took. I didn't take it. I was like an Apple and iBit in the afternoon, but there was a good bounce off the lows. I think a short back into 25 and a quarter here, if there's any kind of a pop, makes some sense over in Palantir. Insider selling, maybe not as big of a deal as insider buying, because obviously you got to try to make money somewhere. It's entirely possible that that's all this was, and if it gets through that quarter, then hey, your insider selling's done. 7 million is a pretty big chunk. If that is the case and it breaks 25, no need to fight it past that price. But it has been on a downward trajectory looking for the support levels. The key support's been closer to 23. So I'd like to think that it has a little bit of room to go.
All right, so now it all makes perfect sense. We've been sitting here every day. Patty Ice is trying to trade, starting to trade Palantir now again. And remember what we said that's been happening in the morning? You get huge moves down in the morning time pretty much every single day. And it's always, I try to play these levels and then it tanks, it finds a base and goes. It's the same thing happened right here. It found a base at 26 and then went. It happened here again, found a base. I mean, this one was a big flush, so that's what we were talking about yesterday. Finds a base and goes right back to the upside. So you're getting major flushes. These are all at the open. All of these red candles are all immediately at the open, and then it finds a base and goes back up in the afternoon. So we absolutely nailed that. It's good to hear. Not good to hear that there's so much insider selling, however, but I'm way over tech. Like I have so much tech exposure, it's ridiculous. But I kind of want to add more to this. So if we're going to try to be patient, we always say wait for the 50 period. Wait for the 200 period is going to be all the way down here. You know, we talked about buying Bitcoin at 50,000 on the podcast. We were banging the table over and over again buying Palantir here before this quarter, right? And now the move happens. It gets up to $27. So I wouldn't be surprised if you break through 23 at some point and land somewhere in here, 21, 22, where then it's a buy for sure. So we'll wait for Palantir. I don't mind missing the move down here, but it's been a great move up. So good job anybody getting some out up there. I didn't get anything out. This is a very, very long-term play for me. If it can get to that $35 mark, then we'll trim some. But into here, 21, 22 is where we start buying some more of Mr. Alex Karp and Company with Palantir.
And Co.
Quickly, we'll get some analyst moves coming up here in a second. But I wanted to mention this. We've been discussing the strength, if you go out to a daily chart, of GE. This is GE Healthcare. They announced after the close yesterday they're going to offload another 13 to 14 million shares of GE Healthcare. I was trying to find the last time they did this. I remember it might have been here actually. They've done this a couple of times since they spun this thing off and continue to offload as much as they can, as quickly as they can. But that's not small. 14 million shares again for GEHC.
No, and you're exactly right, Brendo. They spun off 13 million shares about a month ago at 82.25. So a little bit of a higher premium this time at 87.75. But Brendo alerting me to the fact that we closed out at 92 yesterday. So the down move here likely something to do with this latest offering price.
Yeah, under pressure again today for GEHC. I mean, it's had a decent run, guys. GE as well, still selling the healthcare division that they spun off.
Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to us.
Momentum here, this time getting an upgrade from JMP Securities, citing basically that they think the continued inflows into these ETFs will help Coinbase. Southwest getting an upgrade here after earnings from Jefferies Financial. Nucor getting upgraded by Citigroup, and Carnival trading up with lots of volume this morning here with an upgrade from Goldman Sachs. In terms of downgrades, we have this downgrade here for Tesla. From a price target of 200 to 125, so definitely one to watch. Cliff's getting downgraded here by Citigroup. Campbell's, the suit maker here, getting downgraded by Evercore ISI. And last but not least, Brown & Brown getting a price target increase, but a downgrade from BofA Securities, guys.
We know somebody that is not happy, clearly not happy about that Tesla downgrade. Adara loving Tesla there.
Adara loves Tesla. He's like, Tesla.
I don't know. I'm still thinking breakdown short on Tesla. But CCL, do something, Carnival. It's always, like, look at the slow, methodical bounce. We were talking about this last week, holding the 200 period moving average, got to support at 15. No breakout yet above the 50 period. It's closed above the 50. Okay, check that. It did not close above the 50 period. Let me zoom it in for you. We had one tiny little attempt to actually hold the 50 period there. Technically, I guess technically it closed above the 50 and was right back on it. But it could do that today and then maybe run to the 17. The problem is an upgrade enough of a catalyst for this to break it out? I don't know, but it should be on the radar because if it takes out that 17, it's got a bit of a short float as well. If it goes crazy dipping, I mean, $16 looks pretty good. But you generally want to catch this when the volume's coming in. I don't really see much in the pre-market. Otherwise, normally we'd be all over a CCL when it was at a level like this. Hopefully volume can pick up on it. There's a lot of things that look a little bit bearish. At least this is something which right now it's up. It's been in a slow trend up. You haven't had too many parabolic days. If anything, it's been big move, consolidation, big move, consolidation. Another big move, I think, is in the works here, especially if you can take out that high. But you got to put it on the back of the radar. Set an alert for like that 1680 top. Maybe have a volume alert set for a CCL. I like that one when it starts going.
I just looked at the GE Healthcare because I wanted to see how much it's up. It's up, because I have some in my account because it spun off and I didn't buy anymore, so I knew that what the price was. It's up 75% since the spin off. So that GEHC, I sold all of my GE 2 days or 3 days ago or last week, whatever it was. But GEHC up 75%. So
I'm the other way. I sold GEHC and have not sold GE.
Yeah. I mean, they're both that high.
I mean, they're both, so yeah, whatever.
Anyways, the only Carnival that I'm worried about is vultures. So you guys, if you know about that. All right, the next thing here would be what the heck is happening with, Fabian knows, that's good. Look what's happening with Nvidia right now. Huge move to the downside again. Now back into 906, 905. So yeah, man, we are starting to fall back in for Nvidia. Now down 1.3%. So I say sing, Intel, sing, because right now it's not doing anything. So we'll wait to see if Intel can drop down. I'm bidding in the 30s and I'm bidding in the teens. So I really think there's a much bigger move happening for Intel once this market goes. But you could trade, the reason why I keep on bringing up Nvidia, you can trade Nvidia now as if the market was open. So if you're jonesing for to trade something. There's tons of liquidity here. And I traded this all yesterday afternoon, and the levels, everything to me, I've been watching this, looks the same as if it were open. So pretty clean charts, 2 million shares, clean levels, lots of volume here. So look out for Nvidia. It's definitely on the move here, down 1.2%. And again, hitting those exact same highs. In and around 930, 940, couldn't break it, and looking for that again here now. I think you could buy 900, but like I said, I sat there a couple days ago last week and saw this thing drop $60 on open, and I thought, buying 900 was pretty good at that time, and we got slipped down to 897, and then I was talking with Max after, and he's like, dude, it was down to 980 or 888 30 seconds later, and I was like, what? And then I came back here and looked at the chart and realized that in 1 minute, this thing dropped $12 off of 900. So watch out if that can easily happen again. And then all of a sudden, so I want to thank Max for this, all of a sudden I felt pretty good about $3 worth of slippage on that one. So anyways, all right, let's go back to the desk. It's 8:55.
A couple of things. I was just noticing oil's up 2% right now, pre-market, so a little bit of strength coming into energy names. There's a note on this one. Trades over in the UK on the London exchange, but Shell planning to cut 20% of their workforce across the board. We learned late yesterday that, not energy related obviously, but IBM also coming through with job cuts in the marketing side of things. You just saw that number. That's maybe worth sharing to everyone this morning.
IBM employs 282,000 people worldwide, which is just seems like a really bloated number. So it looks like they're going to be cutting some people, as you said, in the advertising division. With respect to Shell, about cutting 20%, we've seen a lot of attempted consolidation in this area, Brendo. We've seen Hess deal, we've Chevron as well. Some of them may not go through, but I feel like it is to streamline costs a little bit.
Yeah. Oil day highs right now. I was reading this morning as well that they were saying in that note from IBM, they could replace as many as 5,000 jobs next year with AI. So that's getting into the point where it's substantial. Here's IBM though, not really doing a heck of a lot this morning.
Yeah, actually, we were talking about some of those oil names yesterday with Randy and how they've been very slowly coiling to the upside. XOM, because they're getting that Permian Basin deal, potentially taking it away from Chevron. And they've been looking pretty good. I like them. I just think they haven't been running far enough. Whether it's IBM or Oracle, I feel like some of the older, I don't know, we calling them the old guard? I guess we are. They're holding up really, really well at some of these tops. IBM doesn't have the volume behind it, but it tried yesterday. It was taking out the 52-week high right at that 199. It double tapped it again in the afternoon, like right at the end of the day. It tried to take it out, and then no dice. So if we do go, if the market starts going to the upside, which right now it's not, obviously, this would set up for a nice little breakout into fresh highs, whether it's 99 or the $200 level. That looks pretty darn spicy. But unlike what Sean was just saying with Nvidia having liquidity, this doesn't have any at all. It's a dollar spread in the pre-market. You're not going to have any ability to really trade this until you see what happens at the open. So I think if we get some juice behind the market, this is one sleeper to maybe look at. And then I was sort of mentioning Oracle there as well. Oracle, I got 127 marked off, which could break pretty much like right away here at the open. It was afternoon support, and then you close just above it. It's Oracle gapping up on earnings. If it can't hold that, you got quite the gap fill. If we do have a red day today, it's not exactly rocket science. It's something that gapped up of double digits, could be under pressure, and some profit taking could come into play here. Oracle also rejecting a major resistance on the daily chart as well. Triple top up at 130. So if Oracle can't hold on to 127, I mean, even a couple of bucks. $2 is a couple of percentage points on Oracle, but that's a good gain if we do fall at the open.
I mean, I just looked. Part of my portfolio, I only have, it's like 1.5% of my whole retirement portfolio is in IBM, but I have like 20-something names, so maybe a little bit more than that, actually. Look at IBM. What I want to say about this is I'm really thankful that I have this stock, but this is a stock that I would buying for a very long time because it had a dividend and still does have a good dividend. It's probably the best dividend in tech. I think it's like 4 or 5%. I don't know with this appreciation. I'll have to look at the yield again. But this reminds me of Tesla. So like as soon as you broke this 150 area here, when I put this back, this is 2018. So IBM did nothing for 6 years. If you bought this name in 2018, you just made money now, right? So you just made money. So you had to hold this name for 6 years. So I think now that this is a not sell. You have to hold on to this. It's broken out. It's way up now. I like it. You may want to sell something because you're near 2 bills, but IBM finally starting to break out. And we talked about this as well. Another name that we've been buying, and Neil just talked about it. You know, I don't want to buy Cisco, but we've been buying some old tech names, and they've been doing really well. Oracle, you guys know we're long this around 107, 108, and we're not cherry picking. We were talking about this down here. You know, and we were hating ourselves because we were waiting for another negative quarter and then possibly breaking back down below 100. But this name has been well worth holding as well. Well worth holding as well. So, all right, it's 9 o'clock and Nvidia is still 907. And one name that we forgot to mention again here was AMD, and we didn't forget it, just it also broke 200. So this is another level that just came in that just broke, bounced off 50, back up to 200. So I'm just going to keep everybody abreast of sort of what's been happening in these tech names. As you can see my Intel. Oh, it's not on the board yet, but I do have Intel short. So that's the one name that I have short right now, INTC. But it is up on more trading. So go over to that to see our accurate positions.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here as we head towards the open on a Tuesday morning. Sharif's going to lead us off with a look at the futures.
Yeah, guys, we closed out yesterday at that 52.43 area, the overnight high, 52.47, the overnight low, 52.35. Let's go ahead and say 52.50 is going to be that key resistance level. We're kind of consolidating right now. That takes us back into the 8th high right there at 52.50. As support, let's go ahead and say this morning's low at 52.26.
Yeah. I know it's Wednesday. If you haven't done so already, make sure you grab that. Go to tradertv.live. Pop-up will appear. All you have to do is enter your email address, and then that comes for free every single day, right to your inbox. Has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market. Let's talk about Bitcoin. All-time highs right now. This is a 15-minute chart. We took out that high from the 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I guess it was 72.9, 73,000, holding above it right now.
Yeah, I can't believe we're above 73.5. Bitcoin's gained 47% in the last month, and that's helped Coinbase rise as well, which also got an upgrade today, Brendo, from JMP Securities with a price target of 300 and a rating of outperform. So keep eyes on that.
Yeah, a few interesting moves when it comes to equities, back downside a little bit here, including Coin. I was noticing Mara, the same thing, back downside here, back to basically where we ended the day yesterday.
So I was having a conversation with Patty Ice, big Patty Ice. And one of the things that was, he was trading a lot of Mara, right? But he was trading Mara because of the move, not necessarily because it's a crypto thing. Why is oh, there's Patty. Okay, why do I see a bit of the turtle? Oh, there he is. There's Patrick. I love that look. There's Patrick, but he was trading Mara because of the moves. And so one of the things I was pointing out is, if you noticed, IBIT has had the most electric, false breaks in either direction. Like, when it tries to take a key level and reverses, just jump in. Like, look at it. You look at it when it was making the break. This is 37, and it was making a fresh high at that point. It failed that, and look at the pullback. Like, once it rejects the level, you get in at almost any point, and it's huge. When it failed, when it was last week, when it failed underneath 35 on a big pullback, it's support, big time rejection, fail break at the top, and maybe it's not as volatile the more times it happens, but wow, it failed a fresh high right after the open on a break and then look at the reversal. It ended up absolutely falling apart after that. Then you go back, it goes right into like Friday's bottom, wicks it, and then runs up. And these are big moves. You're trading the ETF, that's a couple dollars on the ETF. You can scalp trade it, was able to take 20, 30 cents on it in the afternoon with the trend, and you just kind of join the trend in whichever direction it decides to fail. So if we fail a fresh high today, or more importantly, if we get to like 75,000, let's say, I'm not thinking breakout long if we get to 75,000. I'm thinking if we get to 75,000 and I see it wick that top and come back underneath, I'm shorting it on IBIT. Because when I've seen it happen, that's just been the better trade. And if we get to 70,000, I'm thinking the exact same thing. If we wick 70,000 under, I want to be going a reversal in the other direction. And then you can start playing the trend after something like that happens. So my eyes are going to be on IBIT today. No questions asked. Although Coinbase, not that bad of a setup at 260. Would have been nice. If you're already sitting in a 260 short in Coinbase, you're laughing. Crypto new highs. Coinbase down 1%, and 260 was like an absolute brick wall yesterday. It was like trying to run through the Buffalo Bills defensive line. It's just not going to work out well for you. So 260, good level on Coinbase. We're now $7 away from it, unfortunately. Maybe you'll get a shot at that at the open.
Didn't Pacheco have a good game or no? I think he might have. No, I'm not trolling. I just don't know if he did. I don't know.
I just wanted to make a reference. And what other team am I going to say?
Right, okay.
Of course I'm going to say the Bills.
Right. You're not going to say the Cowboys don't even have a running back.
They don't have a running back.
No, they don't. They literally have nobody.
Yo, actually, no, I wouldn't.
Derrick Henry to the Ravens. Kaboom. Okay, so I just put out a note about Nvidia, obviously down 1%. You guys can go figure that out. Right here, did I not attach? That's hilarious. I don't think no, I attached a sticky note. Did I not? Maybe I didn't. But right now, we had written on here coin as well at that 260 level. So we're going to have to go over there and look at that. Let me see. Did someone say I didn't even attach it? No, maybe I did. Okay. Anyways, let's look at Coinbase real quick here for that. Let me know in the chat if I did or not. Attach the sticky note there. I might have not. All right, so there's Coinbase. We talked about this yesterday, and we missed it again. If Renata, if you're watching and you got this, she gets all the ones that I miss. Like, oh, you're not long Baba at 75.20? But anyways, Coinbase up here at 260. We talked about that yesterday. It came in right there. It came in off open. We missed it there, and then we didn't trade it again, and then we didn't trade it again at the close. Absolutely ridiculous, but I'm like Neil, and no attachment. Okay, I'll get the sticky note attachment out in a minute. But the notes are there. Anyways, I don't want to miss it today. I just don't know if we're going to get there. You have to definitely watch out for Bitcoin to go. We have it down here at 72.8, so it's always going to be there. I thought that top would be around 73, like Neil mentioned, but Coinbase is weaker than Bitcoin itself right now. So I'm going to be fading any pops until I see a different relationship there. So I'm shorting Coinbase, and I'm going to put the order in right now up here at 259, just to sit there. So I'll get hit. And what I'll do is this. If I'm trying to take 100 shares, let's just say of Coinbase, I'll put 50 shares. So I'll offer 50 shares up here at 259 so that when it comes ripping up here and I'm trading something else, and this is what I do on a lot of different names, and you'll hear me talk about this. I only have a little bit, or it's a starter position. So I'll put some on here at 259 and then have a look to see how it's trading. And then if we really like it, then if I have to put on the other half at 258.50 or 258 because I like the level, then that's something that we'll do. Right? Like, I don't think shorting Coinbase when Bitcoin's going 73, 73 half, 74, 74 half, like it's ripping like crazy, then we can maybe wait for a pullback. But anyways, that's going to be my strategy on Coinbase, but I'm not going to forget about it. I'm going to put it in right now.
All right, let's talk about Intel here. Downside after the close yesterday as we get this announcement that, or reports anyways, that the Pentagon reportedly backing out of this $2.5 billion grant for the company. I mentioned earlier, it did move on this just after 4 o'clock yesterday, but not a huge move, just down to 44.50. It's trying to hold on to that right now.
Yeah, this is kind of a bewildering look because we were talking about having areas exclusive in the foundry that were going to be secure, where all these defense chips were going to be manufactured. Now we're not even talking about getting any money from the Pentagon. So it's left on the Commerce Department here to pick up the tab. They can choose to fill in that $2.5 billion that the Pentagon is backing out from. This all comes from that $53 billion CHIPS Act that was passed by Joe Biden, or proposed by Joe Biden back in August of 2022, Brendo. May not see as much money as they thought they'd get.
Yeah, overall, if you zoom out, a little bit better perspective, just back to some prior levels on it, Intel.
It is. That said, it would have been nice if this happened yesterday when we were shorting it, but at the end of the day, Intel, Huadunk, somewhat of a bounce off 44, and then a bit of a rejection above 45. So this is 45, 35. It was a weird day where look at the top and then look at the bottom. It actually ended up going right down to the day's low in the aftermarket on the news and then bouncing. So 44, like 44, and then 45, 35, like double top and double bottom. Well, the body's down here at like 44.65. And the pre-market high is about that level as well. So the first, to me, short is in front of that level, then the 45 even. It's more of a round number play, and it closed kind of in the middle here. And if it gets up to the top, I think take another shot there. Intel, it's going to be back underneath the 50-period moving average. That's the key. You're now failing the breakout of the 50-period on the daily. It doesn't mean that they're not getting this money, but bad news is bad news. The market's already weak. You failed the 50-period. It was the top of my list today. It was like the first thing with a catalyst when I sat down because there wasn't a lot, and this was an overnight catalyst. But when you reject that 50-period moving average and you now have that as overhead resistance, I think this could be headed back down to the $41 level, which we did say next time this trades at 41, I'm going to try longs off 41. Didn't do it last time, but look how good that's been. Got to get there first. So first level is pre-market high. Then I like that 45 even, but do not discount the double top. I always want to take multiple swings at this. I don't want to hold short all the way till it goes like $1 against or something on an Intel.
Yeah, no, dollar against would be too much. We took another fill right now. Our average price, we're working on it. Fabian's working on the board. So we are short Intel. So we're short Intel right now. I'm going to take another fill up here at the 200 period. And well, now that I see where this was, I put the offer at 44.85, which I guess at that time was in there, so we're right in the middle here. If we can get something around there, that'll be basically the first real position short. I'm starting to build one now, but again, Nvidia's bouncing back upside right now into 913 after making those bottoms, so we won't talk too much about it. Well, okay, we do have Nvidia coming up, so maybe I'll leave it, but there's the bounce off 905 again. So it really held that 905. It is giving me feels of what we did yesterday afternoon. So look out for a nice little run up here in Nvidia. And if that goes, we talk about this with the crypto market, but high tide lifts all ships. So Intel will, I feel like, go back up to the upside. I'm disappointed that this news, I'm not disappointed in the move down, but I thought, the report of the funding getting pulled would have been actually more dramatic than this. So I feel like this is fine. And I'm not like in love with the short. It is the number one idea on here because I was looking for catalysts. And I feel like out of all the stories that we have, and this is why it's the number one story besides crypto, we talked about that all-time highs, Intel has, a negative catalyst today. Will the market appreciate that? I don't know. And like what Neil said, I'll be out here just to break through 45. I'm not going to hold it too much through that. And then we'll look at yesterday's top because I'm going to trade with more shares on this name than normal. So if we break 45, I want to get out and then reassess it up here at this 45.25 because honestly, if I hold these all the way up, even 30 or 40 cents too much is not the right trade for me. So I'm going to wait on Intel. If it breaks 45, we'll reassess. But then I like the 45.30 short. So Intel is my number one trade idea with the best catalyst that I could find. Tesla, though, is also something that I'm looking forward to trading today. It's on the sticky note for the first time in a couple weeks here, going short on Tesla. Let's go get the story.
GXAI just made a new high. Gaxos acquiring rights to an AI-enabled technology from a top biohacking app. Regardless, this thing has 755,000 shares in its float. So squeezing, we'll say, for GXAI. Just keep an eye on that one. Yeah, Tesla bouncing off that low from yesterday right now. Wells Fargo with the downgrade. Today lowering their price target to 125. Oof. Ouch. Also worth noting, Berlin officially back up and manufacturing as of this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the Wells Fargo analyst Colin Langan basically saying we see downside risk to volume as price cuts are having a diminishing impact. Mentioned this at the top of the show. With respect to their Model 2, their next gen, he's saying Tesla's next major launch is the next gen compact SUV nicknamed Model 2. But he says the launch timing is a concern given that planning seems rushed here. So not a good look for them. Why are you giggling?
I'm sorry, I can't. Have you seen this quote from him yesterday?
No.
They're dumber than a doorstop or puppets.
About Tesla?
That was from Elon.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In regards to the activist that set this fire.
Vulcan.
Okay.
Well, at least he's not holding back.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. The Berlin plan. First they take Manhattan, then they take Berlin. Not that they have a plan in Manhattan, it's just an old song. 170, we already talked about Tesla. I'm going to maybe say something about Rivian as well. So 172 breakdown. If it fails, that is last week's bottom. That is essentially yesterday's low. Didn't quite get there, but you guys get the idea. If that breaks, I want to have the short breakdown. And notice what's been happening above $180. If it gets above 180, it's been a fade. So instead of looking for breakouts, which I've been trying to scalp longs on 180 breaks and it just haven't really been following through, instead of looking for that, it has to get through like 84, and then 80 would be like a short zone. You should be looking for some shorts starting in and around there and some curls on Tesla. But Rivian is basically the same thing. It's just down an extra percentage point, and it's already at yesterday's low and potentially breaking down here too. So if Tesla goes, I feel like Rivian might not hold on to this $12 level. And it marked off 1240 because 1240 is where we were trading it off of yesterday. And it just would not flush off of that level. So if it were to pop, I might look for some kind of a short in a 1240 on Rivian like we were in the afternoon show. But until then, Tesla 172 break is in play. We'll see about any short to pop in Rivian if it happens. Big if.
Yeah, we have some position board working. Thank you, Fabian and Ramin, for that one. We just took another fill in Intel to get that board going. So, but all right, here we go. So Tesla right now, 175. That's where the 200-period moving average is. I wrote down on the sticky note that let's start the shorting in and around 176. That was sort of yesterday's close. I mean, yesterday's close was 177. But again, with negative catalyst, we could easily get a bump up. I mean, Tesla off the open is crazy violent. Like, this was so crazy. This is Monday. It went from 175 to 183 in the first half hour. Yesterday, it went from 180 down to 172. Again, in the first 15 minutes. So yeah, so I am sitting here to see if we can get a little bit of a bump up. But the catalyst is red, right? So maybe we go to the other way. Let's see what happens here with Tesla. If we do go to the downside, even though we're at 174, I'm with Neil. I think a 172 break is just too clean and too easy. So I think we got to take it. And if we take that trade, I feel like you want to hold it for a minute because it is going to be tricky. It's going to bounce around. It's not, I don't think it's just going to take this and then go another $7 like we've seen in the last couple mornings. But you have to watch out for that. So we'll wait. We'll take the 172 short. I'm actually going to put the order in now. What time is it? 9:17. Okay, close enough. As we get close to the open, we'll put in a short to there. But I would prefer averaging in if it gets into this 176 area. So that's where we're going to sit, 175.50. So I'm actually right now at 175.50. So please don't tell me this thing goes to like 174.30 and I miss it, but we'll wait on Tesla. I have it up and we're aggressively looking at it. The only position we have on is Intel, and the position board is correct.
It is.
Oh, good. You have it too. All right.
Yeah, it's and you can also obviously look at the dashboard at More Trade TV.
Yes.
That is also oddly enough, that's
been working.
When this wasn't showing, that was actually working the whole time. So if you were watching the other channel, you would have seen the Intel thing the entire way. But let's get on to what Yoda thinks of Nvidia.
Who's Yoda?
You mean, look at what it says on the rundown. Nvidia B of A likes. Like that's how Yoda speaks.
Oh, it's not
Nvidia B of A likes.
Right.
Like,
so let's go find out what.
It's Bank of America likes Nvidia. Only Yoda speaks backwards.
Right. Okay. I was like,
apparently we do too.
Let's go back to May the 4th be with you. Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, trying to bounce right now, in fact, off that initial high, anyways, from yesterday for Nvidia. Yeah, nice note from Bank of America this morning going to 1100. I mean, what more can you say about this thing? You were making a good point coming up next week. They have this event, so we're going to get 3 days, 4 days?
4 days.
4
Monday
days
to
of
Thursday.
Nvidia AI talk next week.
Yeah, it's called the GPU Tech Conference, acronym GTC. The analyst for BOA likes this. He says that the conference will showcase the expanding impact of Gen AI on the opportunities in re-architecting the global computing infrastructure. Important stuff here, guys. Monday to Thursday next week, we have this. So Nvidia will probably be in play every day.
As if it's not already.
Yeah.
We need more reasons to look at Nvidia next week.
The new name on the thing?
You know what's
recent IPO.
What's crazy?
NVDA. Okay, got it.
In the last 4 days, I've only taken like breakout trades on Nvidia. I had like that breakout that I scalped, and of course, when you scalp a breakout trade, either it looks great or it looks ridiculous. That one looked good when I took it out, and then I scalped that breakout trade for about $5.50 to here. And that's been working, like waiting for it to set up a flat top break and then just go with that. So there's plenty of other things to short, I think, if you like some weakness in the chips until it has a catalyst to it. I think AMD's got some juice as well. But Nvidia, if it sets up a hold of 900 right now, if it does some kind of a dipsy-do that messes with everybody to the south side, maybe you look later on at a 930, maybe it sets something else up. But I really do think I'm going to stick to, obviously we already talked about Intel, but AMD cannot break. It seems like it cannot break that 205. Even the 204 level is setting up as a bit of resistance. I felt like if it were taking those out, that would have been a good breakout today. But if your support, it's resistance till it's not, and you can like a breakout trade all you want. Sometimes you just got to go short in front of those levels. AMD's got a lot of room to the bottom. Typically has a more defined range in there as well. You can pick your poison. I think all the chips are good, and then only because we're not going to have another chance to talk about it, ARM isn't on there anymore. ARM, it's fine. Anytime we have a chip name on there, we can just throw it in. But ARM, nothing really happened on the IPO lockup, with the exception of a big move at 8:30 when the economic number came out, and then when that market on imbalance sell order came in, that was actually the biggest event to the downside. And then after that, it's not that it's not like it didn't have any big moves, but those were the big events. So part of me is thinking, if you have another big sell imbalance at like 928, you might just want to maybe a quick punch in for a scalp trade there. Otherwise, 131 and 135, I want to short into those.
Intel's coming in right now nicely, so that's good as Nvidia goes back down to 909. You were just looking at it at 913, down $4. You know what? We talked about this earlier. Daniel Ives. So here we go again from Wedbush. He comes in on Tesla. So we just talked about, on our sticky note, on our watch list, is Tesla being downgraded to 125. Well, you want to talk about upside down cake. Here's Wedbush coming out and saying, nah, I got you, Tesla, 315. So just to show you that there's so many different opinions on the name and on the tech sector in general right now. You'll get people downgrading Apple, upgrading Apple. How do you have one analyst on Tesla at 125 and another one at 315? It's not even in the same realm there. So they have to be looking at different things, and that's possible. And that's what makes investing.
One thinks one's a car company, and the other one thinks it's Project Omega.
Right, exactly, and probably the latter is maybe more closer to that. Tesla is a car company, but that's a vehicle, I think, for all the AI and all the information that they're gathering, so on and so forth. But anyways, I just wanted to. That just came across the wire. So I was like, oh, look at that, Dan Ives. We talked about how important he is to the tech space for bulls. Anyways, and there's a bullish statement there. But not much is happening right now. Okay, so I just want to look at, because we're talking about Nvidia, Neil just did the levels there. AMD. So I have AMD written on here as a 205. But that's where we closed yesterday. Since then, down. Jamie Dimon is opening his mouth about Disney right now. Just say that he likes Bob Iger. He's on CNBC. So, anyways, nothing happening. I just thought there could be something there. But anyways, AMD now looks like 200. It could be good level to trade around here today. So we'll wait for a gap into VWAP, which will have to be 202. So if AMD can get going up there, that's what we'll look at right here for advanced micro devices, as Nvidia is still dancing around.
All right, a few minutes to go here. Amazon back to the upside right now. We're running into some levels from yesterday that came into play. On the resistance side, 0.4 right now, still positive though for Amazon if you missed it. Teaming up with Lilly, so mentioned as well, WBA downside, Walgreens downside on this. So they're going to use Amazon to do some drug delivery.
Yeah, it's going to be available within 2 days of the order. It's not the only website that's selling Lilly's Zepbound, which is their weight loss drug. There's another website as well, but this is another move by Lilly to kind of espouse that direct-to-consumer look rather than going through the regular prescriber channels. Let's see how this does, Brendo.
Market cap.
You know, Amazon is actually pretty strong here. We've been looking at the futures going down, and I thought it was just like Apple that was looking okay. But Amazon as well. It's not at yesterday's highs, but it's at the pre-market high right now on Amazon. Eli Lilly's not a day trade. So I don't know. If you find day trades on there, I haven't really found many that I like. But Amazon is. And 175 was ish support yesterday.
Here we go.
A little bit above 175, but 175 I think can be a support level. It's relatively strong. It's green when the market's red. Maybe it breaks out the high. But if this gets down on a dip and there's any kind of a market move up, it looks pretty darn strong. I was saying that Apple already looked good. Apple pulled back. And Amazon is still chilling out at those highs. I don't know that this story is the reason, as I mistyped that. I don't know if this story is the reason why it's that strong, but I almost don't care. It was super strong yesterday and held near those highs. I think a 175 is setting back up for AMZN on the bid. It's a closer level than Apple's 171, so that could be a nice little dip and rip. All it has to do is hold the pre-market low, which is 20 cents underneath.
All right. I was just writing down here that we are shorting Intel as it's trying to come back in a little bit. And it just bounced. So it's been up at the highs and down to the lows, and it's like 10 cents. So we'll just stay to the course on this one as per the sticky note. All right. So we'll wait here. Amazon. Again, I still, what was it, 173 was a big level there that we had talked about for Amazon over the last couple of days. Looks like it, yeah, so 173, or was it 172 was yesterday, but 173, yeah, there it was. So I remember that level. Has been a big level for AMZN. Looks like it still wants to hold it. So I would say you dip buy into Amazon. Actually, I have two long ideas now, Amazon and Apple. So both those names I like. Neil kind of hinted on both of those. And then the other name that we like in the Chinese space that we're going to continue to like is Alibaba. So Alibaba down to 75 I think is worth a buy as well. I did change the bull to a bear, but I'm not,
the super chat.
Again, super convinced about that. Tesla's heading straight down, or is that what someone's just saying? No, Tesla's not doing anything, but could be heading straight down. Not a bad take on that one. Let's go run and finish this up, and then we'll get to that super chat. I got to run.
You were just going to mention. I was going to mention happy IPO anniversary day for Microsoft today.
Oh yeah,
1986. Microsoft went public.
I think we should give people that stat.
Oh, the $10,000 stat?
Yeah.
It's 42.7 million, if anybody was wondering. If you bought the IPO with 10 grand.
Feel really bad
depressing.
about myself. Yeah, it does. Guys, today on How to Trade, Adair and I are going to be talking about risk management in a volatile market. So make sure to check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Second best thing to have happened in 1986 that Microsoft IPO. The best thing that happened was a right fielder for the Toronto Blue Jays. Was the first Blue Jay to lead the American League in home runs with 40. Shout out to you, Jesse Barfield. That was my favorite player growing up. I will never forget when I got a chance to meet him. He's the coolest guy ever. Sometimes you get to meet like your favorite athlete as a young kid, and it's like, whatever. I met mine, and he was super chill. He came to my aunt's church, and what a down-to-earth guy. We want to thank Turin for the super chat here. Morning guest, isn't Palantir in the bounce area at 24.50? You're not necessarily wrong. Yesterday's low was a little bit further down than that. But you might be playing off of where it broke out from in the afternoon at 24.50. That bottom was closer to 24.30 on Palantir. So like I look at it and see maybe resistance at 25 and a quarter for a fade. But I don't think you're dead wrong. That's where it bounced yesterday. George Bell, Jesse Barfield, bro.
Barfield,
I
okay.
just said it was Jesse Barfield. Anyways,
Lloyd Mosby,
not a big
George
deal.
Bell, Jesse Barfield.
As Sharif comes over and is like, George Bell. No, George Bell led the American. George Bell, the next year, was the MVP for the Toronto Blue Jays. But thank you for that super chat. I do like that support on Palantir, but the first thing that came to my mind was the rejection on that little flat bottom break at 25.30, and if it got back up there into the quarters, I'd be thinking almost a short. So we got less than 2 minutes to go. Didn't really see, nothing happened on ARM, by the way, just to, maybe there could have been a sell imbalance, but there wasn't one, nothing happened. And there's pretty much nothing on the imbalance locator right now. YMM, which is a $7 stock, has an 800,000 imbalance, and nothing else is over $500,000. So I think we can throw that out the window in terms of gigantic imbalances. We got a lot to be looking at. Tesla 172 flat bottom break, Nvidia already heading to the downside and trying to test maybe that $900 level. AMD already cracked to the downside. Gonna look to short some pops if we can in some chip names. And ARM is headed back up. So when there wasn't a sell imbalance, oh, I bet you somebody thought there'd be a sell imbalance again. And just, yeah, I'm betting you somebody thought there'd be a sell imbalance and was working into a short. No sell imbalance came, and they're having to punch out into a liquidity, to a lock of liquidity here on ARM, as that's starting to run upside. 131 and 135, those are the curl zones I like in ARM.
All right, well, AMD's starting to go to the downside right now as well. So AMD's down through 190 or into 198 right now, 198.50. AMD just tanked pretty hard there. We only have 10 seconds left, by the way. Oh, no, well, almost, sorry. And almost now. So now the countdown will start. But yeah, AMD up here at $2 bills. We'll have to watch out for that one. All right, Adara, here we go with only 5 seconds to go. Everybody enjoy the day. It should be a fun one. As this market's starting to go to the downside. There it is, nice little downside move for the market here off the jump. So there goes AMD breaking through 198, now trying to get back to the upside. Here it is again, waiting for 198. It's now open and the market is dancing to the downside. So far so good there. We did not get any love for Tesla because it did not break and it actually bounced again. Off of that 72. Intel's doing its dance as well. Here's Tesla, nice move back up into 74 area pre-market highs for Tesla.
Yeah, so much for, that breakdown in Tesla. That's obviously not going to happen for us. ARM's still gliding upside. That 131 not in play just yet. Nvidia is actually coming to the downside. Maybe we'll get a shot at that Amazon, except Amazon only knows one way, and it's not down. Amazon flying, super strong name out here. Looks like we're not going to be able to get that one on the long. Unless we get a dip, maybe it'll come back in right now. I'd love to see it. Come on, Amazon, give us a chance.
Flying for sure. Let me see if did Alibaba only went up, so we don't have that 76 filling. Honestly, Intel has done absolutely nothing, so we'll wait for that one. We did get some super chats about Palantir, of course, and that's went up. So we had thought maybe Palantir would go the other way off some insider selling yesterday, but it's starting to go to the upside. Okay, so maybe Intel will give us some of these shorts that we don't mind taking. So let's try to get a little bit more here. We are waiting for something in the 80s on Intel. So we talked about that before. We're at 84, waiting to get some. And then if we take out 45, then we can get out of that one. But look what's happening. Yeah, exactly. Look what's happening to Tesla. Sorry. You said Tesla. Sorry, I meant Nvidia, but Tesla's also going to the downside right now. And here comes Nvidia. Watch out for Nvidia right now breaking. We also do have the Tesla short ready to go. We should have shorted that pre-market high there. We might get another chance as it just bounced again off 72. That's back-to-back bounces. It went to 172.50. And damn it.
AMD is tanking 197. This is falling like an absolute rock. Intel's going up, and this thing is going down like it's going out of style. ARM is not moving. I'm looking for an opportunity to short ARM, and we're not getting it. Apparently, Snapchat's making some power moves. Trying to be patient with this, and Tesla's not giving you any chance at a trade. I said maybe Rivian could be the one. Rivian's going to the upside. Rivian does not break and hold underneath. And let's not forget about Bitcoin. IBIT, no test of the high. I was looking to fade a failed break of the high. That has not happened yet. But Bitcoin actually headed to the downside. Everything is fine.
All right, Nvidia just broke. So, I mean, there's that name that we talked about, Nvidia today. Remember, I was like, oh, we saw it drop 40 or 60 bucks on us. So right there, it just dropped from 910 into 900 and wicked the bottom again, $3 worth of slippage. Again, gets you down to 897.50 right there for NVDA. There goes Tesla. It finally broke. Oh, no, sorry. Went up to the ups. I was like, oh my God, I'm short Tesla. I thought it broke 172, but we got short 175. So
what?
Tesla's ripping right now, and we are short. We were instantly in the money pretty decently there. and now not so much as Tesla's starting to go up to the upside. Now we have our stops on this one. We talked about this. Watch out for 177 on Tesla. So we're just going to breathe here a little bit on this name. We're going to watch out for 177 upside, maybe 177.50 to get out of it.
So
I'm happy with this. All right. I mean, I'm not happy as I'm out.
Oh,
but
Boeing's at 185 as well.
And Intel's at 45.
Yeah,
so things are
Intel just got to 88, I think I saw as a high. But here comes Boeing, and I didn't think this was going to happen. But some things, though you think they're going to be weak, they're absolutely strong. And that happened with Tesla. That's happening with Boeing. The high was 186 in the afternoon and a half. So into that range, I wanted to look shorting pops on this, and it looks like we're going to be doing it again in Boeing as we let it get higher. ARM is starting to make some power moves into 130. There is size at 130 on ARM. So if it does a fail break up here, the 131, to me, that's the big stop zone. So we're going to look to fade ARM. We only want to be shorting ARM. So new position Boeing. Intel is testing. It got up to 92s as well. 50. And we got into Boeing. Let's see if we can get some VWAP there. Nvidia is crazy. Nvidia actually ends up holding out at 900-ish. It went down to 897 and a half. Remember we talked about slippage? It broke 900, got $2.50 down, and is right back above. Now it's about $1.50 above that price.
Hey, you mentioned $1 and what? That's pretty funny because there's your dollar club winner right there to start the day. We got one fill out and there's Tesla. We took 75. So we took 75 cents on that and it just printed 174.50. Look at this. This is why I'm saying about being patient, man. Like it was just a dollar club winner when we hit it and then it went back to 50-cent land. We also took a bid out at 70. We're lucky enough to get that on Intel. Let's see if that works. We're just trimming this out as it's not participating in this kind of tech. I don't want to say tech wreck because I've only been looking at chip names, but Nvidia right now just broke again through 900, and we'll just wait for what our biggest trade was supposed to be, Intel not moving at all. We'll wait for see if that can get going. Bitcoin 73, so fading out a little bit. We'll look at Coinbase when we get back from Madeira. Bye-bye Tesla, hopefully.
For the second day in a row here, we have Pinduoduo, PDD, really strong off the open with no particular news story. PDD up 8% right now. This could potentially be a bit of a sympathy play here for a name like Baidu, B-I-D-U being the ticker here. The premier of China, according to local resources, did go to Baidu's Beijing offices to look at some of their AI advancements. So that could be a sympathy play here, but nice look across the board for some of these Chinese ADRs, guys.
We didn't look at, I didn't look at Alibaba this morning. I was looking at some Baidu and some NIO, but NIO never really set up for that breakout at 630. I just got a leg out there on Boeing at 184 and a half as that came up and down through the 185. So there's the break of 185. There's the false move back in. We're able to get some out there. Alibaba, man, this thing, I should say, back up to 78 levels huge. 78's a huge level here in Alibaba. If it can break that out. We've been talking about that for a while. Got to put that one in the pipe and smoke it. Apparently, Affirm is making some power moves as well, but ARM is now in the pocket. So here we go, ARM. ARM is now up to 131. This is the area that we're looking for the reverse on ARM. Going to try and catch it on the back end here. It just got to 131, looking for a false break on ARM.
Okay, so Coinbase just came in as well as, I guess we weren't looking at this. Tesla, by the way, was just $2 in the money, and we put a bid there now to see if we can get that. All right, so there's Coinbase. Sorry, I was at Tesla still. Coinbase just came in, so we're short right here at 59s. Let's see what we can do now. So there's a 59 short. There it is again. Wow. What is even happening right now? Now we're $1 in the money on Coinbase as it's printing the bid. $2 in the money, hopefully coming through on Tesla right now. Let's see how low Coinbase wants to go. I mean, I put another bid here, 57.70. We just got printed there at 40s. So it's not like we took a huge win. It was just 60 cents. Let's see if it continues to fade because I'm sitting here looking at Bitcoin and thinking to myself, you're not going up anything here. So why is Coinbase going up? So there's Bitcoin right now. I don't know why this chart's doing this. There it is. So this is what's happening with crypto. This is a 1-minute chart. So yeah, we will hold on to BTC and see what's going on with that one. So far, so good there. As now, we are now $1 in the money on Coinbase. We are now almost $2 in the money on Tesla. And we're just waiting for the biggest and the baddest right now, Intel, to come falling in as well. Come on, man. We're bidding 173.60. Let's see if we can get that one here on Tesla. Good start to the day so far. There it is. Oh, we got the fill. So there it goes, man. We will props that up as we are now $2 in the money on Coinbase. So this is going to be, again, all sticky no trades, man. There's nothing else about this. Coinbase 260 is written right on here. We're short it, and it's a monster. And we're also wrote down Tesla short 175.50. What are we short? 175.50. So let's see if we can get a lower print on this one today. Again, another pretty good day here.
Yeah, we'll take it so far. We'll see what happens with the rest of this ARM. But ARM fails 131.
Wow,
we get it out, some in front of 130. Now you're starting to come right back into the upside. Remember, they don't have to sell. They just might sell. And Boeing now a buck. Back through the 184. I'm targeting 183 down here. That's where it broke out from on the pre-market trade. Let's go to Adara, who's got an update for us.
Big move up here for Rumble, RUM. Yesterday, this one was pretty strong after the CEO of the company said that he'd be open to, with a consortium looking to buy TikTok US should it divest from ByteDance. Today, we have a new catalyst on this name, announcing that they've had a strategic partnership here with QIN Shift, which is going to be helping with specifically its cloud to address some of its user needs. They also have a short float of about 5%, decent social media interest. So nice look here for RUM.
All right, there it is.
No bounce in AMD.
No, you're talking about it. Okay, so I actually put a bid out there at 80s. I wasn't getting the 173.60s, so I got a bid at 85 and just took it out there for $1.70 there on Coinbase. Remember, we only have 3 trades on right now. Winner, 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 and that sounds like a chicken dinner. So far so good here as we go today. Just keep doing what you guys are doing. Keep sticking with it. Intel's the only problem. That may not be a winner. So you know that this lobster could turn into coal real soon here, as Intel's going to take 45. So watch out for that one. The only name going in the oppo right here is Intel. So not really going well. And you just mentioned AMD.
ARM's starting to come back into the top here.
Is it?
Like
Okay.
the first leg was good when it failed 131, but it just came right back up to that top. Now remember, if it busts out from 32, I'm waiting for 35 to try another trade up there on ARM. I got to be able to respect those levels. We liked some long trades. Amazon, I thought Amazon 175. As the market's going down, Amazon's at 176 and won't fall any further. So I think Amazon, it's still relatively strong. It's just a matter of getting it on a dip somewhere that I like. I'm almost never devoid of opportunities in either direction. So I like relative strength and relative weakness where you can find it. Clearly, we're not going to get. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. Apple's actually down at 172. Never mind. I was about to say we're not going to get 171 on Apple. But Apple is tracking down toward 171. I'm on the bid in front of that. That was the bottom yesterday. Yeah, we actually have a chance to get that. 2 seconds ago, I looked at Apple, and Apple was at the high. That's why I was going to say we're not going to get Apple. We might. I'm just going to rinse and repeat in front of 130 on ARM. So we get it out in front of 131. We're looking to catch something in front of 130. Intel's starting to come right back into the downside. But ARM's the one that's my concern, because
there it goes.
If everyone anticipates selling on ARM and it doesn't happen, then it has some squeeze potential, right? So we're headed to the downside. We don't want to. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. That is not look a gift horse in the mouth. That was a props up. If we now broke 130 to the downside on ARM, thankfully that's going to hold up. I don't know what's happening in Bitcoin, but we're not going to get that fail break of the high that we're anticipating for a reversal. Bitcoin's doing nothing right now, literally nothing. But at least the 3 shorts are working.
Yeah, we just got stopped out through 260 though on Coinbase because it
260?
did. Yeah, it did break
Bitcoin's
back
down.
up. I know that's the funny part about it. So I feel like where everybody else did there. So I tried to get back in and missed it. That's really too bad, because now it's back down to 258 again. We nailed that one. And guess what else we're nailing right now? Literally nailing this thing here. This is going to be, as I was just saying, I mean, let's hold on a second. It just bounced back up. We need to get some fills down there. We'll take a 72 and we'll take a 71. But we loaded the boat here with Intel. So good trade there on Intel. Let's see if Tesla will make it. And it's too bad because Coinbase, we took a 260 short and got hit at 260.50 out. So unfortunately, that busted us up into the upside there. So that's really a negative catalyst there for me on Coinbase to start giving me a little sour there. But all right, I think we got to go over to the desk, and we're going to look for some more trades.
Block Inc. getting a really nice move here to the upside on strong volume, up almost 5%. Some news with some of their subsidiaries and affiliated companies. So BitKey, which is this proto-Bitcoin wallet developed by one of the teams here at Block Inc., basically has started shipping their first units of their hardware device with some security and recovery features. Also, Afterpay, another company affiliated with Block Inc., now expanding for some new in-demand categories with some of their new spring merchants. So good look for Block SQ, guys, to the upside.
Okay, Square. All right.
Yeah, that's breaking 52-week highs. I'll say that's good news for Block. 84, that was your previous top. 83, close to 84. It doesn't really matter. So if it gets anywhere on a pullback and can hold the previous high, go dip and rip. So I like Amazon. Maybe we're going to get some Amazon because the market's weak. Maybe we get 175. But definitely got to put Square onto that list as well. I'm still looking for that bid on Apple. We might get that Apple to the downside. ARM is now starting to churn a little bit more down into the 128 level. You know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to bid that reversal spot yesterday. If it breaks 128, I'm going to trail it down there and see if it can go to 125. So I'm going to trail it on a 128 break, see if we can't lock in some more profit. Boeing is also working back into the downside. This one I want yesterday's low. The out in front of 183. I want to respect that because that could be a wipeout bottom and a reversal. So we want to make sure we grab the profit out in front of that 183. That's more of a target zone for me. As a matter of fact, okay, we just got it out, so I'll go back on the correct page and we'll ring the register. They're going to hold on to ARM, trail it if it breaks 128. There's no chill on Nvidia. I mean, at some point, if Nvidia keeps falling, this market is not going to hold up. As Nvidia cannot hold on to 900, AMD cannot hold on to anything either. AMD is now at yesterday's bottom already. Okay, okay, it's one of these days. I'm not trying to be long the chips right now. Someone else can call a bottom. It's not going to be me.
Yeah, we're calling shots with Intel right now and put some money on that name here as this is our biggest position, but our most profitable position by far right now is a $3 winner as we go diamond hands a little bit here on Tesla. It's breaking back down to 73. I want to wait to see this thing break 72. Let's see this really get going here to the downside and really put some damage here. Unfortunately, we talked about getting out of Coinbase. I am trying to get a little bit more, but I'd like to get it up near 260 now. I don't know. That was a weird one there. Unfortunately, there's a 260 short and there's a 260 out, almost as fast as we could get it. All right, so now Tesla's starting to go. I thought we were just going to be breaking through 173 there. It looks like we're trying to bounce off of it. That's a couple times now. I mean, I can clearly see that this is a level, but I don't really care. I think that we're going to go down lower than this here on Tesla. If you don't think so, then honestly, this is a great area to get the heck out. Like right now, I'm $3 in the money and staring it in the face. If that's an uncomfortable spot for you, take it out if it doesn't fit your sort of risk parameters, what you're looking for, or your share sizes, right? So I'm just trying to give some ideas here. This is one that I have, and I want to see if it breaks 172. I just want to give it that shot. But at the same time, it is resisting 173 here. So let's give it a little bit more action. If the futures continue to fall down, I mean, we're not anywhere even close yet to support on the futures. I mean, I think you got to get down to 8,250 before anything really happens. There's 8,300 there as well, but that's still 60 handles away. So that could be a level there. There hasn't been much, but then all the way down here, going back to, I guess, is this yesterday? What day is today? 13, so 2 days ago. These highs that weren't breaking, 8,250. So we could get into there. Here it comes right now. Here comes a nice move down, man. Let's see if the market wants to follow.
Another push to the downside, so I'm just going to keep trailing this. I think we're going to get this 126 area on ARM.
Oh,
it's
no.
continuing to fall. It's
Nice.
now $4 to the downside. It's down 2%, but this market is absolutely bleeding. Remember Nvidia 888? Well, we're here now. Nvidia is at 888. If you're trading this the last couple of days, you know what I'm getting at. 888 was the top 2 days ago, and then it tried to bounce off that level. I could anticipate a little bit of a bounce zone here. I'm just going to move my trail, which I thought I did, but I did not on ARM. So just moving that trail up a little bit. I think you're in a spot. If it's an opening range trade, I want to lock in the profit on this little bounce in the market. And if we're not going to get Amazon at 175, how do you like that for relative strength, Amazon? It is not even breaking 176. Amazon is good right now. Like it's not even red. I don't want to jump into the long right away, but it's starting to tell me if I see strength in the futures bouncing off 18.3, I'm just going to jam. I'm just going to punch long in Amazon. If we don't get 175, we don't get 175. And so I said I was moving my trail on ARM. It just trailed back out for me, so we'll lock in the $3 on ARM. Just going to take the money and run. Maybe it goes to the gates of hell. You know, everyone has their own sort of trading style. I want to respect mine because the last time on ARM I was holding for way too big a move, and at the open it didn't happen. Like all the bigger moves were pre-market yesterday. So let's ring the register and go to the desk with Adara.
Strong volume here for the beauty health company. SKIN is the ticker for this one, up about 40% after its earnings. Inline EPS, sales beat. They did have a bit of weak guidance going forward, but there is a short float of about 9.7% on this name. So absolutely something that they keep in mind with regards to SKIN, guys.
Yeah, great trade there on ARM. I'm upset at myself because we wrote down 131 and 130 and I wasn't there. So good trade there.
So many things happen at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's a good trade.
I always say this: you can get, if you're shorting a spike at the open, you can probably just take one or two. Because like if Tesla goes up and spikes like that and you get it, then all of a sudden the other one that you're looking at, it's very unlikely you'll do two of them. And now Amazon's coming to the downside.
Yeah, it's too bad that Intel's not doing anything. Like that was the
Intel's
going to
break 45. I'm gonna lose on Intel because it's gonna break 45 here.
We'll see. We've been taking some profits down here in the 70s, but I thought it was going lower. We had clearly talked about that.
I marked 44 even off today. I thought we'd.
Yeah, I have a bid at 44.14 right now, so I still think it's going down. We'll try to wait on that one. All right, I'm just gonna put a bid now. So I've sort of watched Tesla do this dance. The day is still pretty early, but look at this market tanking here, and I can't get Tesla to go down. It's not that I can't get it to go down. It's not going down. So what's up with that? Either it's going to crack lower or it's not, right? So I'm going to put a bid now at 173. I know I said that we'd have to wait for it, but now that I'm seeing the market, just wicked down again, and this name is holding up, like that's not great. I guess a lot of the wreckage is right here, is with Nvidia and AMD. So I could see that as being a factor.
Nvidia bounced.
Nvidia bounced huge. I was bidding 881, sorry. So I'm down here at 881 against 880. But I don't know if that's a very, very conservative play. We'll have to wait to see. Like, if you want to get Nvidia, you might have just missed the huge flush down. Now you get 3 candles in a row to the upside. We could still play some momentum here, I feel like. So watch out for Nvidia. And then I'm going to, I was thinking about AMD here, getting back to VWAP. So I think we'll try a trade there for this. So I'm at 196.50. So if that comes up another $1 into VWAP, we'll try it. We talked about the gap to VWAP. So we have to try that. So we're going to try that right now. Again, I just hate the way it sounds. That's why I say it like that.
I love the reaction of Sharif every time.
But shout out to Brian Shannon, who again did a Q&A with me. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, people asking about Adobe, people asking him about volume and time frames and all that kind of stuff. So it's amazing. Like there's another CMT that really just looks at VWAP really.
It's a common question. I hear a lot of people that are looking into anchored VWAP, and one of the first things they always want to understand is what's your favorite time frame for an indicator like that. But it's a versatile one. I know even Obi's been looking at it. So the market is continuing to flush. I covered shorts except for, Intel's in the money now, but trust me, that thing's actually been strong. Amazon's getting real close to 175. I'm trying to be really, really patient with it. Trying to be really patient with Apple as well. It's down to 171.80. If I'm thinking 171, let's wait till 171. Just got to keep it at that. And as far as ARM goes, it looks like it was a good out temporarily on ARM. It bounced, it held. So if it gets back above 120, maybe we can rinse and repeat. I don't want to throw good money at bad if that's the way that the saying goes, which I'm pretty sure it is. So I'm just going to lock things in and try to be patient. I feel like rushing into trades at 10 o'clock that don't set up, like I could chase ARM, jump back in front of VWAP, but that has not been the way to play this. It's been to wait for your key levels. Block was the other thing we wanted to get to. There's just no dip on Block. A little tiny one at 85. I was saying 84 because that was a previous high. And thank you to Adara for bringing us that news as this continues to be super strong. Square making power moves to the upside. Intel, I'm going to get some 70s here. Thank you.
Yeah, we are well positive now on Intel if it stays in this area. So we just got another fill down here in the 70s. Let's just see if it goes, man. It's been a great trading day. We're just not trading too many names. Let me go over to Apple. That's the way I've been for a while. Apple coming into 171. I feel like that's probably worth something. So let's wait to see there. I'm still waiting for Tesla to start kicking down the aisle. Tesla, Intel, AMD, ARM, Coin. So I've looked and traded everything that I've wanted to trade here today. Come on, Intel. Intel's a big one for me just because of the shares that we have and the fact that it's not doing anything. So if this one finally wants to go, I'd be pretty pleased with that. So we'll just take another 72 fill there. Hopefully we can get to the downside now. I'm bidding nothing else. Oh, I'm bidding 65s and then I'm in the 30s. So we'll have to see if Intel does eventually flush. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware, there's a bit of a volume spike here on Faraday Future, FFIE. Not seeing any news on this one and not too much social media chat either, but it is worth noting they have a short float of about 32.7%. Keep an eye on FFIE, guys.
Randy's on the bid. If you, oh, wait a minute, never mind. Oh, I was about to say, if you remember Randy's call on Faraday Future, but that was at like 25 cents to like 37.5 cents a long time ago. It's now at 11 cents. Yikes. Yeah, about that. It's up 11%, but it's at 11 cents as well. So that's like every penny is 10 cents, is a 10% move on Faraday. This needs to get about 14 or 15 pennies before it gets exciting to me. Yeah, let's put that one on the back burner for now and go back over to something like an Amazon, which is an actual strong stock. You can't get to 175. I'm starting to think about where can I get into this if it's going to be a long. So it's held this level here, 175.5. If it can stair step it, put in higher lows, and start holding above VWAP and 176, that'd be one way to get into the long in Amazon. I think it's proven to me that I'm not going to be hunting for that one to the south side. Apparently Google's breaking out, so there's something else. Oh, yeah, Google. Alphabet's stronger than Amazon. I came in thinking Amazon and Apple today. And Apple's not nearly as strong, but Alphabet holding the 140. This could be something as well. If we look for things to short, ARM still sort of chilling out. Nvidia, 893, maybe the 900 level on the way back. AMD, I think, AMD's at VWAP right now, so maybe this could curl off 196. That could be a nice setup for a short on AMD, but it has to hold underneath 196. When these things make bottoms, they can absolutely rip some faces off.
All right, so here we go. Let's just have a look and see what's happening here because I'm still sitting in Tesla that's not doing anything, so I am thinking for a break lower. Is there any names you guys want us to look at? GXAI. I see Scott H talking about that one, trying to move around as well. So GXAI. Sorry, did I say HI? AI.
Oh, CCL broke that top.
GXAI. CCL, yeah, Carnival. All right.
Oh, man.
She ride it. A nice upside move here for GAXOS.AI. Right now, starting to go. So only,
Gaxos?
yeah, this is only 780. So I think Brendan brought this up in the pre-market here. Only 780,000 shares. So as this name goes, man, so does the float. And it's a low one. And there we go to the upside on GXAI. And by the way, here we go, man. We are bidding the net is skyrocketing, so we know this. But here we go. We are bidding right now 173.25 on Tesla. So one bit more of a breakdown. We can probably get that. I am debating putting it at 50 now that I see the bounce happening, but let's see if we can get a little bit more greedy on this one and wait just a little bit more here on Tesla. Breakdown lower, we'll get it. We're bidding 173.25s. So hopefully that will come in right now. What's up, Tisha? What's up, Monty G and everybody? Monty G's printing. We definitely like to hear that, so we'll go some bangs for you guys. Tisha's printing. YouTube is over there. Pfizer says T-Money. And I was actually, look, I just typed in T. You see that, T-Money? Come over to my screen. Baby. You see what happens, T? This is what happens when I see you in the chat. You get called out right there, stock TEE. All right, so there it is, Pfizer. Yeah, what's up with this, Adara? Pfizer started going early. It's up 1.5%. Pfizer's been bottoming out. I mean, it's been an absolute POS if you've held this thing for the last couple of years, but So have a few other names. And
26, pandemic bottom, that's been the place to buy.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's an obvious bottom. It bounced there in December. It just bounced right now. So again, an absolute nightmare for anybody holding this, but they have 3% dividend. No, who cares about that? But still, nice move downside here for Pfizer, maybe finding a bottom finally. Now getting above the 50 period, basically for the first time, and trying to hold it. So we were up here in January, but now you're trying to hold the 50 period. I would say bombs away there on Pfizer if you like it. You do have that 26 bottom, and you could always get out pretty smooth if that does happen. We are finally getting close to getting our Intel fill at 65 right now, but a nice move down for Intel. I'm actually going to bid some 67s and take some out and cancel my 65. So there we go. We get the 67s and we go see what's up with the Dara.
I have news on Pfizer here. Basically, what I'm seeing here, the European Commission this morning approved Pfizer's treatment to help prevent young children against pneumococcal disease. So nice move here just on some, I guess, treatment approval here from the European Commission for PFE.
Thank you, European Commission. Thank you, VWAP. Just the old regular standard VWAP, not the anchor type, which I'd be interested to see what all-time highs in anchoring VWAP to the pullback on Nvidia would be really interesting. But I don't want to digress too much, but I really thought about that just now when you were talking about.
You do it. You have the chart.
No, I know. I'm thinking about it. I want to do it in the middle of the day. But AMD here, 196 and a quarter, and VWAP. It goes right to the one green candle at the open, and there's your top, and then pulls back in. I got 96s-ish, 95. 95.95, oddly enough, is the price. It's working back into 95. I'm looking for 194 as a bottom. We didn't get back into ARM. Tesla's still going down. That's what I was going to get at. Tesla's going down, and Rivian, look where Rivian got to. I'll slap the big old fail on myself there. We're just talking about missing opportunities. Rivian went right to our resistance that we sat the entire afternoon short this level, looking for a pullback. 1240 has been a key level on Rivian. It goes right to there, missing by like 3 cents, and flushes. Maybe we get a second crack at that. But we got AMD. It's instantly $1 in the money because the chips are weak. Nvidia, if you're watching, is back to 890. This didn't even get to 900 on that last push to the upside. Yuck. Where could the bottom be? I mean, 860 was the bottom yesterday, I feel like. So that's not impossible. It really isn't.
So I had that AMD trade up at VWAP as well, but I didn't change my VWAP. I should have been looking at that, and then we would have been really cash. We had it up here. Remember, it was 176.50, but good trade there as it goes up to 196. But we are right now just absolutely murdering this. Up $2 now in the money on Tesla. Another sticky note banger right there as we mention it one more time before we go over to Adara's. Intel's going down.
Yeah, time to look at what we've been having with the markets this morning. We do have a bit of a move down here in the SPY, kind of curling, continuing to curl to the downside. Bitcoin, of course, still on watch. Not a lot of economic data coming out today. We do have the oil stock changes at 10:30, but other than that, pretty flat day for economic data. Tomorrow, though, we do get the PPI and some retail data, so absolutely stay tuned for that. Right now, though, it's going to be a lot of focus on individual stock movements, including what we have in Baidu and a lot of these Chinese ADRs. BIDU up almost 5% after local media reporting that China's Premier Li visited Baidu's Beijing office to look at some of its AI advancements. We also have moves up here for Carnival, though it's falling off a little bit here. CCL getting a buy rating from Goldman Sachs with a $20 price target. And last but not least, your Dollar Tree DLTR missing earnings pretty badly across the board here. Big move to the downside, about 14% down for DLTR, guys.
Yikes. Yeah, we didn't even mention Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree got its butt kicked this morning, but it was nasty. I mean, the earnings weren't fantastic. The margins weren't that good either. There we go. We just got 194th out. Take it to target. Everyone sort of do your own thing. I trail it to that point. VWAP down to the low of the day, and I'm going to ring the register and I'll look the gift horse in the mouth. I did see also, at the time being, that temporarily Nvidia was making a bottom, but it is no longer anymore. The shorts have paid off. I'm taking the money and running and looking for what is next, and it could be Apple. Apple is now, we've been very, very patient with Apple, and now the moment of reckoning has come in. Yesterday's lows, actually, never mind. This is 2 days in a row, the bottom on Apple is 171. Forget about just yesterday, and it's going to get there in about 20 cents or so. So Apple about to come in. It's been all shorts, potentially until, I don't want to say now because it hasn't got to my bid yet.
I should be a lot happier. I mean, this is going to be hopefully a big day here, and it could easily be. We can't raise the trophy now because of Wayne over there. This guy's killing it. But look at this, man. ARM short 130. That's $3, right? That's a $3 winner right there. Coin 260 short. I got stopped out, went down to 254. Again, too tight a stop, but that's fine. Apple didn't hit yet. Intel right now is going to be the #1 stock here, P&L wise. Tesla, that's now $3 in the money. AMD short off VWAP. Neil had that. Great trade, Neil. So right there, man, sticky note with prices, bang. It's just, I wish we had that AMD trade. We were watching out for that Tesla. We'll try to get AMD again if it does come through, but I really like that trade. And then Coinbase went down to 254. Thanks, Adam DeLuz, in the chat for that one, making me feel better there. But we'll wait, man. We'll wait. Intel, we got to print. I mean, I should hold off on saying this is the #1 P&L name because, it's pending. We don't know how far this name is going to go down or if it just rips back up again for Intel. So we're going to have to wait there. Like I said, we loaded it up, so we're just getting out. Like when you go to VWAP, you go to the 50, then you go below the 200. I mean, we start taking those out and consider that a pretty decent win. So if we can get a little lower, we'll do that. And then here's the $3 banger for you. Right off the sticky note, the exact level 176. And here it is. So we'll see what happens now. Hopefully we can break through that 172, but I don't know. I'm here for it. We'll see if it happens. Tesla, I was wondering like why. Remember it was like so strong. We could have shorted more, but when you get like a differing opinion there, it does become hard to do that, especially against the strong market lately. We'll see if the market continues to bleed to the downside. Remember at the beginning of the day when the market was up here? And do you remember when this was a bull? Well, we turned that into a bear in the pre-market, and now we're down about 0.5%. So far, so good on that one. Let's wait to see what happens here with Intel and Tesla. But for now, that is what it is. New reloading coin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bitcoin is also. We're going to get. It's at 10 o'clock, but Bitcoin's actually starting a little bit of a bounce at the $41 level. But we took Apple. I'm not going to hold it much past that bottom. It did wick the bottom. Like, it wicked underneath 171 teens where I have it now and actually held the evens exactly. And the day before that in the pre-market, it held just underneath. So I don't think I want to give it too much room. Intel's working back up. If it gets back into the 45 level, we want that. See if we can't reload it one more time, but it's been strong. ARM did not break the lows, so it's actually tracking back into the upside. So I think that was the right out. Boeing, that is right. So we took the out on Boeing. Sometimes when I get out early, you're like, whatever. Why didn't you hold on to that trade? We got out of Boeing in front of the pre-market breakout price, and then it made a new high. So it's just a matter of style. Like, what is your preference? I'd rather just make the decisions at the key price levels and try to hone in on that skill. Sometimes it's the right decision. Sometimes, again, it looks good, but if AMD goes down to like 190, then I don't have that. Now you're right back up at VWAP with an opportunity, whether I like it or not, to take it back again. But that is a huge, now double bottom on AMD that just put in. So I'm not going to race to throw money at this once again. We'll stick to some Intel, see if we can't get a little bit of ARM. Oh yeah, Amazon. Forgot all about you, Amazon. Amazon did hold VWAP.
Okay.
So I said if we got back above, I probably should have taken a break of like 176.10 if I'm paying closer attention here. I did not. If it can maybe pull back, give me something in front of 176. Amazon, we did like for some strength. Bit of a missed opportunity as that broke back out over VWAP and 176 even. That and Alphabet. Oh, never mind. Alphabet didn't hold VWAP. So Amazon did. Alphabet did. So I'm even more focused on Amazon. Amazon's up today. What can I say?
Yeah, Amazon was on the watch list there, that deal with Eli Lilly. Okay.
That's that big a deal.
Oh, man, I was just going to talk about this again. So those of you that were watching, I know Adam's talking about this trade again. We just got out, like Coinbase went into 260.50 there, so we got short at 261 and took it, but then now it's ripping to the upside, and this is why we said get the heck out if it starts to go, because Coinbase is really starting to go. And there it goes through 264. So the shorts, definitely wrong on Coinbase today, man. It's almost a long back into these levels now. We really based out there at 256 as it's going. So anyways, we're out of that one for the L, so we will slap a fail all over that name because Coinbase today, we're all over it to the downside. And it's just, we've taken it out twice for winners, but then got blasted to the upside for L's, right? So be careful. GXAI halts there at 14 or so, or 13.50, opens back up basically to the same price. It gets down to 13. You're going to wait for 12. That's where the 50 in VWAP is. But GXAI, again, with a real short float, starting to continuously making big moves here. So a halt is going to be 10% one way or the other. So feel like this has one more halt coming for sure today. It's already halted there, halted twice at least. So we'll have to wait to see if that's doing anything.
Affirm 40.
Yeah, Tesla's still doing the same thing. Coinbase is trying to bounce around. Nvidia's still at 890. And then AMD, again, goes right back to VWAP, and we were sleeping on that again. So I don't know. We're going to have to sit here and watch this if we're going to want to make a trade here on AMD.
Alert, thank you in the chat from Matt Booth, reminding everybody, well, at least reminding some of us, that Affirm is close to 40 bucks, which is a pretty monstrous level for Affirm. Since, like, look at this on a daily chart, February 20th was the first time it broke, and then it's been holding 40 on an absolute dime. I don't know why I have 39.50 marked off. I probably just put the line in the wrong spot or something ridiculous. But the $40 level is the big one. Let's just get rid of that. That's really distracting me. $40, we tested it last week. If we get there again, I'll look for a curl. iBid is starting to go. Apple, I look to give horse in the mouth, Apple. It got to 1-to-1, and I didn't take it. I always have an offer at 1-to-1. And I didn't take it. So I'm going to deserve when this breaks 171, 100% there. And yeah, it is what it is. AMD did make that curl. Oh, we're about to get to reload on Intel as well. Oh, never mind. It's only at 80s. We want to get some 90s in again. I thought we were going to get a reload. But I'm about to get out of Apple. Apple's very, very close to cracking to the downside. It's Amazon that we should be long, and I'm going to try and rectify that if we can get something at VWAP. But suddenly, Affirm is at a monster level, one that I did not think we had a chance to get to today. So if it presses, I want a fail break or some kind of failure at 40. I don't want to stand in front of it. I want it to fail up at that price or maybe slightly over that price and then just look for a reversal. The 50 period also overhead on Affirm. Not sure why it's up 5%, but it doesn't really matter. A level's a level.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, so obviously we're going to be in Apple here as well as it makes the move down in. We wrote down 171. We'd hate to not gav this one. But there goes Tesla, by the way, into 172. So this is a banger, man. This is $3. We're going to wait to see what happens here with Tesla. Obviously, as the market just continues to tank here, or maybe it does, I don't know. Intel will hopefully go down, but so will Apple, and then hopefully so will Tesla. So we're not, like I have one long in Apple, but that's because I like the level there, and we took some out, I think, at 10s or something like that, but there's Apple with the break back down in now. So we had this yesterday, if you guys remember, at this bottom, and then we got it out at 172.50 before it went to 174. Today just feels way different. Again, we should have just, the minute I get those feels, man, we should just be turning in and putting on the TQs. Like we had talked about shorting the NASDAQ earlier on. We even wrote it down on the sticky note that we were super bearish today. But again, the only long that we had written down was Apple, and it's right here at 196. So, 171. So here it is, Apple in that 171 area.
Tesla just broke 72. I got out of Apple, by the way. Unless it retakes 171, I don't want to hold that one against me. Tesla broke 172. No. So I'm out of Apple. I'm in a Tesla. It's a break trade at 10 o'clock, so I'm not giving it the widest berth in the world. At this time of day, that's not the time to sit there and trying to hold it. If it's going to pop back up, I would have shorted off a 73 or 74, but we did take that break. I'll show you Apple. It broke. I gave it to, I think I had like a 94 or something like that. Maybe it was like 94 or 93. Either way, I got the price that I put. So not a lot of slippage on that, but I did not take any out of 1-to-1, and that was a mistake on Apple. AMD is still in the same range. Yeah, see, fail breakdown on Tesla. Not going to give it a wide berth. I don't want to fight things today. I don't want to take the money earned early and then start trying to fight something. We had 72 lined up for a breakdown trade. And if it's going to come back in and trend, then I think we can either have it at VWAP or maybe a secondary break. But I'm not going to hold an extra 30 or 40 cents against me. I don't want to be doing it at this time of day. As we have, what is that? Sorry. Oh, it's a TikTok thing. Okay, never mind. That just distracted me for a second. I wasn't sure exactly what we were showing there.
All right, TikTok. All right, we got back into Apple, and it's doing well for us here. So again, off of that break lower there, we got out, but we got back in. We saw this happen yesterday. The problem with Tesla here for me is that I forgot that we had another short in there. So we took a bid out there on Tesla, but that's why my average price is all messed up now, because we went short at 172. So you're going to see a wrong average price here for Tesla right now. But we're going to wait to see. Hopefully Apple will bump back up. If Tesla comes back in, we'll take another fill in and around 72 just to get some more out, and then see if it does work its way back in to the downside. But yeah,
Amazon
Tesla right now
broke
on a nice move back up, and then Amazon's doing something as well. Intel's
Amazon
back
broke
up.
the high of the day.
Intel?
No, Amazon.
Oh yeah, Intel's almost doing it too. Intel's up to 45.
I just got a reload at 93s on Intel, which we'll see. That breaks 45. I got to get out of Dodge. But I have to adjust the target entry on Amazon from VWAP to the breakout price. So if you're taking the stairs up, I would like to say the next trade is the first available dip that makes sense to me. And usually that's a dip in front of prior resistance. So Amazon continues to fly. This is clearly a super strong name, no question about it. For Tesla, now I'm looking for it to get back into VWAP. So I'll get out of that trade. I still only want to be short the name, but it has to get back into VWAP for me to jump back into it. So we risk about 20-something cents in there. I think we got slipped to 30, and then we'll go with that. Affirm, okay, now it's at the $40 level. We'll wait on Tesla. Affirm's at the 40, looking for an over-under, like a fail break at the 40 level for a curl. This has been screaming to the upside. Apparently, yeah, not really. No news on that one. We have a poll up about banning TikTok. I don't know. I'll just vote no. I'm not even thinking about that one. Let's just vote no.
All right, I'll vote yes. All right, so remember, it's not a TikTok ban. I feel like, it's like an uneducated
Don't anger Sean.
thing to put up there.
But it's
really stupid.
No, it's because they're
TikTok
calling
ban.
the vote the ban. But that's how politics works. But you gotta.
Are they calling it the ban? Who's calling
Yeah, I think the politicians are calling it a ban.
Are they?
In the verbiage. That's
Is
what,
it? I thought it was a divestiture.
No, but that's what Ted Cruz said. I mean, they say ban, the media says ban, because you want to make it sound big, anti-China. It's an election year, man.
No, I get it. I just think that I think we could change the verbiage.
No, we don't have to say it, but
yeah,
it's
okay.
an election year.
It doesn't matter. All right, so here we go. Tesla, again, despite this, Tesla's going to be the #1 stock here, and I think it can be even harder than this. Let's see if it goes down even more right now, as we just covered some more of Tesla. We did, we had it up here. We did punch the 72 short, which is why this price is what it is, but let's just see where it goes. Apple is making a move down. Now, this is the thing. I still like Apple long, and we hit it back long, and we got out right here at 71.10, some of them. But it's fading right back in again. We're going to have to try to find some kind of levels here, and as I look at a 20-minute chart for Apple, I mean, realistically, if you're going to try to do something, it's 170.50, but that's, you're going to have to decide how many shares you have and whether or not that is worth the hold all the way to the downside, especially considering the NASDAQ is getting hit here. Do you really want to be long this name? So there's going to be, some different opinions on that. But for me, I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to try to buy some more Apple down here against 170.50. The hit is fine because we made some back, but we still will be red on it because we're holding this position against us. So let's see if we get some more down here at 80, and watch out for 170.50 coming on Apple. That will be pretty much my punch out zone, but hey, who knows where it's going to go from here. Apple, hopefully back up to the upside is what I'm hoping for. And then we mentioned AMD. We mentioned Intel coming right back up again. It just touched 45, didn't break. And also we didn't get more short. That was a mistake. We probably should have got more short.
I got a tag at 90. I had 93s. I got a 94. Actually, I thought I was on the offer at 93. It doesn't really matter. It got to 98 this time. So Intel's been trend up. We took a hit early on our first trade. We've been shorting it on the way up, maybe too early sometimes. It's been holding view up. These are higher lows. In my style of trade, I'm basically flat on Intel, even though we've had shorts that have worked out for us, because I don't want to get blown out if it breaks at 45. So I'll be essentially flat unless I load up at 45 here. I actually still have a bid at 44 even. I don't even, that's stupid. I don't need that bid out there. That's useless. But it's trend up. And if the market holds a bottom, Intel could break 45, which I think would be a little bit of a surprise. A firm didn't get to 40. So, I mean, I was looking for, usually it breaks, sometimes like wicks the level, you already pull back a little bit, but AMD still working to the downs. 5% down on AMD. Oh, but if you're looking for strength, where we talked about Amazon, I did that whole like patty ice, wait for the false breaks of even levels on IBIT. IBIT at 10 o'clock, wicked $41 even, goes to $40.92. That's actually, if you zoom out, what did it bounce off of? Afternoon high. It wicks to 41, bounces afternoon high, and there's your reversal. It does at least one of those types of move once a day, where if you can just catch it, you just long back through, give it to that stop, and then it just starts trending in that direction. So IBIT has done it once again. I missed that trade, but you had to be like absolutely glued to that one, that's for sure.
So Elon Musk right now tweeting out that Gigafactory Berlin is back online. 172.50 right now, still holding. I thought that might have got this name going, but you are seeing a little bit of volume come in now, but it's not really doing too much. So I'm still going to hold on to this, but we are well aware that there's a VWAP problem potentially here as well. So if it can come back up to the upside, we'll try. I mean, I'm just going to make sure because I haven't had the right orders pending here today on the right name. So we got to make sure that we do that again tomorrow for sure, and all day, of course. And that was, I'm just saying, see, I don't have any stops for Tesla, so this is what I'm talking about. I got to double check all this. So we'll go short again at 174. See, I saw that Tesla, that Gigafactory. I could have just punched out and I should have. But we'll try again right here at 174. But here it goes. Tesla getting going here up to the upside. Watch out for that Gigafactory news. Back online in Berlin. So nice move to the upside here for Tesla. I'm going to try 174.
I'm actually going to, because the news came there, I'm going to pivot to Rivian under VWAP. Because Rivian pulled back as well, and that looks like it's going to give us a shot at VWAP. Like high or low, look, we missed the 1240. That was the level we liked. Now it's underneath VWAP here at 18. So why am I using a midpoint on this? Okay, fine. It doesn't really matter. We'll just get, actually it didn't fill me at the evens anyway, so I didn't even get the midpoint. I just got some 15s in there on Rivian. We'll give it to the 20s and see what happens. Because I think Tesla needs to calm down after that news a little bit here. So I'm going to sit in Rivian. Affirm is still falling. Amazon has not much chill, but now it's holding 77s. This could be the dip back into the previous top on Amazon. Still up almost 1%.
Bing bong. Goes Apple right there up to 171.15 right now. So we'll take out some more there as this has been the top for Apple. So bing bong goes Apple. We'll have to watch out now for Tesla. We talked about that. Intel's at some levels where we'll reload it as well. But let's go Apple for everybody there in the chat. Let's go. We're barbecuing it up now on AAPL. Let's see if we can make that story cook here. As that was one of Adara's lines. That was a good one. Let Apple cook. That was a really good one. So we'll wait to see if that is happening here for Apple. But Tesla's trying to make that move up to 174. And Apple is right here. I'm sorry. I thought I was on that stock. But apparently I am not. Let's go over for the small cap recap with Miss A.
IWM to the upside here, about 0.6% to the upside. We did have that big volume candle to the downside, as you can see here about 3 minutes ago. But other than that, continuing pretty strong here, though we are seeing a little bit of resistance at the top area of that channel. So many small cap runners to talk about today, including Gaxos, we heard about earlier, Microcloud Hologram, HOLO trying to run again. But we also have other new names to talk about here, like Veritone, VERI. This one up almost 80% after reporting its earnings. It's also worth noting, have a short float of about 14.4%. So that could be part of the story here with VERI. We also have to talk about Alt Alliance, AULT, this one trading on the Amex. This one saying that they've now terminated their at-the-market offering, and now looking towards corporate restructuring. They have a short float of 38.2%, so massive short float here for AULT. And last but not least, Trust Stamp, this one IDAI, very volatile name here, but they're trading higher after announcing that they're releasing a new AI-powered age estimation technology. So cool AI story here for IDAI.
All right. So by the way, like we thought we were doing pretty good with Apple. Apple just went into the 30s right there. So we were actually able to get a 25 out. So we sat there, took that 25 out, and pretty happy with it so far, as we'll wait to see what Apple does right now. Hopefully back up to the upside. Still nothing going with Intel. Still nothing. Well, something going with Intel. We got some short more short. But we'll see if that does anything now as we wait for Apple to do something and Intel to do something as well. Intel's up to $45. We haven't looked at Nvidia very much today. We looked at it early. I was still waiting for an 880 move, but that could still come down, man. $10 more in. We've already been down there. I feel like that would be a level that we could trust. 885, something like that. You want to take shots on these names, but I've learned my lesson. Like you either got to get out quick or, trade down on your size and see if you can get it going somewhere else. But I'm going to wait for 881, 882 and play off that 880 bottom. I actually don't think we're going to get to that level, but
880.
Yeah. I mean, that was just another psychological level. The lowest we got was 884.50. So we'll wait. It still could come in. I hope it does because we are short Intel.
You sure it didn't go to 805?
Yeah, no, that's what it said on our screen, I know. No, I'm pretty sure about that. But the one thing here, though, is Apple. I'm actually okay with it going down because we did get some out on the pop here. I'm never okay when you're long and the stock is going down, but it's sort of helping out our Intel trade. But Intel, again, if we can get something at 80 now with the amount of shares that we'd have, we'd be pretty fine with this. But watch out for Intel trying to break 45. Wouldn't be a surprise if it does get to that level. So
if you're looking at the level 2 on Intel and you see 100,000 shares there, that's nothing for Intel.
No,
it's going to chew through that like a hot knife through butter. 1 million shares would be a different story.
I
don't want to interrupt, but I did get the dip buy in Amazon that dipped, got to 1-to-1 and reversed like quick time. So I think maybe VWAP will be a little bit better entry. This was just the opening range top that it was trying to hold. So it got into 176 and a half, 60. I got the long out in front of it, just in front of 71s. It got into the mid 80s, immediately found a seller. So I just sold some shares. And then when it got to not break even, but the local bottom, I just got out. Now I'm waiting for VWAP. I'm reloaded on Intel in front of that 45 level as well. But I think at this point, taking some out, hit enter twice, taking some out into the 80s, into VWAP is going to make a heck of a lot of sense. This is an upward trending stock. It's an upward trending stock, so you take a bulk out, you wait for the top to get out, to get some more shares. But eventually, this could just take out the top and even look like a breakout. Christopher, yes, we forgot all about Palantir. Oh, Palantir's right at 25.
Oh, God, wow.
For the second time. Failed break and got to 02s, and it comes right back there again. Yeah, that 25 is a better short this morning than Intel 45 has been, if we're being real about it. Yeah, 25 is pretty good. Imagine we'd actually said that and then done it like we said.
All right, I'm about to dig even a bigger hole here because I don't understand what's going on with Coinbase. It's just going to the upside
Bitcoin's
here. I'm not even seeing
literally
Bitcoin
nothing.
doing too much. So I'm going to try to play this game here, but I don't. We've already lost on Coinbase, so I'm not in love with this trade. But if we break higher, then that's the trade, man. So we'll see. If it gets through 268, then we're gonna punch out one more time.
270 is a big level.
So,
big level.
Yeah, I just don't want to. Yeah, I'm not. And maybe you have to give this one the Nvidia treatment, where you just take less shares and be careful with it because the spread is 50 cents, if not more. So watch out for that coming through again. All right, so I'm just going to bid Coinbase and see how low can she go. All right, wait a second. Here's Coinbase. Sorry, was I not on Coinbase there for you? Okay, here's 264. Maybe we can get a 264 bid on Coinbase and take $3. So here it is. Look at that short. We're instantly in the money now, $2. So we'll see if it can come back down into 264. I'm just going to put a bid there. Sometimes bids fill, sometimes they don't. Let's see if we get lucky on a flush down for Coinbase. That's a name there. Apple just came up and we did not get a fill. I thought I was offering 10s. I'm offering 11s. It went to 10s, so went to 9, sorry. We'll see if Apple gets going. Tesla trying to make a move and then Intel nicely fading back in. We said that we'd get some out if we could on Intel. So
I just took 85.
Yeah, right here is not bad. We'll wait for a little more, but yeah, nothing wrong with getting some 85s. We're short here at 90.
Yeah, I just got back in 96, took some at 85. I'm going to get more shares out in front of VWAP because this is the trend on Intel. Higher lows since the open. It doesn't matter that I think it's bad news. It doesn't. Who cares? It's an upward trending stock, so you got to take the profit and understand you're going against the grain there. We'll take some more profit. Try to hold some for the low of the day if we can grab that. We forgot about ARM a little bit, but I'll get to that in a quick little second. I did not get that short in Rivian. Well, I did get the short in Rivian, but I did not get back in when it wicked me out there. Got up, went to the can, and might have missed that chance. So I got wicked out for 7 cents. I should have jumped right back in. I will try to rectify that if it's going to give me something right back into those teens. Apparently, Pan W is strong, but my attention is going to be onto A, Intel, and then B, we were just sort of talking about Palantir at the 25 as well. So that level looking quite juicy on PLTR.
Okay, we'll go there. We'll just take $2 immediately on Coinbase. I was waiting for 264 flat. If it wants to dance around 265 here, I don't have much patience for this name because we've already got nailed on this name. We were shorting it. Look, big wins, right? Like, how are we into this short here? We didn't cover anything for $4, so let's do it now for $2 and then see if it gets lower. We're just covered at 265. We're short 267. You guys can see it. Let's put that on the board right now and get that damn bear out. All right, so here we go. Thank you, Mr. Randy, for coming through right now. You're not, okay, good. Do not turn that guy around. We are very, very bearish here. All right, so here we go. What's up, Randy? I hope you're having a good day. All right, so Tesla's trying to come back in. Intel, we did get a fill on Intel down there. But Tesla today, Randy, they just got their Berlin gigaplant back up. So it didn't really, it created a little bit of a bump up there. We're still short from up here. Props it up, Randy. There we go. Thank you for that one. And then we go to the short on Tesla. That's going to be the big trade for me for the day. Unfortunately, not unfortunate. We did have that trade there, so now we're sitting in it. But, we were waiting for 174, man. That one, yeah. Should have got a little more aggressive on that one. But okay, there's why we take out a Coinbase, guys. Honestly, if it wants to fall down, let it fall down. We're going to go 2 to 1 on this one, as Neil was mentioning there with Apple. It's like we took $2. We talked about getting into this trade and our stop being 268. But the difference with Coinbase stop at 268 is you're not going to get printed at 268. You're going to get printed at like 268.40. There it is. They have enough votes now to pass the TikTok. Here's a word, Neil, that Benzinga just used. Crackdown.
Okay. Yeah,
so let's just see if anything's happening right now with Snapchat as they crack down on TikTok right here. But all right, so again, it's just an approval. They still have to get the plan of action. We'll hear all about what that is soon. But Snapchat again saying really hold my beer, but the move was off the open. We could see if Google and Instagram and it's just called Stories,
Snapchat's
right? YouTube Stories or Shorts, I think.
Yeah. YouTube is short.
Yeah. So again, Google, everything just got off early. So all these names just really got off early. So there's Google up to 140. I'm really happy with that trade. It's a green day here, but it's going to get a lot greener if Tesla finally breaks through 172 to the downside. So let's go. Apple. Not doing much there. We should have got out at 10. We'll put another offer there. And here we go. Crude right now is now out. If you want that, Adara, I can throw it over to you. She does. Okay, so let's go over to Adara as crude releases right now.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I do have the crude releases right here. EIA crude oil stocks change negative 1.536 million versus the consensus of 1.338 million, so lower than the consensus here. EIA crude oil imports change negative 0.241 million, so also lower than the previous. And then we also have gasoline stocks change, so negative 5.662 million, also lower here than the previous and consensus. So big move to the downside here for these crude oil gasoline related names.
Come on, CVX and Oxy. Still looking for the rest of the Oxy, or not the Oxy pop, the Buffett buy on Oxy, which has been okay, but it hasn't been that great. Ooh, I just got back into Amazon and somebody just got whacked on the bid at the evens, and they just put another bid at 45. So someone just bounced off of 40s here. So when it got back above 50, I creatively got long when it broke back above 50. And then someone just stepped up at 50 again and got hit. They put an order at 45. We'll see if they get filled. And it gets them out if we get to 1-to-1. I don't want to look this Intel gift horse in the mouth because Intel, if the market goes up. Okay, I'm offering 90. I'm just going to cancel this. It went right back up to 96, and this time I offered 97. And you can see it went right to 96 and is pulling back in. So we We missed it. It's been getting so close that you feel like you're going to get the fill when it gets up there in the high 90s, but we did not just get it on Intel. That's a bit of a swing and the miss there because you want to get that price. You can't even sniff VWAP on the other chip names. Meanwhile, Intel's at the high of the day, so you got to be careful with that. If you get VWAP again on AMD, I still like it. I took the money and ran in that one. Boeing is still actually strong, so I'm not even thinking about shorting Boeing again. Sometimes you get away with one there, where you get a trending stock and the plan works pretty much 85 fail to the breakout price and now it's upward trending. I'm not going to fight an upward trend. Amazon's now starting to get back into the high of the day. If it gets and breaks 177, I look for the top. VWAP to the top is what I want to see here on AMZN.
Yeah, I see everybody. What's up, Manuel? What's up, everybody? Tesla breaks 172. So here we go, man. The stacks are just getting stacked right now on Tesla, but I'm not bidding anything until $1 lower. Let's see if we get a 170.50. What's up, Abe?
Yeah, I do have the crypto update here. We do have, in terms of Ethereum, a little bit of news here. This Denkun upgrade, very highly anticipated, does go live in the Ethereum mainnet. So basically just adding a little bit of scalability and reducing some transaction costs. So interesting update there for Ethereum. Bitcoin itself, we did make a new all-time high earlier in the session. So the pre-market here on Wednesday, now down here well below that 73,000 level. Right now, about 72.5, below 72.5. Ethereum also falling below that 4,000 area. BNB strong though, up about 10%. Solana up about 1.5%. Cardano about flat on the day, Ripple to the downside. So very mixed picture for these other cryptocurrencies. And we are brought to you by Benzinger Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
We're not moving.
Yeah, thanks for that, Adair. We were just $2.50 in the money. We'll hit up Diamond Hands, but Diamond Hands is pretty stupid. It's just fun to put up. You know, there's a difference between having like ins and outs and holding something forever. So I'm going to wait. I still think that we can get lower on this name. Wow, here we go, man. Apple. I consider this pretty good. We'll hit the Diamond Hands for this one. We get up to the 50 period and take some out. So now let's hold it. We still have exactly half of Apple left if this one goes. Coinbase, $2 in the money. Tesla, it just bounced off 171.50. We could have taken that profit. We did not. So we're waiting for lower, man. Let's just see. Finally, the market starts to go to the upside and Tesla's going to the downside. This is not the time for me to get out of Tesla. We're going to wait to see if it creates a little bit more action here on the downside for TSLA. Apple's really starting to go. Intel, again, man, we got another fill at 85. Like, pathetic that this name.
Higher lows the whole way. It's going to break out the top.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, whatever. If it breaks out, we unfortunately won't be positive on it because we're still holding it. So we're going to have to wait for this 45. I'm not feeling good about this name. It sucks that it was my number one name, but we'll see what happens here with Tesla. I mean, this was the number 2 name. This is going to be PNL1. We talked about that. And Neil mentioned this too before. If you have a number 1 or 2 or 3 ideas, and I think Adara mentioned this as well on the midday show, sometimes, you know, good trades will be boring, bad trades will be boring. But at the end of the day, you know, if you write down ideas and those are your best and worst trades of the day, I think at least you're looking in the right spot and you just either have to trade it differently or, you know, figure it out. But that's why you want to do some research after the fact to figure out, hey, did I use too many shares? Why was I so eager about Intel? Why was I not more aggressive on Tesla? You know, what's going on with Coinbase is going so high up here today? So anyways, always do that work. You know, put it in and you'll be able to figure it all out. Like, this is why we've been able to be patient with our trading as of late. And despite this kind of a day right now, I'm not going to jinx anything. So let's wait to see what happens with Tesla. And then we'll update later. But for right now, it's a good day. It's a very green day. We've got Coinbase is now, guys, Coinbase is now $3 in. So we take it out for 2 to give us that 2 to 1. And now we're at 3 to 1 on risk to reward. But remember the slippage there on Coinbase. That's something that I think we always have to consider because it's a dirty one. All right, we'll punch a little bit out on Intel at 84 because why not?
It can't break.
Exactly. So
someone's buying it in front of 80s on it.
You know what? If it slips though, Neil, I think it could drop down quite a lot.
No, it's got room to like 60. It's 25 cents room. Let me get to that before. Look, you know the price that I shorted Tesla again because it's 172. But Intel, there's buyers at 44.80. There's simply zero question about it. But if it breaks that, I don't see any reason why it's not going down into the 60s. I'm not even wasting time putting orders at 75. It's just, this is where I want to get the bid. I'm just going to get there right now. I'm just going to put a bid at 65, and I'm just going to leave it there because that's where I think we could get to. But it's been an upward trending stock. This was my best idea today. It's the one I've probably traded the most. But at the end of the day, if it gets down there, I'll be barely green on it. No matter what, I'll be at worst a very small hit because I've been taking profits and I've gotten the stop outs when I had to. But it has been upward trending, and I do not like fighting stocks. I fought it more than Boeing because it was my top idea. Boeing also did not hold the same level. Boeing held that level once, and then it broke the top, so it's not like it would have been the same price. Tesla's going to break, never mind. Tesla broke 171. It's heading towards $170, which if you look back to, wait a minute, that's not 170, that's 169.
Exactly.
This low on the daily is 169 quarter. So that's where I think we could, no, that's just a bad wick. 170 is a resistance level. For me on Tesla, it goes against, I get out, you can always get the trade back in there again. I canceled the offer at VWAP because some news came out on it, and I didn't want to take it against the news, but it would have worked out just fine. So I'm going to hang on to this till 170, take the profit and run. Amazon cannot seem to now break 177. So it's been a relatively strong stock, but it's starting to struggle with the 177 even. If it pops through there, might have to take the profit on Amazon. Not nearly as strong as it was earlier on in the session.
Yeah, I see that, Alex Karp. I see that Scott H. Alex Karp will be on CNBC, who is the Palantir CEO.
Got to watch out for
at 11.
He might make it break that 25.
11 o'clock, Alex Karp. But the thing is that I would fade that because everyone knows about it right now. So that might have been what this was. We'll see. It's out right now. They're advertising it, so it's not like I'm not telling you something that shouldn't happen. But it's not our program. You know, I'm gonna call Alex and figure out if he can come on, because you know what? We're trying to organize Kathy. I know she wants to come on. I'm waiting for ARK to perform a little bit better. ARK is the third largest. It's the third largest sort of degeneration of capital wealth in the history.
Destruction, I think is the word.
Yeah, destruction of wealth in the history of ETFs. The first one is there's some sort of a short, like a triple short NASDAQ one that's obviously, but I don't think those should count. But
no, they need to count because
they shouldn't, because it's a triple levered. It's like saying
because we know, because it tells you that it's dangerous. It tells people that it's dangerous.
For sure, but I just don't think then some of those triple X ARK ones would be higher than hers too, right? So I think you got to be careful with some of that. But anyways, we'll have Kathy Wood on the show very, very soon. Maybe not. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just an update here on that TikTok bill. The U.S. House has voted 352 to 65, so 352 to 65 to pass that TikTok crackdown bill. So it very, very overwhelmingly a pass there for that bill, guys.
I, for one, am shocked.
There we go. Adara goes with the crackdown. I like that, Adara. Much respect for that. Okay, so here goes Intel. We said that there was room to crack. So here we go, man. We will put this into the gates of hell right now and see if Intel can get lower and lower and lower. Like I said, the strategy here is what it is. We've already sort of taken the profit here on Intel, but you know, we'll wait for it to go lower. We are positive on the name, and you know, you have to be happy. And we talked about this. Every time your best idea prints for you, it's been a pretty good idea. So we'll wait and see if it continues to do that as Intel trying to go back downside. The only problem with Tesla is nothing. It's actually, I thought it broke back above 170, 150 there, but it didn't. It came close. I was going to say I'm bidding now 170 because, you know, so many key levels come into play here. I could see an easy bounce from 170. Remember what happened? I know, Neil, you had this as well when it broke 172 and we took the L on that. That could happen again because
I'm getting out at 70 because of that.
Exactly. So that's what I was going to say. Like, that key level break actually went up $1.50 from that. We're waiting at 74 for the reload. So I just think if this can come close enough to 170, 117, something like that, then we can take it out, not worry about the bounce, and deal with it from there. So far, so good here today. Really pleased, obviously, with trading. And when we get back, everyone will figure out what's for lunch. But for now, let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Pretty weak here across the board for a lot of these mega cap names, with the exception of Amazon teaming up with Eli Lilly for some of those drug deliveries. So good look for both companies. Other than some of that mega cap weakness, though, we have a lot of strength across the board. Energy minerals, pretty strong here. Pretty much all of these. Utilities looking really strong. Process industry is pretty green here. Finance even, we have a lot of strength. Retail, trade. In terms of weaker sectors, consumer durables being led to the downside here by Tesla after that Wells Fargo downgrade from equal weight to underweight with a $125 price target. There's also a lot of weakness to discuss in electronic technology with Nvidia, Broadcom, AMD, all these chip names being brought to the downside here. Intel, we did have a negative catalyst, but one of the least weak here. There was a report from Bloomberg that Pentagon may pull that $2.5 billion grant funding for the chip company. Boeing also continuing to the downside there with an ongoing week of bad news following a pretty rough 2024 for BA thus far, guys.
All right, I just want to talk about Coinbase there it goes. Okay, so you see what I was talking about there on Coinbase? We waited for lows there, and it bounced off the 50 period and then just ripped up through 268. So, you take the shot. Shout out to Adam and everybody out there that was in this name potentially. You take the shot there and it doesn't work out. That's Coinbase. Now, look at this, up to 270. Like, do we want to take the shot again? The only thing, maybe, right?
IBIT's literally not moving.
The only thing... Yeah, but see, Coinbase is hot fire, man. Someone's in here buying this name, and I don't.
I'll give you one guess.
Yeah, exactly. We'll find out tomorrow who that is. I'm gonna phone her immediately after this. But all right, so
chill, Kathy.
Yeah, Kathy, come on, man. We're gonna have one red name, and
this is not value here.
Come on, Kathy. I mean, what did we talk about at Thanksgiving, Kathy? Come on, like I thought we would not stand in each other's way here.
Not Thanksgiving in the elevator.
Yeah, no, but the last time we actually sat down and had a decent dinner was Thanksgiving. So, but anyways, all right. So
that was something that came up in the podcast. Who would you rather?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Who would you rather get stuck in an elevator with? And it was Kathy Wood or Warren Buffett.
Right.
It's just about who's more interesting. Like who do you know more about?
Yeah.
Like it's like if I know everything about a story, like I don't know everything about Warren Buffett, but I know a heck of a lot more about Warren Buffett than I do about Kathy Wood. And that probably goes for most people. I got out of Amazon here. I don't want to jump back in at this price. It was plateauing, and maybe it's being a little bit too bearish on the trend, and we gave it up. Maybe it comes into view up, but it just was decelerating big time. Tesla's catching a bit of a bounce.
Is it?
Nvidia's catching a bounce here. This is a day that I do not want to be fighting. Sometimes Nvidia would get to 900, and I'd be thinking, hey, why not short the pop here? I'm not going to do it. I don't want to throw good money at bad. So far, I haven't had a single loss that was as bad as even the second best of the wins. So I don't want to do that right now. It's got to set up really well. So if Nvidia curls, and I already see it starting to show weakness, and I can get AMD off the same level, up at 196, maybe a patient short is going to make some sense for me there. But I don't want to just jump willy-nilly into something. A firm is now over 40. I feel like I missed this trade, so I'm not going to throw good money at bad. I missed the 40 short. There it is. It went to 39.94 and it pulled back to 39.20, almost at 39 even. That's the trade. Taking it here would not be taking the trade I meant to. That would be just jumping back in and chasing money that she could have had. We've been able to do pretty well here. ARM, just going back to ARM, this hasn't given me any kind of an opportunity to get back in. We got 31s to 30 to 28, and I'm waiting to see what happens at 31 again. So just trying to be very, very patient. Let's see what's going on here. I keep saying Bitcoin's not moving, but I don't actually show you what's happening. I'm going to show you guys IBIT. So this is what's weird. Like you're barely doing anything. You had a wick bottom and then a break back out. Now you've got resistance at 41.5. You got a lower high being put in there. Unless this breaks out the top or tests 42, I don't really see much of a trade. Disappointing, because I thought I'd be looking at this and trading it after a couple of decent trades yesterday, especially in the afternoon, and then nothing is happening here on IBIT. Here's what it is.
All right,
Jesse Vale saying you literally called out the Affirm short yesterday, and I was going to jump in it, but I was scared. The thing about a trade, you can call out a trade, but if you're not looking at the level 2 and you're not on the stock when it gets to the level, as a trader, then you're just not going to have it. So we say, oh, look at a chart and see something that I like. But if I'm trading AMD at that moment, which I promise you I was, because I was trading that stock all day long short, and trying to keep the stops tight on that one to mixed success, you're going to miss out on some trades. That's just part of the game. So you're no worry. I mean, I missed it too. And here comes back to 172 Tesla, by the way.
I thought that super chat or that comment was going to be about how come Sean always has $1 plus winners on Coinbase and yet always loses on them. So Coinbase again just went $1.50. Here it is again. It's right now it's $1 back in. It just it has to get to 267.70, but it's done that. And we got something out at 268 flat. So that was good. See, here it is again. We could just take the bid. It's printing the bid. We could take it right now for $1. But I'm still waiting for 267 flat here to see if we can get something better into that. So we'll see if that can happen. 267 flat.
Palantir, wick 25 again.
Okay, so Palantir is still moving around. Apple, good outs for Apple into the teens, but we promised something, so we're going to do it right now. All right, it's 10:50 right now. As we'll watch Palantir at 25. We'll be real quick right now. Shout out to all my Ukrainian friends because today you're in luck. Today is oven-baked pierogies with roasted sausage, so that's nice. Herb sauteed onions and sour cream. My kids are all about, well, my daughter's all about dumplings and pierogies and things like that, so shout out to that one. Okay, here goes Coinbase, man. Hopefully, you know what? Like, this might be good enough. If we can cross out and punch out, maybe we'll take, see, like, this is the thing I'm talking about. You crossed, okay, boom. There it is right now, face slap up for Coinbase. Let's go, get to the damn downside right now at $1.30, $1.50 in the money now on Coinbase, but understand the spread. I just punched out there at 30. So the spread right now is 35 cents. Right? Look at the movement. So you got to be very, very careful with this one. Let's hope it continues to print. Intel, like we said, let's go, man. Fire off the damn hot dog cannon because there it is, the #1 trade idea finally starting to print. It will be a very positive name, and we're happy for that. Nice move down, and I just said to Neil 10 minutes ago, I turned over, I said, this name has room to get to the downside. We agreed. Boom goes a dynamite. Nice downside play there. Let's now see if Coinbase can follow suit and really start to get going. This time, we're not going to be too silly with this. Let's bid out at $265.50 because last time we had a $6 winner or $4 winner. It bounced at the 50-period moving average. So now this is coming up to 265. Let's put a bid at 265.50 in case we flush downside on that one. So good trade back in there on Coinbase, but hey, it's been, look, here it goes. It's been a tough one. If you want to take the 250, you could take it now. I just told you where I'm bidding, 265.50.
And I said I'd be out if we got to that mid-60s on Intel. And to word, it printed 65s. This wick just came in like 2 seconds ago. This was a clean chart 2 seconds ago, I swear it was. 65 just came in, I just got out. Like, this has been in an upward trend. For me, I'll be like, it's basically flat on the trade. It might be a positive number, but it's flat because I was shorted early and got out for a loss, shorted again, and then shorted again. And to me, when it pulls back in an upward trend, I'm not going to be green because I'm not going to take more shares all the way up, which is the way that it'll end up having to work for you. Palantir, so obviously we had the news with, Alex Karp is going to be going on another station. That said, the trade is the trade. I mean, come on. It wicked 25 like 3 times up here. So maybe it's going to break out, but I'm short 96, and if it breaks the high, I'm out. That'll be, call it 7 cents plus slippage, because the high, plus slippage because 02s is a high, so hits 03s, I'm going to try to punch out. No worse than 10 cents there, and VWAP is about 10 cents down, or maybe 15 cents down. So if it gets to VWAP, that'll look pretty solid on PLTR. It could easily be a breakout. No doubt about it. And Mr. Memes, a firm can't stop, won't stop. See, that's the thing. Like, I like the firm there. I missed the trade, so I'm not going to take it just because I missed it. It's trending up. I don't have to fight that stock. You don't have to do it. Just because I like that level, that's a good way to get yourself into trouble. But you'll never be in trouble when you learn what is going on with the USD and other currencies with Money Talks.
Bit of a move down here today for the DXY and a day that is incredibly light on data. We did have the move up yesterday initially on that CPI print, so that big spike up, then closed slightly higher, but we are moving down today. We do have tomorrow, though, absolutely on watch, the PPI data. So from what I can tell here for the estimates, looks like analysts are expecting the PPI month over month and year over year to be slightly higher for the year over year and about flat for the month over month. Then for core PPI for year over year and month over month, it looks like analysts are expecting those to be lower. So interesting mixed look here for PPI versus core PPI. Tomorrow, we also are going to be getting that retail sales data, business inventories data, also on watch. And on Friday, we do get some consumer sentiment. So interesting picture across the board with regards to some events that could be impacting the USD as we wait for the FOMC meeting next week. Right now, though, not too much happening with regards to the USD right now, guys.
Yeah, we're going to put Adara to work here again. We need news on Square.
But okay, so she
mentioned it before. I just can't remember.
And I'm like, why is Affirm running? Checks notes, Affirm's at the high of the day, PayPal's at the high of the day, Square's at the high of the day. So
checks notes, Bitcoin, let's go.
Yeah, so if you're in anything that is payment processing or whatever.
Remember when Square and all those things used to move because of Bitcoin, and now I don't think they really care too much about that because Bitcoin is all over every platform, it appears like. Right here, okay, here we go, man. We are bidding 265.60s. Let's see if it comes in, man. This is a $3 winner right now. We're short at 269 on Coinbase. Let's just see if it prints us. We're sitting here right there, and that's it right now. Let's go. Bang! Bing bong! There it goes into the downside. I don't know why. I saw a stupid short that had that. That's the New York subway. It's so stupid. We were doing that during meme craziness.
Oh, the bing bong?
The bing bong
yes,
stupidness.
Everyone loves bing bong.
All right, so here we go. Apple starting to go to the high side right now. This has been a very, very good day, like we said already for us. It's only 10:52, but let's keep on going. We talked about Intel, and what did we say Intel had? More room to go down. So let's fire off the hot dog cannon one more time because there goes Intel and it's heading southbound, baby. This is going to be a big one for us here today. So is Coinbase. So is Tesla. Tesla could have been an absolute monster if we took that out at 170.50. We should have done that. We'll wait to see where it goes right now. But I don't know. Position pending. We'll see. Right now, we got to give a big shout out to Wayne. Wayne in the pole position right now. Not sure we can catch him, but we'll see. Congratulations to Wayne. We'll go two spot here today. But Wayne kicking it in the background. Congrats to my guy over there, the big Wayner. Going in the back. So again, that reminds me, if you do want to be part of Real Trading, go check it out. That's why I do that, is to lead into this, and I didn't need to do it. This is a trading floor. So if you do want to become part of our trading floor, you're not going to be able to get Wayne from us, but you will be able to have another, lead trader, someone to be able to teach you guys all the different strategies. That's what Real Trading is all about. So get involved right now. Again, the numbers are solid. Unfortunately, if you are located in the United States, this will not, unfortunately, be an option for you. But everywhere else in the world, besides Ukraine and Russia, actually, I should say that, will be
literally, but it's almost
will be available. Yeah, it's just those two places and the continental United States, I guess. Okay, so that's a good one there. Apple highs, Intel. Again, we just got a piece out there at 54. Crazy. We only have 5% left of this name now, so let's go. If you trade here, can you sit beside me? Well, I got Neil here and I got Sharif here. We got Patty. So I called him BPI because we had the CPI and we had PPI tomorrow. So BPI indicator, the big Patty Ice indicator behind us there. So yeah, man, you'll have to weasel your way in here, but true story. Sharif used to sit right there behind us, and I was like, who is this guy that's like thinks this is a gym or something like that?
He wore basketball jerseys.
Yeah, he wore jerseys all the time, which was great. Be comfortable trading. I mean, that's what it's all about. And then now he's one of the hosts of a very successful midday show, which today will be...
We are talking about risk management in volatile markets.
Risk management in volatile markets. You might have heard right at the end there, but a big shout out to my guy over here as he is not stopping either.
Don't fight the trend. There's
Yeah, lots of good talk there today for not fighting the markets. That's for sure. We did not do that, and we were very, very patient.
Markets are falling again.
Exactly. It took all day for us to get to the level that we're at, and I'm happy to do that. It doesn't matter if it happens, honestly, as you guys know, at 9:45 or at 11 o'clock. I mean, you want to make the trades that present yourself. I missed the AMD trade. I missed the ARM trade. But still, we're here, and we're having a good time, and I hope you guys are as well.
Yeah, we're right back to the lows.
$4 on Coinbase.
183 on the NASDAQ. That goes, and it's over, as Kenny Smith would say. Yeah, you do that.
Vince.
It's over, Vince Carter. We break 180.
Going into the hall as a Raptor, apparently.
As opposed to what?
Well,
is that it? Huh?
I mean, there's lots of. I feel like.
Think?
No. He's going to go as a Raptor. Thank God. I don't know. He could have
like,
chose Jersey
no.
or something stupid like
come
that.
on,
I don't know
no,
what these people choose. He
that's-
played, what, 3 seasons in Dallas? I don't know. Anyway.
It would be ridiculous anywhere else.
Oh, Vince Carter.
I think sometimes.
I mean, Kawhi's obviously going to go in as a Raptor.
No, like actually for a second, that actually, I got like, I'm not saying I got heated over that, but the notion that Vince would go in another jersey is laughable to me. It's about where you made the most.
Jays
It's about where you made the most impact. At the end of the day, like when you think about
It's
it,
almost like they should
you
force
think
them.
about Vince Carter with the dunk off, and he's wearing a Raptors jersey. Even when he did that dunk over Weiss, that 7-foot
in the Olympics.
French dude, like he was a Raptor. He was a Raptor on Team USA, as far as I'm concerned.
I saw Vince in. He's a commentator now. I think it's for Jersey. I mean, you guys would know. But anyways, he was wearing slacks, dress shoes, and everything. This was about a week ago. He grabs the ball. He takes off from just inside, not just inside, but closer to the basket than the foul line. But he takes off and bang, one hands it down. He's 48 years old or something like that. It's like
Dr.
what?
J he threw down when he was like 60 something.
Yeah, and Vince will be able to do that easily. For what I saw.
But those dudes are freaks of nature. They're just all
really NBA players are freaks of nature.
Just built. No, but I mean not all of them. No, I'm talking about like the Vinces of the world, Dr. J.
Yeah, the athletes.
Like they are like some of those dudes are just different.
How old is Vince Carter?
There's a guy who could lead better than any of them, but he couldn't ball. His name was
47.
Michael Wilson. Look him up. He went for the Globetrotters. He played for Memphis with Lorenzo Red, I think, back in the day. But that guy was the most ridiculous dunker. He holds a world record for the highest dunk. If he had any game, he was stupidity. We got back into Tesla. We only have 2 minutes to go here. We reloaded Tesla on the hump. I've been shorting one level and one level alone underneath the 172. So the first break doesn't work. Not going to fight it. The second breakdown, we're able to get it back into it. It just curled right back into 171 again and curled at 171.80. This has been one of those days where everything's been pretty easy in binary. Anything that hasn't worked has been really easy to get away from, I think. Palantir is still at 95s. I'm short at 96s here. And oh yeah, I was going to mention Palo Alto because we only got 2 minutes left. For relative strength and weakness, relative strength. Up 1.5%. And looky, Palo Alto is still holding 280 and now breaking back out. If this can take 290, then it gets 300. As a matter of fact, you're getting already a local break here at 288. So don't sleep on Palo Alto for a trend this afternoon.
We've hit this a couple times because we've had a $5 to $4 winner on Tesla, and now we have a $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 winner on Coinbase. If you want to take that. Yeah, the net, definitely. We've just made 10%. Somehow. I don't even know. I guess it's Intel's going down, Apple, Tesla. Tesla was the one that started to crack lower there. Breaking. So this is not the video that I'm talking about because it seems like he's wearing Jordans here or something like that. But this was him at 46 years old. He did one. He's 47.
There was a recent
He did this last week too, but it's just.
No, that's not the one.
That's not the one. But I just wanted to show everybody like he is 40.
That's like a double pump.
You know what I googled? I googled Vince Carter old dunk, and it was like that. He's old. So that's what came up.
He's not that old.
No, he's 47.
Not that old.
47. You're getting close to that, Neil.
I was going to say.
All right, so here we go. Intel, there goes Intel. And guess what? We're going to keep on firing the hot dog cannons because you know what? If you believed in the sticky note trade today, right? And remember I told you, I'm bidding 40s on Intel. Like, this is the thing. Like, there it is. Huge move to the downside. Not only that, this is what's happening to the net. I was talking about Intel, talking about Tesla, but it is Tesla as well, as the market just made the move down. But this is what we're talking about. Look, Intel 45 short. It's just the whole day. I'm learning this every single day. Basically, I only need to have one damn trade today. I mean, multiple times you could have it. That's how good it is. Look at the number one name here on the sticky note. Intel, 45 short. Boom, 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 boom. 50 cents. Like this is the trade. Like we sit here and we talk about like, oh man, I'm stressing out this Tesla trade. We've got this big winner in Coinbase. But realistically, if I just put the whole damn boat up here, then it's my best day probably of the year, right? But anyways, good trade there, man. Glad that we were able to hold it and glad that some of you guys there had the faith in that move. Let's just see what happens. It's past 11 o'clock. Tesla's the one thing here that we're coming back in. I am bidding right here. It's bounced off 50. I was bidding 170.20. I feel like we might as well just put a bid now. If this is going to bounce off of like 70s and 80s, I'm fine with that. We can give up 50 or 60 cents to the downside in order to hold a little bit more. This is going to be my P&L number one name same today. So, if I can take a fill here, add to that, and then start to stack up, if it starts to break down through 170, we may even punch that short. So I'm bidding right now 170.75. If it comes in, bing bong. Also, Coinbase is well down $4. Tesla down $1. Intel down 50 cents. We're handing you off to good hands right there because boom, there it goes right now. Let's go into the gates of hell for Tesla as that trade just hits. And by the way, if you're looking at this chart, yeah, man, it's real and it's fantastic. It's a 175.50 short right there on Tesla. Sharif likes that one.
There's a couple of good questions in there. We'll have to wait for them. I didn't want to interrupt, but it's past 11 o'clock. We got to kick you off. I'll try to get to that. There was a question about Fisker.
You can take it. Just take the question. We don't have to.
I want to be able to chance to look at it. I haven't even looked at the chart of Fisker, so it would take me a couple minutes to get into it. But don't forget, this is important. I'm in Palantir. Palantir's at 25. Alex Karp is going to be talking, so obviously that stock could move. I'm not holding it past the high of the day. Just watch out. Sometimes you get a bump, and if it breaks out, you don't want to get caught going against it. After he's on, you can always maybe jump back into the fade, but just be careful. Alex Karp, CEO Palantir, will be talking on another station. We'll send you over to learn a little bit about shorting volatility and how to do it safely with Adara and the professor.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara Panera. I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to migrate on over from everybody else. We already have Papa Powell saying, Rumble takeover, baby. We got Darwin. We got the Hayes Records. Even Big Billy Turner there in chat. I'm not even sure if you're big. I just like the way it rolls off the tongue. Frank Jones, Mateus Lane, we got Charon, we got Stock Up, we got Benson, we got Nate Belt as well, Bob Dubb, we got Saul G, Bruce Richardson, damn, and we got Shannon Gregory, Paul Milligan, Benton C, the Pawns, the Fawns, no Lambo trade today, my man. Shout out to Adam DeLuce, Big Kyle Burdett, baby. We got Oh Boy Trader, oh boy. Oh my God, no way. Someone made an oh boy trader for the one that can obe. Ash, Maui, and Jason Corbett. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. I'm just sipping my tea and stirring my tea and doing things to the tea. But other than that, we're here to talk about volatility today. So actually a pretty apt time. Right now I'm actually in Sharif's friend's Alfred stock that he talked about while he was on the show. Archer Daniels Midland, ADM. They had really rough earnings and they were up all day yesterday. They announced a buyback related thing today. We're going to make sure we get the exact details on this. Yes, so $1 billion accelerated share repurchase agreement. So that's a really nice look. Yesterday, they also announced an existing $2 billion worth of shares under its existing share repurchase program. So lots of share repurchase announcements. I am playing this range. We're adding in. We're taking out at the top. We're going to keep some of the position in here, and then we're just kind of finagle our way. I know it's not exactly lower highs and higher lows, so it's going to be a bit of a scalpy or sniper type situation. You know, they usually say swiper, no swiping, says Dora the Explorer, but right now we're going to explore this range and hopefully swipe some profits here at the top.
I like
How
it.
are you doing? I see you're in a trade.
I just got it. Just doing some scalps, but let's get that lesson ready for the day. We are talking about risk management in a volatile market, and I wouldn't say today's awfully volatile, but there are pockets of volatility here and there, and so it's good to know exactly how to kind of cross your T's and dot your I's and make sure that you have money left in the account to trade tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about this. So the white water rapids, essentially, of volatile markets can be exhilarating, but they do also come with greater risk of getting swept away. This belabored metaphor there. Here are some crucial risk management techniques to navigate these periods. Let's start with position sizing. Very important. This refers to the amount of capital that you allocate to each trade. So in volatile markets, risk management strategy says that you should downsize your position so as to not get wiped out if the trade is to go against you. A smaller position helps to limit the potential losses if the market moves against you. Now, look, I think there is two schools of thought on this where, you're going to have people telling you, no, wait till the market heats up, and then that's when you increase your position size and look to capitalize on the big moves. And so I would say I do agree with that, but I don't know if that's necessarily the right formula for beginner traders who really don't have a feel for the market quite yet. So as a general rule, if you're a newer trader, position size down during volatile markets. Also, you got to use stops. I mean, we've included the stop loss explanations in almost every lesson that we've taught. So essentially, if you don't know what these are automatic orders that you put in that will essentially sell your position if you're long or buy it if you're short, if the price reaches a certain level. And so during volatile markets, it may be prudent for beginner traders to tighten their stop loss orders during these volatile periods in order to limit losses and sudden price swings. And you're going to get plenty of sudden price swings during these volatile markets. In case you haven't been looking at these small gap gappers that we have running in on a day basis in triple digit territory, well over 100%. Have a look at how those have been trading, and you can kind of get my drift there. And then taking profits a little bit early, right? Don't get too greedy. Volatility can be quite fleeting. And so consider taking your profits a little sooner than you typically would in order to lock in those gains before a potential market reversal. So this is all during volatile markets. This strategy is known as quicker profit taking and helps protect your capital. Again, I think that there are two schools of thoughts on this where, you're going to have some individuals who have more market experience say, look, Sharif, volatile markets, that means more potential upside. You got to hold those winners. I see what you're saying, but I don't necessarily feel that that may be the right formula for a lot of the novice traders, as again, they really don't know too much about the ups and downs of the market, not enough repetitions there. And the risk to reward ratio during volatile markets also has to be looked at. Adair and I did R&R when we first started the show back when I think it was like late September. When did we start the show?
I think we started like October or November?
October?
Yes,
no, it definitely was October. Because remember we had October?
Yeah,
and it didn't end up being October?
No, it was October.
So we got to look back. Anyway, the first week of the show, we did a thorough analysis of R&R, risk to reward ratio. Essentially, during volatile markets, though, the ratio compares your potential profit to your potential losses on any one trade. In volatile markets, aim for a higher risk to reward ratio. So if you were typically doing 1-to-1 or 2-to-1, you may be looking for 3-to-1 here because of the volatile nature of the current market. This means you should only take trades where the potential profit significantly outweighs the potential loss. In other words, I think what this is all trying to say is wait for your A+ setup during volatile markets in order to ensure you don't get rinsed. Okay? Diversification as well, very important during these volatile markets. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you're trading, if you're holding a swing in a cybersecurity name, you may not want to hold two names in that category. You may want one cybersecurity, one chips, example, one EVs. Diversify your swing. Obviously, you're not going to diversify your day trades because if something's hot, you trade it. But if something goes against you, if there's a macroeconomic event or there's something specific to that industry, you're not all in on one. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. Spread your capitals across different assets to reduce your overall risk. And this essentially helps ensure that a downturn in one area doesn't wipe out your entire portfolio. Okay? And hedging as well, super important during volatile markets. Consider using hedging strategies to further protect yourself. This might involve buying put options, for example, to limit downside risk, or using futures contracts as another example to offset potential losses in the underlying holdings. So if you're going long a Mag 7 name, you may want to take the future short in case something or the opposite in case it really goes against you there. Okay, so pre-trading preparation as well. The last item on the risk management docket here. So keep emotion out of the trades, guys. Have your profit targets in mind before entering the trade and stick to them, especially during the times of higher volatility. And you should really do your darndest to distinguish between the noise or the chatter surrounding a stock and the signals and the tangible reasons that you should be entering or exiting a trade. A lot easier said than done, obviously. The market noise can lead can lead you towards the ticker, but make sure that you have a trading plan and the signals support it before entering a volatile asset there. So I absolutely agree with that last part there. Dare added there. Keep emotions in check and stay away from the noise. What are you looking at there, Dare?
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly out of this Archer Daniels Midland, and I have to say, I don't have any complaints. I'm pretty happy with this. Got involved at the bottom of the range. Then I noticed we were kind of having a harder time. Initially, I was going to save a piece for the dream, either for that 59 area, or I was going to keep reloading. But I noticed we were kind of stuck in this 80s range. So I was like, you know what, Adara, just kind of start piecing it out. It looks like we're not going to maybe get as much range continuation as we initially thought. That's cool. Keep on keeping on. So I was trying to get all of this out around that 58.95s. It was a part fill, so we still have a couple shares floating around in the horizon here in this range. We'll have to see what we do here. If I can get the rest of that position filled, that'd be great. There's really not that many shares left here. If not, we're going to have to wait and see. I'll take some of them out earlier. But right now, I have no complaints. Happy with this trade. As Obi says, where's the next trade? And I'm certainly looking for one. I liked Rumble before we broke out. So I was watching this before we had that TikTok news. And I did like, I have to say, I like that we had higher highs, higher lows, this top of this range at 850. Clearly, I have missed the boat on that. Rumble's like, nope, we're on a whole new channel to make a kind of weak pun, continuing to stream to the upside here. Yeah, I don't have much of a look on this, but it's staying on my side chart in case something does come into play, because only 5 million shares in volume that I'm seeing, but pretty spicy, and I definitely think there's some kind of opportunity somewhere for something in Rumble. Should it calm down a little bit and fall into some kind of range. Tesla also, I'm watching. I don't have a ton of clear levels yet, but I just have it on my side chart. I'm always interested in what this one's doing. We had a bit of a double bottom here at that 170.80 area, and we did eclipse that earlier trough of 172.25, so I think something could be on the horizon. I'm not sure what yet, but I'm keeping my eye on it with that potential reversal and previous levels that could come into play.
All right, let's look at the small cappers on the day, because we just had a new one come in here by the ticker SWIN, up big. Multiple halter to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're in our 5th halt to the high side here on SWIN. This thing started out its life. Where did it start out its life today? Okay, so the closing print on this yesterday was exactly $29. All right, now we're printing 48.40. It's, like I said, halted for the 1, 2, 3, 5th time. They've all been 5-minute halts except the third one. So every single halt's been 5 minutes except the third one there at around 10:56. That one was a 10-minuter. And so we'll wait for this bad boy to open up. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Let's go to the daily and figure out where the areas of resistance could be. So this thing was like $2, $3 for the majority of last year. And then it started increasing incrementally at the start of this year. But it really had an outsized day. I'd say March 6th. Why don't I remember this stock? March 6th, this thing went bonkers. All right, we went all the way up into that $66 area. Where we're halted at right now, just south of 50, this clears all the highs that we had on the 7th and the 8th. Even though the closing prints were awfully close to the opening prints, look where the wicks are. The highest wick there was on the 8th, and that took us into $44 so almost $44 territory. Now we're $48.50 territory. So the next level of resistance is going to go back all the way to the 6th over here, and that takes us up into that $66 area. So a bit of a gap between where we're currently halted and $66. SWIN, $677 million market cap. The float, 2 million shares. Let's bring in trade ideas. Use code TraderTV20 for 10% or 20% off. SWIN, you can see the same thing I'm looking at here. Negligible short float, not negligible, but 3.5% is not something that we're really looking for here. So we'll keep eyes on this one, but you know, it's trading dollars at a time, so it might be off limits for me, but thought I'd mention it. We'll wait for this one to open up. I'll tell you what the tap is real quick, SWIN. So the tap on this one, 48.30, so 10 pennies lower than where we closed out at. And the time of the halt was exactly, let's go computer, bro. Okay, 11:13 and what? 11.13.13. Oh, that's not good. 11.13.13 was the halt time.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. It's just we're joking.
On the 13th of March.
Oh wow.
More 13s.
You're kidding?
Yeah, it's the 13th of March.
It is the 13th
It's not
of March.
Friday, though. It's not Friday.
It would have been better if it was halted at 1:13.13, because then that would have been 13.13. Yeah, anyway, we're just kidding. SWIN halted at 11.13, so that's got about 2 more minutes. We'll see what this one does. The other small cap gappers, thank you, Scott, for reminding me about SOUN. We had a couple of good trades on SOUN. You have a triple bottom here at $7. The institutional prints come in at 7, and then you have that IB low at 7, and then even at, for whatever reason, 10:30, yet again, we bounce off 7. So 701 LOD, low of day at the moment. The pre-market high on this one is 777s. 777 there, the pre-market high that we made at about 5:20 a.m. We're still below that, 766, the official high on this one. That's not the only one. Rumble continuing to go. So this one went yesterday, and today it's going again, another 12.91%. We're on our way to 13% and looking to knock on the door of $9. 894 HOD. We're at 892 right now, so we are at the high of days. I have a trade on this one, a loser. I'm going to show it to you in a second. I got bamboozled out of this for the flat top break here at 855, but that's all right. We'll look to reignite some trade somehow on this one. If this comes back into 855 or thereabouts, that's an excellent support level to get this one at. It looks like it's on its way to $9 right now, but RUM absolutely printing. GXAI, this one was in triple digit territory today. This one had all the check marks beside its name. Definable pre-market high, breaking the pre-market high, above VWAP. But look what it did at around 10:50 here, 10 minutes before we got on the show. It broke that $12 area where the volume weighted average price was trading. It's trying to bounce off $10 now, trying to go up into $11, but we won't trade this if and until it is able to reclaim the volume weighted average price. GXAI, great look on the day. And then the O'Leary name, MindMed, showing up again. Look at this chart over here. 15% of the goods. Shout out to the Katina man, baby. 15% up on the day, 915 high. This one started off its life in 785 territory, so well above $1 now. Let's keep an eye on this $9 area here. Reason being, obviously it's a whole dollar area, but we crested out at $9, tanked into, well, not tanked, retraced back into 8.25, and then we took 9. So if we're using 9 initially as an area of resistance, should we be looking here for a bounce off that $9? We already got a couple of bounces off 9, but it didn't go awfully far. We're at 901 right now. Let's watch what this one does. Perhaps it presents us with other opportunities. I've got coin up as well. Yeah, I've already talked about all these other ones. I've got coin up because the Katina man was trading that. I want to have eyes on it. Looks like it might be putting in a bit of a head and shoulder. Somebody, I don't know who, but somebody is over $1 in the money on that coin short. So shout out to him. And we're going to do, we don't have the stream deck opened up right now, Katina man, so we're going to have to do that. Because then how are we going to hit all the spinning the money and all that good stuff right there? He's short 269, and we just got a dip right there into 263 territory. So the dude's almost $6 in the money. Guys, SWIN halted again to the upside. This time, not 46, 52.80. Right now, it's up 81%. This one didn't stay open for all that long. The second it opened, it seemed to halt again. So it looks like as if we're not going to get any liquidity on this name. Halted to the high side.
Yeah, there's a lot of names happening here. A lot of people mentioning Best Buy. Here's Best Buy. No news on this. I was reading earlier that the CEO of Woof is getting replaced. That's Petco Health. Is getting replaced by, I believe, a former Best Buy executive. But I'm just trying to get the exact story on that because I can't find this now. But yeah, I mean, former Best Buy exec is going to step in as interim CEO or interim chief executive here for Petco. But in terms of Best Buy itself, I'm not seeing any news, honestly, and the volume is pretty weak. We're under 350,000 shares. Nice move down here, kind of trying to pop off that 90 MA, but we haven't done much yet. Honestly, I'm sorry, I don't have much of a read on this name, but I know a lot of people in the chat were looking at it. I mean, generally, the lower high is not really a great look. If we have a 90 MA bounce, that could be nice, but the lack of volume here kind of says a lot to me. We're still up on the day, though. We're up about 1.3%. My P-Pro 8 decided that it was not buying Best Buy. It was like, best sell. No, I'm joking. Let's look at the daily, though, to see what kind of read we can get on Best Buy for everybody here, because I know that is a name that we have people looking at. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of curling a little bit on the daily in Best Buy. Definitely, we've been weaker, that's for sure. We had a bit of a downward move. Then we made this lower high here again on December 27th. Then we made a higher, we kind of made a slightly higher high from that previous high. That was going to be on February 29th, but we still haven't eclipsed that $85 level. So not a lot of strength here on BBY. And yeah, that lack of volume does make it a little bit hard to look at this one for intraday opportunities. But yeah, I hope that helps everybody. I know we're just looking at that name, so hopefully that's some kind of read. The main, also, Freddie the Friendly Guy was asking about SOXS, so let's do that. SOSX, is that that's on the Amex or the?
That's the yeah, it should be Amex.
Thank you. There we go. There it is. Thank you so much. I wasn't sure if it was, because I know I always get confused because the Qs, I thought because they were the futures when I first checked them, were going to be on the Amex, but they're actually on the NQ, which makes sense. But anyways, nice. Oh, nice look for the SOXS. This is the inverse semiconductor. Semiconductor bear shares leveraged 3 times. So yeah, I mean, with these semiconductors to the downside, nice time for SOXS to move. Or to moon. Nice little bounce here off the 9 EMA. Like I said, I'm a little bit hesitant around some of these inverse names just because I'm a bit more risk intolerant, but I think this is a nice look here, nice little bounces for that SOXS. Congrats to you, Freddie the Friendly Guy. Sounds like you're printing on this name. And nice look overall. I did get out of the one trade I was in earlier today, which is that ADM. I said earlier I had a partial fill. We ended up getting fully filled here, and the range didn't go much higher, so no complaints. It looks like we could still have a flat top break, so I might have been a bit hasty, but I just really wanted to add more to the position and wasn't able to do so. So I decided to scalp it out. Please sponge, tickled pink, as someone was suggesting yesterday. The other thing I'm looking at that honestly I'm kind of kicking myself for not getting involved in when I first had that inclination to do so is Microsoft. On the 3-minute, well, the 5-minute here works as well, but I was kind of looking at the 3-minute. Higher highs, higher lows, just take it off kind of as it gets to the top of the range. That would be my approach. So I need to wait and watch a little bit for a nice point of entry, but I still think there's some kind of potential here for Microsoft to go past the Bill Gates to the upside, hopefully. How are you doing? I see Rumble.
Good. I'm putting a dip trade here on RUM to defend this top area of the range. I've got a dip trade set up on this. It just rejected 9. It tried to take 9, got a rejection there. So I'm putting a dip trade at 77s to defend this top area range. We'll see if we get the fill. If we don't, we may have to chase this. Oh, I don't want to chase it. Obviously, I'd rather get the right entry. We'll pack our patience. We'll see. But as I look at some of these mega caps, Adara, I see a lot of Adara Panera type trades here, okay? So all I see is Amazon very sideways between 176.50 and 177. Look how many topping tail candles and rejections at 177 we have. We've been doing that essentially since 10:10. So an hour and 10 minutes of 177 being a top on AMZ. You had these 2 candles over here where you actually got the break, the actual break of 177. You got up to 170.16, 177.16, but you immediately retraced. The only thing, though, that would concern me about this if I was trying to take the range over and over is the consecutively higher lows on these wicks, Adara. So they hold the 20, and the 20 is the yellow line on my chart. So, you know, it's a range trade until it's not. But to me, right now, given that it's up 0.86, given that the chart pattern looks awfully bull flaggish, I would say this resolves to the high side some way, somehow, and we end up getting a 177 break on the day, a break and hold, not just a quick break, above that 177, but for who knows when. Right now we're ranging between that 50-cent area at 176.50 and the whole dollar area at 177. So we'll look to see if we can bamboozle something into Amazon. Then you guys saw the Katina man take that Apple long for a dollar winner, but it's been kind of doing the dance here north of 170 for a while. I don't want to say this has been consolidated because it looks like it's rounding top right now on its way back down near low a day. Low a day right now on Apple is at 170 3/4. It's been rejecting the 10 period over and over and over on its way back down. We'll have to wait and see if this can put in a higher low and then maybe a higher high through that 171 1/3. So AAPL looks like a hockey stick down and to the right kind of on the day, right?
The hockey stick.
Say that again?
Check Intel.
The Katina man wants me to look at the beleaguered name, otherwise known as Intel. And we all know about Intel right now. You know, they can't live without government money, and they may not even be getting it. Who knows? Who knows?
Ouch.
Ooh.
I love Neil.
As you just insult the stock.
Here, just mark down.
Say it again, Katina man.
Just the #1 trade.
Okay, so the Katina man's handed me the sticky note, and he wants me to read the #1 trade idea. And it says INTC 45SS, means short sale at 45. Report of Pentagon pulling. That's exactly what's written there. So let's have a look at what we're doing on the Intel on the day, AKA can't live without government money. We got 44 hold right now. So it was a big boy rejection off 45. You had multiple wicks into 45. We did the wick shimmy dance, Adara, from the south side of 45, like we do the wick shimmy dance on the south side of the 100 point level, and all the way down into 44. We're barely holding on to 44 right now. We're at 44.07. Keep your eye at that whole dollar level. We've been hugging the bottom end of Bollinger's for a while now, as Intel has been making its way down on a tough news item there from the Pentagon and the Commerce Department. SWIN halted again to the high side. What is this, number 6, number 7? 58.30. This thing can't stay open. Every single halt has been 5 minutes saving except for one. So make sure you're looking at the time and sales. That's a little trick. Look at the time and sales to see when the last entry was. Add 5 or 10 minutes onto that, and then you'll know when this bad boy will open up. Halted again at Adair, 58.30.
Yeah, that is quite the look. Also, I have to say, side note as well, I love that as of late, Sean has been resting the sticky note on the bearer bull.
Yes.
I don't know if it's like such a cute little like holder. Right now it's not, but that's because we were just looking at the sticky note. But yeah, I like that the sticky note has its own little like protector in the bearer bull. I guess, yeah, and it works too because I guess if there's more bullish names, I'm assuming they'll have the bull up and then, supporting that. So I don't know, overthinking it, but I thought that was fun.
No, that's pretty cool.
Also, this Microsoft trade, speaking of overthinking, okay, so I got involved in the short here. I know I said I was initially looking for long range on this, but look at these topping, there we go, we got filled, I'm pleased as punch. Look at these topping tail candles. I saw it last time too, we had this curl up and we did continue to make higher highs, higher lows. However, before we did that, we had a big move to the downside, and that move to the downside ended around where we had some chop and turn earlier to the upside. Oh, I had a larger position there than I thought, that's cool. Oh, never mind, we went long here. I should have really been. We have a fat finger time, so you know what Neil says. If you have a fat finger, get out of it ASAP, Rocky. So we're getting out of this because I don't want to be involved anymore. But yeah, really, like I chose to get out where I did because of just kind of what I was looking at here on this area too. Like we dipped to where we had that earlier area of I guess chop and turn, and then we went back up. So that was kind of the logic on that one. Let's see if we can extricate ourselves from this Microsoft trade. Where did I even, oh, there we go. I can see in the bottom there where I got filled. So let's try to get out around here, get out about flat, just so that we can leave this unplanned fat finger moment. But yeah, that was kind of the look there with MSFT. It would have been a better trade had we not accidentally added more than we wanted to, but that's okay. Like my big strategy for today that I'm really working towards is if it's not really a range trade, I'm going to take a lot less shares with it. And if it's one of my more planned rangier trades, we're going to go into it with a little bit more viciousness, a little bit more swiftness, and a little more preparation. I found that was where I had a lot, some successful trades yesterday because, that Nvidia move where I was in the trade for less than a minute, I had some IWM scalps, and that was just very true to my scalpier nature. We're finally out of this Microsoft move. Whereas when I was having some of these trades, like even that meta trade yesterday, I know you were crushing it on meta yesterday. There were good meta trades yesterday. It just wasn't really my range style, so I wasn't able to do as well. So if I want to take a trade like that, I'll still consider taking it if it sets up, but I'm going to take it with a less share size, and I'm going to focus more of my energy on my range scalps. That was my reflection I did yesterday. There is the bear, and there is the sticky note.
I like how Ty's neck is just right in
what
that
a shot.
Ty, turn around. Oh, no. Ram. There we go. I like the sticky. We got to give more love to...
I love Trend Ticker, the trading turtle.
Yeah. We need to give him more love. He's being confused for many different things right now. People call him an anime character and all this other stuff. It's a her. Sorry,
her name's
excuse
Trenda.
me. Sorry. I
didn't
mean to do that. I know people get very sensitive about that. But Adara, what I wanted to talk about was AMZN. all right? And I know I just finished yapping about it, but I'm liking this. Now, we had another failed break through 177, so it was only the third one here since around 10 this morning. And right back down we go into that area where we're ranging. So we're looking for something here on AMZN. Let's pull up Amazon. All right, hold on. I just got filled on Rumble, so I'll have to put that Amazon trade on the back burner for a sec. Now, the whole point on this Rumble trade was to defend that 8 3/4 area. Why? Because we obviously had a consolidation top here before we broke it at around 11.03. So I'm looking for a hold at 11 3/4. Where's my line in the sand? Well, it's the making of a new low, right? So it's going to be around right here at 8.55. We'll see what we get on this bad boy, but I'm looking for a hold of the 3/4 and then a retest of 9. So we'll see what we get there. Right now it's holding for the moment, but who knows for how long. Let's pack our patience on that. Now let's load up the Amazon chart because that's the one that I want to weasel my way into. All right, what do we got? See, again, keeps rinsing and repeating that level, but I feel like I missed it here. So I'm going to wait for it to either reject off 177 or come back down to my level again, and then we'll have something on it. I need to get the bottom end of the range if I'm going to size into this one so that the trade is worth it in that sense. So we'll go ahead and watch. Again, it's in the mid-range right now, in the high 70s, mid 80s. It's ranging between 50 to $1. So about a 50 penny range there. All right, back to Rumble. We're 11 pennies in the money on this one as we got literal bottom wick on RUM, but that's not what we wanted, Dara. We want a 9 test and break. So we'll de-risk in front of 9 if we make it back up to 9. That's a big if. And then we'll, save a piece for the daydream, and we'll try to take it through 9. That's if it does that. It's strong on the day, 12 3/4. Nothing bad about this one on the day. GC. Why 870 as rum as an entry? Why not the 1 minute or EMA? Well, that's a great question, dude. Let's talk about that. What do you see over here? So, I respect the fact that you want to use technical indicators. Fantastic. But it's not the only thing that it's in use, right? Look at the price action itself. So what did we get up here at around 10:45? We bumped up aggressively through that 8:55 break. Every move into 8:55 until that 10:47 time slot had been rejected, okay? And then we broke it with the viciousness, as my friend Adair likes to say, right? But we didn't break it right away. We had a bit of a top here at 875, right? And so if we have a top at 875, to me, that looks like a key area of resistance, not a major one, an intraday area of resistance. So if you were to clear that 875 area and then come back to it, the idea here should be that you should hold up at that 875 area. And, we'll see whether it does or not. Right now, it's coming right back down off that 890 touch into 870. So if it gives up the ghost here, we're going to have to get out through the break of 855. But that was the reason I got in at 875, owing to this specific area over here acting as a bit of a top. Nick D. Sharif just casually calling local bottom on rum to the penny.
And you got it? Yeah, bottom wick, yeah.
Well, I don't even know if it's going to hold. That's the thing, Adair. So that's why I don't want to toot my own horn, because it could break at 875, right? We could absolutely break it below, and we're on our way, it looks like, to breaking it at the moment. So that's what it is, GC. I hope that helps you on that one. I'm continuing to look at Amazon at the range between 177 and 177.5, and I'm going to continue to look at Rumble.
Yeah, I was going to look at Amazon, but I think, too, I find with this one, we're kind of having a hard time. At least for me, I like my ranges to be a little bit smoother. And this Amazon range has been a bit more, it's not been a really speedy delivery. Let's put it this way. I think the package is maybe a little bit lost in the mail. I agree with John Szymanski saying Amazon's a bull flag if I've ever seen it. You do have that move up here from 176 to 177, so it's a nice movement. We do have that top and turn. I'm not saying it won't break or that it's not going to continue to be a range. I'm just not sure it's the type of range play that I'm looking for right now. I'm going to be really honest. I was looking at this earlier around when we were around here, and then we kind of broke higher, and I was like, let's leave it be. It's always on the side chart, so it's always there for me to peruse should I feel like perusing it. But right now, I think it's not my number one look on this one. Also, let's look at microcloud hologram because Mr. Meme saying holo was nice. I was looking at this one again today. This one will not stop. Sharif correctly was saying that this one was kind of the one that brought back those 3-digit or 4-digit small cap runners a couple weeks ago. And I mean, yeah, holo's like, you guys can't forget about me. I'm still here. Continuing to run to the upside. I like this one earlier when we were ranging before like 10 a.m. I was looking at this and I was like, Adara, just get back to the desk after and you could range. Yeah, no. Bye-bye range.
Yeah.
Microcloud hologram does what it likes to do and ran an insane amount. This is a really small float. We are talking under 2 million shares here. I think it's like 1.85 million shares from what I was seeing. But this is a massive move here to the upside for microcloud hologram. What a great look. Also, there was something else here I wanted to look at. Yeah, Mahmoud, I agree. The market feels a little bit slow today. There are certainly some names making lots of moves. A lot of the small cap gappers. Rumble is moving with the viciousness, as Sharif said, that is crazy. Also, yeah, I was going to say, before you explain your point of entry, I was going to say I like that it was support resistance. I figured that was what it was. But yeah, so hopefully the Rumble will continue moving to the upside. I see you were in another trade too as well.
Yeah, I know. Just going to manage this one, so I'll just give it to you for a second, just so I can put in my stops.
Yeah, no worries. I'm still looking for opportunities. You know, I might consider lowering my range here on this Amazon, but I'm not. I'm going to wait and see here. I want to wait for a little bit more, like kind of see what we do at the bottom of the range, because I find I have a tendency, especially weirdly enough on Amazon, to enter these ranges on Amazon at inopportune moments. I don't know why it's specifically this stock, but I find Amazon does these little breakout ranges quite a lot of the time, and then it won't always come to fruition. I'm not trying to be biased, mind you. I'm just being cognizant of my little beef with Amazon. And just, I find, for whatever reason, I find the stock to be a bit of a trickier stock. I am not Obi, I am not the Amazonian or the Amazon Whisperer. So I do find I struggle a little bit with this name, and I want to be honest about how I'm doing with it. Thank you, Sunstar. My shirt is not Prada, though. It is Gap on sale. But I appreciate that. And yeah, Prada is a very cool brand, but also cool Sharif and his trades.
No.
Weird transition.
I know, it's all good. Derek, can you believe this SWIN thing is still on its way up? Now we're 140%, guys. We're halted at almost $70, $69.79. But look at this hammer candle. This is the thing of nightmares here. So this thing dipped down into 58 bucks before it launched back up into 70 bucks. I mean, this thing is just terrifying. Yeah, so this is the 1 minute look on it. You can see that there's really, how do you get into this other than putting a dip trade either on the 10 or the 20 EMA? I mean, it's held the 10, it's held the 20 at times. It hasn't been breaking that level on a closing basis on any time frame, I think. So, wow. Lots of FOMO looking at this one, but we'll continue to watch, see if we can I probably won't trade this, like, quite frankly. I mean, it's so hard to manage risk. Anyway, halted at 70 bucks, guys. This thing is on the way up. Let's see what the tap is right now on it. 69.80, so 1 penny above where we halted out at, so no big deal. All right, back to rum. We're still holding that 875. And we're back up into 885, but not with the vigor and not with the speed that, you know, a small cap gapper may provide here. Looking for a 9, essentially looking to get out in front of 9 and then looking to add a little bit on, or looking to hold a piece for the dream. All right, Brendo telling me Alex Karp is on CNBC. So that's going to prompt me to load up PLTR, which trades on New York. Let's see what this one's going to do. If anything, yeah, he is on CNBC at the moment. Look, we're zigzagging a little bit. We haven't done anything. Let's see which way this one resolves. We have essentially a 25 top, and even though we're putting in some higher lows, it's really a 25 top and a 24 2/3 bottom. We don't have too much price action on PLTR. We're up 0.2% at the moment, but there's really no direction here other than taking the 25 short. It's gotten up to 25.2 at times, $25.02, but it really hasn't cleared 25 with any vigor here. Now, if you're looking for a discernible trend, we are putting in consecutively higher lows with a flat top. So, you know, we could get something akin to a flat top breakout. I just don't see it on the volume today on Palantir, but that could change with the hair. Let's call him the hair. Yeah. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, let me just show you. Alex, is it K or P? Or
I think it's K. Yeah.
It is. This man has the world's greatest quaff, baby.
He really does.
Go Alex Karp. And as I look at him on CNBC, it looks a little bit more, he's calmed it a little bit more today.
Yeah.
It's still wild and flowy. But shout out to the greatest hair in the tech world, baby. And that belongs to the man, Alex Karp. We'll see if we get any price action moves on Palantir. We'll keep eyes on it.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, too. I was reading about him, and he's, like, smart. He's had a cool journey.
Oh,
he's not
awesome.
very old to be as successful as he is. And his hair just is a little bit of literal icing on the cake because it's, at the top of his head there.
Yes.
Weird analogy, but, yeah, go Alex Karp. Also, thank you so much to Papa Powell for the $1.99 super chat. Getting someone from Rumble in studio soon? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Not as far as I am aware, but I mean, like, we can look at the chart. I know you're looking at the chart because you've got some rumbling to the upside there too. But yeah, no, this is right now, like it's a nice look here on the chart. I was trying to get that flat top break. Well, I wasn't trying to get it. I was at the big desk, but I was looking at that flat top break earlier and I totally missed it. Nice look there here for a nice range break on Rumble, though I will save the analysis for Rumble for someone who is involved in the trade who is right next to me when we go back there. I'm still looking at Microsoft. I think Microsoft, there are some opportunities. Also, I love that I fat fingered my way into a long, got out, and then it rips. So good times, that's okay. On to the next one. We're a little bit flat on this name because of that kerfuffle. But other than that, I'm still looking at how we're holding view up and making lower highs. I think there's some kind of range opportunity for me here. Also, I'm kicking myself for not getting involved in Nvidia. I was trying to punch in here at 892s, just missed getting filled. It was going to be short. And then we continue to fly to the downside here. I would have been about $3 in the money, but woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yep.
Where's the next opportunity? I think Nvidia is giving you something of a range from 889 to 892. However, it's Nvidia, so I'm going to trust that about this much. I'm going to wait and see what I do here. If we hold 899, well, I will be taking that range up and down that 892, 889 area, but it hasn't done that yet, so I cannot make assumptions. I can only look at the price action that I am seeing. Also, possibly giving me some nice little scalpy opportunities is my old pal, IWM. We had sort of double top in this lower high, then moved a slightly, lower low and then a slightly lower high. So there's some kind of downtrend here. And I think given these wicks, I think if I'm scalping this in the 3-minute or the 1-minute, I can get a couple pennies of movement here. I'm paying less attention, though, to the chart action on this than I am on what levels we're holding on the book. But I find with IWM, and what I found was helpful yesterday, because I'm honestly really proud of what I did with that name yesterday. It was purely just intense scalps based on what I was seeing on the book, but my entries were kind of timed around support and resistance areas that I was seeing pop up on the chart, right? So we're going to talk about that with regards to today, because yesterday is a whole other day. There is something going on with VWAP and IWM. Even though it's an ETF, I think sometimes levels can still come into play. Massive rejection here earlier, then we pop up, we bounce, then we fall through, we come up again, we bounce. Now we're having this tug of war. I think there's some kind of short opportunity here on the table, and I'm looking for my point of entry on this little scalpy situation. I like that 206 hold and break because I just noticed that break there on the book, but I'm going to be reading this book, sitting there on my couch and reading with a literal cup of tea and seeing what we can do here with this IWM. How goes your trades?
Well, we just tanked Adara off. We rejected 18.3. We didn't reject. Sorry, we broke down below 18.3. The future is on the way down. We broke that 100-point level at 18.3 aggressively. Prior to the break, 18.303 had been the low owing to this candle here right at 10 a.m. It was a hammer candle, and we worked our way right up back into the volume weighted average price at 86s. We've now given up the ghost at 3. We're looking here at resistance level 1, support level 1, on the pivots, which is hanging out at that 71-point area. So number one, we want to see if it's a quick dip and pop below 18.3 or whether we're going to get a closing print south of that 18.3. So I'm watching the future here, keeping an eye, see if we can bamboozle some trades off that 18.3 level. So eyes on that, and just keeping my eyes on Rumble as well. I also set up a dip trade, and I am long on Amazon. All right, great. So I did get that dip trade, and wow, right up to the top it goes. That's an Adara Panera trade that I just stole from you. That is a range trade if I've ever seen one right there. Pleased as punch. Eh? What are you talking about, Neil? Amazon, yeah, Neil. I literally was sitting at 176.61. I got filled and it popped right back up. I got prints above 90. We just took 30 pennies just like that. We're holding the piece for the dream here. We'll see if we can break through that 177, but it's been a rinse and repeat off that 176 and 2/3 to that 177 flat top. It's not going to hold forever, guys. There's going to be a point here where it either breaks down or breaks above. So please just dang punch about this trade, but keeping my eye on Rumble here, and I have to de-risk a little bit here because I don't necessarily like all these lower highs that it's putting in with that flat at 875. So this could flat bottom break here if we don't start getting away and start making some higher lows away from 875. So I'm very cognizant of the fact that Rumble is putting in lower highs. And so we'll have to see how this bad boy resolves. I don't want to paper hand this trade. I'd ideally like to wet my beak next above 95. I'm talking about 895, but we're going to have to pack our patience because the volume's dropping off a little bit on RUM at the moment, and we'll have to keep watching. The other thing that we're watching, I'm watching very intently. Looks like we are starting to do the wick shimmy dance from the south side of 18.3. That's awfully bearish. And so if we reject this 18.3, we keep doing the wick shimmy dance, wicking up into 18.3, rejecting, closing below 18.3, doing it again and again, and keep repeating that cycle, then we may be very interested. By we, I mean me. Sorry to always throw you under.
No, I mean,
like we, me. I don't know why I say we. I
it's the royal we.
The big kahunas do it too. I'll be looking possibly short here if we keep rejecting that 18.3 from the downside. But right now, it looks like it's reclaiming it. So watching my Rumble trade, watching that last piece of Amazon here for a 77 break. Happy with these trades.
Yeah, no, congrats to you. Yeah, I do love the look of that range in Amazon. I know I didn't take it, and maybe that was like an issue as I should have been a little bit more assertive, but you know what? It just wasn't for me, but congrats to you. That's an awesome look.
I called it an Adara Panera trade.
That was very nice of you to say. Yeah, I am not that good of a trader, but I appreciate that.
All good.
And I think that's congrats on that really speedy little Amazon scalp. I'm also trying to do a little something here with IWM. I talked about trying to build a position around the 206. That is what we're currently constructing. We're crafting it. I got in a little bit before the 206 area because we didn't really get it. We got like that 205.90. Initially got 205.95. I added it 205.96. We're watching that 205.80 area. That will be where I'm getting off some of those shares because, I had a line there and I guess I deleted it. I'm going to redraw it. That's okay. If you can see here, that was where we had a little bit of a move down here earlier and then where we had a little bit of chop and turn. So that's quite, for me, I think quite a clear level to de-risk. Then we're going to be saving a little piece for the dream as we get to 205.60s. I'm not sure if we will, but in case we do, I will be there waiting. I am a little bit worried, though, about this pseudo doji we kind of have. It could be a curl back up here. But generally, though, lower highs here on the IWM. And if you even look at the larger scale, we had a pseudo double top, then a lower high, lower low. So I think, I don't have a reason to leave. To me, I'm going to be watching what we do at that 201.60 area because we had a lot of failed wicks of sellers overwhelming buyers here. So that's really going to be the area I'm watching. If we pop back into that 206.10. If we don't, I'm happy with this trade. And we're going to see if we can be tickled pink and be pleasantly surprised by some moves here into that 205.80. I think that's the look. I know Mahmoud was mentioning this one as well, could test lows. I think it is possible. Like I said, I'm going to be more looking at previous levels for my type of scalping. But I do see what you mean there, Mahmoud. I think there's certainly a little bit of a potential for some moves down in the IWM, and hopefully this short will capitalize on that. Also, as you said, an Adara Panera trade, I'm seeing something that I like in terms of ranges on Microsoft. And I think I see it more on the 1 minute because I have the 1 minute on my side chart. Look at this. Woof. 413.80s to 414.20s. We're kind of moving up a little bit here. Like, as you can see, the candles, we're seeing a little bit of the shorter bodies. So I think there could be a bit of a change of the tides here in this Microsoft. But if I scalp this on the 1 minute, I think that could be a potential. I'm going to keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to be making any sudden moves until it shows itself to me a little bit more. I think Microsoft generally seems a skosh directionally confused. We're almost flat on the day. We are slightly down on the day. We did have a bit of a curl down here, and we're just testing VWAP. So I want to wait a little bit before I make a decision here. IWM sputtering to the downside, so I'm pleased as punch with that. Nvidia also, I said I was watching 889 and 892s. We're coming back into that area that I like, and if we fail this 889, 890 area, I like the idea of support becoming resistance, although like I said, with Nvidia, we're not doing anything until we take a look at that book and we check it 2, 3, 5 times. That will be the type of trade I want in Nvidia, and it will not be anything where you punch and pray. That will not be the look here.
Like that.
Yeah, right now just kind of focusing on my little IWM. Yeah, I honestly don't have much on the horizon, continuing to look for ranges. Tesla, though, also a little bit interesting to me. Let's not draw a line. Where's Tesla? There is Tesla. Yeah, Tesla is interesting to me here, too, because we did have, it's even clearer to me when I pull it up here. Look at this rejection of 173. We reject it, we come back down. We have a double bottom, and we come back and reject it once more. This could be interesting. I think there could be some micro ranges here, and by micro range, I mean when we also earlier had that 172.20 pop both times on the way back to the upside. Now we're pausing slightly lower, so I think if I might scalp out and draw some little micro ranges for myself to swim around in or drive around in, I guess, in TSLA. How are you doing?
Daryl, what did I do when this morning when I first walked into the office?
You were really excited about Arsenal.
But what would I do with Dara?
Did you say Arsenal?
Arsenal.
That's what you did, yeah.
Arsenal. What's going on, Chile Nightmare? My phone? Okay, move it. Is it interfering? Oh, okay, got it.
Throw it away.
You throw it away. Okay, Ram. It's $10 Starbucks. Yes, Arsenal won on penalties yesterday. Look, I want to shout out Porto, man. I need to give Porto credit. A hell of a team. I didn't think that they were going to be that good when we drew them in the round of 16 draw. I was like, oh, this is a fantastic draw for Arsenal. It was either that or Copenhagen. I wanted them or Copenhagen. City got Copenhagen. They blew Copenhagen away. We got Porto, and we got the harder of the two draws, in my opinion. But Arsenal definitely, stepping up yesterday, showing that they can hang in these bigger games. I'm pleased as dang punch. Shout out to Adam. Shout out to Roland Joe. Shout out to all my Arsenal fans in the chat, baby. We did it. We're going to the quarterfinals. First time in 14 years. I think we draw either. Who do we draw again? It's going to be.
Bless you.
Bless you, Chilean. I forget who we could possibly draw. It's the winner of the teams today, I think, that are playing. So we'll find out exactly who we get within a few days, I think. Today's the last day of the round of 16. I'm pleased as dang punch. We're first in the league. We're in the quarterfinals in the Champions League. I'm not saying we're going to win either, but this is kind of like a stock making higher highs and higher lows. I'm long Arsenal, baby. And that's all I have to say about that. All right, back to the Amazonian. Here we go again with 177 on Amazon. So we're right back at that level. The highest we've gone to today on Amazon has been that 177.16, but the better range has been 177 high and essentially 176 and 2/3 as a low. Here we go. We're encountering resistance yet again at the whole dollar. And as I stare at the whole dollar, I'm seeing bupkis in terms of size, which is leading me to believe that whoever is instituting a short there is, obviously a hidden seller, an iceberg order that's getting in at the moment or is sitting there at multiple levels, because it doesn't just hold up at 70. It's coming to 70, 177.01, 177.02, that general area, and then it's flushing right back down. But I don't see any size here reflected on the book to justify that hold up. So clearly an iceberg there. Keep your eye out on that range. It's a rinse and repeat style trade. For those who want it. Big Kyle Burdett, AMD. I am short from against VWAP, being greedy, looking for a flat bottom break. Let's have a look at AMD and see what Big Kyle is chatting about with respect to that trade. So we already have Intel up. Intel has broken through 44. It held up at 43.70. Now it's in the 80s. But let's have a look at our friend AMD. So Big Kyle taking that short right there. I don't know exactly where Kyle is short, but VWAP on my chart where it touched last is 195.16, 195.20 or thereabout. So shout out to you, Kyle. I see exactly what you're talking about, flat bottom break, because it seems to be holding up at that 193.5 or general area. Technically, though, the low of the day is at 192.70. So it's sort of I don't want to call it a range trade because, yeah, well, it is kind of a range trade for the moment. I mean, 196 essentially to the high side here. and 193 to the low side, give or take, 25 pennies, 50 pennies in different areas. But yeah, good look for you, Kyle. Hope you print on AMD. It's obviously down big on the day, 4% plus. So how low can we go? I guess we'll find out. All right, back to RUM. I'm sitting here at 95s waiting for that print. Here come 93s. I'll wet my beak at 95s if we can cross. RUM up 13%, second day play. Yesterday, news leaked that they wrote an open letter to the owners of TikTok. I don't know if it was written to ByteDance specifically, basically saying that they're absolutely interested in joining with a consortium of different buyers to buy TikTok or the U.S. Operations of TikTok if, there is a forced divestiture. I believe we did pass. Adara reported that on the morning show that the bill did pass. Now it has to go through the Senate. My reading has been that the Senate has certain concerns about the bill as it was presented in the House of Representatives. We always know the Senate always likes to have their say. Or the House likes to have their say. It really depends on where the legislation originated. It always seems to be edited in some form or another. So we're going to see exactly what we get on the day. I don't know if the Senate votes on it today or how it's going to work. I'm looking periodically here at some of these news sites to see what's up. All right, we're at 95s here on Rumble, but we got to cross, baby. It's not enough to get the print on the ask. We got to get it on the bid, but the order is out at 95s looking to print there. So if we can print soon, that'd be crazy. All right, Manuel Palma, Palantir going. Wow, is Palantir going? There goes the flat top break, Neil, at 25.02. This one's on its way to 25.20. Good shout out there. Looks like Alex Karp is done on CNBC. So it looks like, all the data that investors could have extracted from that interview has been digested, and the price action is reflecting that. Let's see if this one comes back to defend at 25. It's leaving it by some margin right now, up 2% when it was down earlier in here.
Yeah, there was another thing with Rumble too. So before that bill happened, there was also some news that they've partnered with, their cloud aspect is partnered with some other company called QuinShift. So that came out this morning. Then we had the flat top break when we got that TikTok news as well.
Right.
So generally just a good catalyst day for Rumble. Also, I'm seeing here an update. There's an update from the TikTok spokesperson. Ooh. So they're calling the U.S. bill, even though it's not being called a ban, they're calling it a ban. They refer to it as a ban. And they said they hope the Senate will consider the facts, listen to their constituents before any action is taken. So just an update on that.
But we don't talk politics on the show, but we have to, very briefly here with respect to this issue. Donald Trump came out yesterday, or I think yesterday or the day before, Monday, thank you. And he said that it would strengthen Meta if TikTok was banned. And we know Donald Trump basically told the Republicans not to vote for the border bill. So I don't know if the Senate holds up this bill or not. We're gonna have to watch. So lots of action, man. I mean, this all presents us with volatility. Volatility for Meta, volatility for Rumble. Who knows what else? I mean, the Katina man was talking about this getting bought up by one of the Mag 7 names. I'm looking at Google. Remember Google Plus? Remember how they shut down Google Plus? So they don't have a social media platform anymore. True. They could be interested. So who knows who could be interested here? I mean, lots of possibilities. We'll have to see what we get here on the day. All right, RUM, I'm done this trade. We went up into 95s and please dang punch. Took that break through the 895 area. I don't have a piece for the dream, sadly, for the break at 9, but we'll look for a break and hold about 9, and then maybe we'll bring it back in. So, Quantran, what does that even mean, bro? I'm just talking about regular stuff. Stop being silly. Anyway, what are you looking at there?
Yeah, I'm still in this IWM. I scalped out some of it that I added because we kind of came back and rejected that 206. Now, though, it looks like we might actually be holding this 206 level. And I'm not even just talking on the chart because I know the ETFs are a little bit less responsive to the charts. Like I said, my strategy has been to look at the chart to see kind of what we're doing and then watching the book for my actual areas of entry and my plans here.
I agree with you, Neil.
My thing, though, is that this 206 area, I think, might be going from resistance to support, which is quite a bad news if I'm in this short. But we're still seeing lower highs. And the other thing, too, that concerns me and why I scalped out part of this position before adding back in was we have these wicks here that show we might actually have some buyers overwhelming sellers here coming into that 205.80 area, which is a previous area of support or at least some chop and turn. So I think things could get dicey here, but as long as we stay below that 206.10, which we have, then I'm going to stay in this trade, but I'm not adding anything to it. We're going to continue scalping as we kind of fall back into that 205.80s. That would make me very happy indeed. Still a part of the position out though, so we've taken a little bit of profit. The beaks are lightly damped, they're lightly rinsed.
Good.
So yeah, that's what you want. You want some beak winners. So that's the look on that. Not too much to report. We're basically flat on this name for right now, save for the profit that we did take a little bit earlier. Also, yeah, I was talking about my micro ranges on Tesla, and Tesla kind of still continuing to dance around one of those micro ranges right now. Also, earlier, someone was asking about RVLV, if there's any news. I'm not seeing any news on that name for the person who asked. I just forgot to say that, so I'm not seeing any news on that. But see, I was talking about these kind of micro ranges here on Tesla. Look. We did have that, I don't know who I'm saying look to. I'm saying it to myself, I guess. Look at Dara, that 172.20 area. We had that bounce. We come into that 173 area, which we have now rejected twice. Then we come back down, get this double bottom. I'm going to draw this as well to kind of complete my picture. There we go. Then we bounce back up, a little bit of chop and turn at 172.20. Then we fly to the upside. Then we reject once more at 173. And now we're kind of seeing that 172.20 is the top of a very teeny tiny range. So I'm going to be using these levels to make some scalps once I've extricated myself from the IWM position. I don't even have my IWM up on my... I don't even have the book up here, but now we're going to sell, this is short. So we're going to buy some of that, almost fat fingered that trade. That's okay. We didn't. Getting out some of this position here as we got into that 205.80s and then waiting to see what's going to unfold here for IWM and hope we don't get IW massacred in that trade. No, I'm joking. It's actually, like I said, I have nothing bad to say about that trade. We're still within our levels. This Nvidia too, like I said, that when I was looking at 892, which I guess didn't hold as a level, so happy I didn't play around there. But now we're kind of coming back into the 892. Like I said, I'm always interested to see what we do in around that 9 EMA because I find we can have a bit of an interesting relationship with it. We rejected the 9 EMA earlier. Now it could actually be holding a support. This is not a name I'm going to be taking, and if I do take it, I'm going to be taking it with a scintilla of shares because, like I said, my new strategy is focusing all my shares and all my energy in my range trades. Then if I see other opportunities I like whatever might be happening with Nvidia, that's where I'm going to take small share size and kind of feel it out. So that's the look right now, mainly focusing my energy and extricating myself out of the IW monster or IWM. How are you doing here?
I love it. Watching SWIN halted this time to the downside. It's the second down halt in I don't know how many up halts here. It's still above the volume weighted average price, right? So I want to see what it does when it comes into that 41.20 because we could. I don't want to say I'm going to punch into this because I probably won't. But anyway, VWAP's at 41.30. This is halted just below 50. It's a 10-minute halt, it looks like this time around, maybe a little bit longer. Usually the halts, in case you're just new at this, halts come in waves of 5 minutes, by the way, unless it's a halt pending news, in which case it could be however long. It could be days, it could be weeks. Typically, it's not that long. But when there is a volatility halt, usually they come in pockets of 5, so it'll be 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, etc. Right? So keep your eye on SWIN if you're interested in trading it. But here is the look on RUM. So we got out full 895, but this puts in a higher low. So now what I'm looking for is whether we can break and hold above 9 and then to use 9 as a level of support. It's the exact same trade that I'd like to do on Palantir. Well, we're probably not going to get that because Palantir is leaving $25 behind like it doesn't even matter, right? Look at it breaking through 25. Then I was looking for possibly a 25 back and defend. I don't know if we're going to get that. It's kind of hanging out at that $0.25 area, a third of a dollar area or thereabouts. It's not making a move back quite yet, but Palantir up 2 1/3 now, looking to go 2 1/2. I mean, punching in at highs is just not my jam. I need to get a dip trade off a key level. Otherwise, I just won't jump into this one. Jay Lee saying Apple long at these levels. Let's have a look. What was Jay's exact comment? It says, Sharif Adair, Apple long now. It's been holding 171-ish. Let's have a look. So Apple is like doing that hockey stick kind of shape where it just comes back down and then we trend sideways. This is typically a recipe for a flat bottom break, but you don't always get that on these Mag 7 names, especially something as thickly traded as Apple. So it's been doing I would say the mean range here is that $171, but it's gone lower. Jay, it's gone down into 170 80s, 170, high 80s, low 90s, in the same way that it's been going above 171 into the mid-teens, high single-digit area. So to me, this is a super tight range trade. This isn't for me. I'm not going long. I'm not going short until we get some sort of direction on this name. It's not the type of range trade that I'd want. The type of range trade that I liked on the day, or we took a trade on, was this Amazon 177 to 176 and 2/3. So it's putting in aggressively higher lows now. So I don't know. I think we may get a flat top breakout here through 177. Every single trough has been a little bit higher than the one prior to it, especially since around 1145 or so. It's been putting in aggressively higher lows, looking to take 177, and definitely hanging out a lot for a lot longer near that 177 area than it is really at that 176 and 2/3. But we'll talk about that and a lot more once we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
To add or not to add? That is the question. Today's lesson of the day is, when should you add to trades? How can you add to trades? And when should you maybe not? Everyone is always interested in making more on a trade. So you have an idea, you have a trade plan, you have an amount that you're willing to risk, you have an amount that you want to get in, and then all of a sudden something changes and you either want to buy more because it's gone in the money, maybe you want to buy more because it's gone out of the money, maybe you want to add to the position because something new has happened. So you've got to first understand which of those questions you're trying to answer, and then you can think about whether or not you should be adding to a position. Now, I shouldn't have to say this to anybody. Once you increase your position size, you are now risking more, right? So the only way in which you are not risking more if you add in position size is if your out becomes tighter. A visual example of that, because I think it's an easy thing to visualize, I'll just point out on a trade here on Amazon right now, because it happens to be sort of trending into the upside. If we can come to the chart, Ram. And chart. But if we're looking at something like this, if I'm going long in front of VWAP, and let's say VWAP is your stop, and this is like 176, like 30 or so, and if you're risking about 20 cents on a 50 long, essentially, you know that is going to be your risk point plus a little bit of slippage. Now, if for some reason I like that and I want to add to it without taking anything out back at the same price, if you double the position, you're doubling the out at 30. Now, if you were to move your stop halfway, then you're risking the same amount. So you have to understand, in that situation, the only way that you're risking less is to change your risk plan in terms of where you think you are wrong, which to me is the foundation of a trade. Where am I wrong? If you're arbitrarily moving that point simply because you have a different amount of shares, you're now doing something which is a cardinal sin. And you're thinking that the market cares anything about your position. The market doesn't care how many shares you have or what your new price might be. If it was going to hold a support level and that's what you're long in front of, that should remain your out unless you got new information. So if you are changing your out based on the amount of shares that you have and not an actual trade plan, all that means is you didn't have a plan in the first place, or you at least don't have a plan now. That is dangerous. The market's going to reward you sometimes for doing the wrong thing, and if you let it do that, you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt. So there's a couple of things to think about when you're adding to a position. What is the difference between averaging up and averaging down? You're going to hear those two things all the time in trading. So if someone is averaging down, that means you're entering into a position. Let's say, again, I want long in Amazon. It's trending to the upside, and it makes a top. I want to buy the dip. I go into a long position. It then goes down into VWAP. Now, I cover the trade and get back in. So I don't average down in this particular case. I take my hit, and does it set up again, I go back in. But if you were averaging in and that's your cup of tea, then you don't get out, and you get more as it goes against you. Now, the question you should be asking yourself is it part of your plan or not? If it's part of your plan, and let's imagine that same scenario that your out is down around here at 176.30, and your plan was to have a price of 176.50, but You didn't know exactly where it was going to turn, so maybe you're going to take a quarter at 70, and then another quarter down in front of 50, and then you were going to take another quarter underneath, such that if you got all in, you would still be risking the same 20 cents to that stop. That's fair. Because you were uncertain about the price movement, you wanted to make sure you got a piece into it, but you weren't going to be all in unless it got tighter to that 30 level or bounced higher and you could buy a little bit later. If it's part of your risk plan, fine. You determine what your out was, you determine the amount of shares you wanted, fair enough. However, if you simply averaged in because it happened to go against you and for no other reason, that's where you're going to get yourself into trouble. Because if you approach the stock with a plan of action that this is my exit, and this is how much I want to risk, and then you decide you want to risk more as it's going against you, dangerous way to approach things. Why? Because the trades that work out right away for you are the ones that you're not going to be all in on, and the ones that go against you right away are the ones that you will be all in on. So that's a dangerous precedent to set for yourself in trading. That's what happens with averaging down. So you can have a plan for it. Just make sure you're honest with yourself about what that plan might be. Now, averaging up's a different story. Averaging up can be a great way to play a momentum breakout. And I'm going to use an example of something that went, not everything's like a parabolic move, but I'm going to use an example. I actually got a stop here in Google, but I wanted to show you guys something explosive where you might want to consider adding to a position. Now, if you average up, it's the same thing applying when it comes to risk to reward. If you are changing the amount of risk you have if you keep the same stop. So if you're long on a 139 breakout, which is probably the best break you could have on Google, it goes all the way up to 140. You're in that trade, you're holding for the dream, let's just say. You're like, yeah, I'm going to hold 25% or whatever amount you decide to hold on to, expecting unless it gets back underneath that breakout price, I think it can go to the moon. It's relatively strong. You can have all those reasons in the world. Now, when it bounces and reclaims VWAP, you might be thinking, hey, that's a good long. So there's two ways to approach this. One, be an algo and be able to treat the new shares different from the old shares. Meaning if I have 100 shares down here and I want to put another 100 shares there, I have my trailing stop for these, and when I end up with 200 shares, I have a different stop for that entry as if it was a separate trade. That's a pretty difficult approach mentally for a lot of traders because you're not a robot, but if you can do that, then it's all the same thing. You could have a tighter stop on that second entry, you could hold the original, no problem. Your average price is going to say something in here, and if you're married to that, you could find yourself in trouble. So approaching it as two separate trades is one way to go. Another way to approach that, which is very popular among momentum traders, is once it holds this bottom, you think that's another leg up, and you were going to trail the position anyways. Okay, it's breaking here. As long as it now holds that higher low, I'm going to hold on to this position. So if your original entry at 39 was going to be moved my stop to about 139.5 instead of break even, then that can be an opportune time to risk the same thing you did at that point. Whatever you've taken out here, you can add back in with a tighter stop, risk the same thing you did originally, and then get your continuation trade to the upside. The thing that works with that is you are working toward and adding and putting more risk towards something which is trending in the direction you were anticipating. Meaning you're trying to get more in a stock where you're not fighting the trend. Now, this, yes, can be fantastic, but make sure you have a plan of action. As I said, are you moving your stop? Are you treating it as two different trades? You might see a new entry point, but do you also see an exit point if it doesn't work out for you? Remember, when you add to a position, you are taking in more risk, so that requires you to have a new plan. Now, the last thing that I will talk about here is what happens if you get new information. That's always going to be important. There might be a situation where all of a sudden you hear news and it's going to move the stock. It's not always going to be the case, but every now and then you're going to see that happen. Now, in this particular case, I don't have an example from today where you had a position where I'm in and the news hits in the middle of the day and you think something different. But let's imagine a scenario here where you're already long in Alphabet, let's just say, and all of a sudden it bounces off of VWAP, but it's not a regular bounce. At this time, maybe news hits regarding like a TikTok divestiture. They had the vote today, so who knows? Like maybe there's news on TikTok. Maybe there's some great breakthrough in Gemini, and you're already in a long position, and you consider adding to it. In that particular case, whether you're averaging up or averaging down, you gotta do that whole algo thing. It's a separate trade at that point, because the old trade, you just happen to be in it. Like, you just happen to be either in the money or out of the money when new news comes in. So if you're gonna put new risk on, it should be its own trade 100%, because everything before the news event was different. So you've got to be able to take that anchor away from what was happening before, and if it's a new news event, wrap your head around a new trade. If you can't do it, you don't have to add. If you're sitting in the money and news comes out in your favor, bank error in your favor, there's nothing wrong with that. But before you add to that position, make sure you actually see a new trade and don't just jump on the euphoria because you already happen to have a positive P&L. That is, again, very, very dangerous. The market does not care what your P&L is. Never, and it never will. That's just what it is. And if you are averaging in, let's just say, when something is going against you, let's imagine that you were shorting the stock on Alphabet. If you were shorting into 140.35 here, I'll use an example that wouldn't have worked. It was a gorgeous trade. You're short, it works. You're short, it works. Look out against the trend, higher low. Now, as it breaks that top, if you average into it up here, it goes back to VWAP, and oh yeah, baby, you probably make money going back into VWAP. But if it continues to press higher, remember, you're max in for your max pain in that situation. Think of it like roulette. Everybody understands the concept that you can go into a casino at a roulette table and bet on black, because that's what you should do. And if you lose, double the bet. If you lose, double the bet. If you lose, double the bet. And eventually, if it hits, you win the original amount of the bet, right? It's like a 50-50 shot. If you do that in trading, it's not a roulette table. It doesn't work that way. But in trading, you're going against the trend. This isn't an actual 50-50 bet or close to 50-50 bet. So if you're going to average into it like that, understand that, yes, you're only going to need one turn and you're going to be good to go, but you will take max pain if you're doing it blindly when it goes against you. Everything is about risk to reward. Everything is about the ratio of winners to losers and the scope of your winners to your losers. So if you're going to add to positions, have a plan. Is it a new trade? Is it an extension of a trade I already have? Am I changing my out? Am I tightening my stop? Is there new information that makes it a new trade? Answer those questions, and you can successfully add to your trades. That's your lesson of the day.
They should call that Hot Fire with Neil. Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent and informative as always. Neil dropping hot lines every day at the midday hour. So make sure, if you're not with us right at the get-go, that you get here by noon. Adara, I'm long again. RUM at 04s. Ram, if I can show the chart. We're hanging out here at 17s. We just topped out at 15s there for the next beak wetter. We'll have to hold 9. My stop was right below 9, so we had to actually hold that level. I put it at 98s, 898. I think we dipped 1 penny below 9. So now I'm looking for the next beak wetter here at 17s. We're having some trouble around that 15 area. Somebody keeps getting short in and around 15. I heard a lot of people yelling in the chat about rum breaking 9. I got right back into it, but we're going to need to wet our beak through that 17 area. Right now, we're having trouble with 15s, as somebody is either taking profits or getting short at that level over and over, because now we have several rejections off it. Back to 15s again we go. Not enough size on the book here to justify holding up at these levels, so there's definitely an iceberg here. Here comes 16s. Can we see 17s? And there is 17s there. Bang, 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 bang. We get another trade on RUM there through the break of 9. This one is on the way up. Where to, I do not know. But look, the market likes what they see so far. 2 days now, this bad boy's been running 16 1/3% to the high side. Looks like we're going to get $0.25 anytime now. Very pleased. What are you looking at?
Yeah, congrats to you. That one rumbling to the upside. I'm in this IWM, and honestly, I had Neil's words in my mind while he was speaking, because I actually did add to this position. The issue with this wasn't that I added, because I did, like I said, I was trying to build around 206. and I did already take some profit on this. The issue was, so I got out part of this at 206.10s. That was planned. I was going to get the whole rest out of it. That I just ended up de-risking because we didn't really go above the 206.10s. I was like, Adara, wait. Then I couldn't get filled because we broke above that 206.10 with such a viciousness, such a swiftness that it ended up wishing me to the upside. So we are down right now on the day, not by too much. But you know what? When you fall, you can always get back up. Brush that dirt off your shoulders, pay that trade, no mind. Happy I did take some profit on this and ready to see what the next trade has to bring me. And the next trade does seem like it could be, I'm in two Mag 7 names right now. One of them, Sharif took what he called an Adara Panera trade, which that was very kind of you, much appreciated. This range on Amazon is still looking spicy. I honestly was watching this 85 bounce. I missed it by that much. Shout out to Get Smart. But hopefully we're going to get smart and get into this trade. I'd love if we kind of come back down here. I have a resting bid at 87s. Going to be taking some about it at 99. So we're going to be kind of scalping it out like a little ninja coming into that 177. Also Tesla making lower highs, lower lows, looking to get a short off that 170, 188s area where we had that earlier top and turn. But now we have a lesson.
People are loving Rumble in the chat. Rum and Coke, everybody's yelling. That happens to be what used to be one of my favorite drinks, especially Coke Zero. But yeah, well, kind of got off that now. All right, let's restart the lesson, baby. We're talking about risk management in volatile markets today. And, you know, we don't have a crazy amount of volatility on the day, but that's fine. I think there's a decent amount of volatility in singular names, and that's kind of what we'll be looking at today and how to manage risk. So, you know, essentially volatility is like the whitewater rapids, right? So it can be exhilarating, but they can also come with the greater risk of getting swept away and thrown off that boat and hitting a rock, seen or unseen. So here are some crucial risk management techniques to navigate these more volatile periods. First and foremost, position sizing. I went through both sides of the argument. First time around the lesson, I said, you know, for newer traders, we're gonna suggest that you position size down during volatile markets, but experienced traders who have more of a feel for the market may size up during that time because they may see as more potential for profits. It's really gonna come down to your experience, but we're talking, we kind of feel like the majority of us are newer traders. Obviously the big kahunas are not, but I am, and I believe most of the people in the chat are as well. So we're talking about, you know, decreasing the amount of capital that you're using per trade. So that's essentially what position sizing is. In volatile markets, you want to downsize your position so that you don't get big boy losses if the market moves against you. And that's what we're looking for there. We want to have capital left in the account so that we can trade tomorrow and the day after. If we're doing YOLOs, you might get lucky. You might print, but chances are, you know, you lose your capital. One other way to prevent big capital losses is stop loss orders. So these are automatic orders that sell your holding if the price reaches a certain level. During periods of volatility, of increased volatility, newer traders should consider tightening up their stop loss orders during these volatile periods in order to limit losses on crazy and sudden price swings. So make sure you're well aware of how to use a stop loss order, the different types of stop loss orders, the stop limit, the stop market. Different ones work different times. You can't use stop market orders in the pre-market or the aftermarket. You're going to have to use limit orders during that time. Just apprise yourself about exactly what stop loss orders are. And if you want, go back to the first week on how to trade. We covered those ad nauseum, okay? And again, for newer traders, we're going to suggest that during volatile markets, you take profits a smidge early. Don't get too greedy, right? Volatility can be fleeting, and it often is, right? So you should really consider taking profits sooner than usual to lock in those gains before the market reverses. This strategy is obviously called early profit taking, and it definitely helps you protect your capital, right? Especially with these small cap gappers. Now, usually you don't have crazy bamboozlement on the Mag 7 names. Usually when they choose a trend, they go. However, you're going to have bigger price swings. Like something like Nvidia is trading $2, $3 at a time, right? So you could, depending on your position size, be out a lot of money just by a regular price swing within that name, okay? You should also really look at increasing your risk to reward ratio. So this ratio compares your potential profit versus your potential losses. So if you're just joining us for the first time, you're not sure what risk to reward ratio is. Let's say I get in long 170 on Apple, and I see a key resistance level hanging out at 172. So I'm of the opinion that if we were to move up, we are going to move up into maximum 172. So that presents me with a profit of $2 possibly per share. So if I want to have a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio, or 2 to 1, so then I would have to put a stop of $1. So that maximum it would go against me is the break of 169. And that would be to try and make $2. So during times of increased volatility, you may want to increase your risk to reward ratio. So if you were doing 1-to-1 before or 1-to-2 before, you may be looking for 1-to-3. Essentially what that means is that you should be looking for A+ setups. The setups that may come once or twice a day, right? And if you're a newer trader, during times of crazy volatility, you may only want to trade that amount of times. It's not advice. Everybody's going to be a little bit different. And again, we're talking to the novice trader here, not the more experienced or intermediate. Diversification, also very important. This is more important for swing trading rather than actually day trading. So if you're day trading and the micro caps, the semis are strong, you can get into multiple semi names, right? But we're talking about if you get into a swing trade, what you're looking for here is you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Spread your capital across different asset classes in order to reduce your overall risk. And this will help ensure that if there is a downturn in one sector, if you're swinging for 3 months, 3 weeks, whatever, it doesn't wipe out your entire portfolio, right? So you want to diversify a little bit, make sure you got a little bit, maybe a swing in some industrials, a little bit in EVs, some in semis. Keep that in mind, some food for thought. And hedging, right? You may want to consider hedging during these times of crazy volatility to further protect yourself. And this might involve buying put options, for example, to limit your downside risk, or using the futures contracts even to offset potential losses in your underlying holdings. It really depends on what you're getting into. If you're getting into a Mag 7 name, for example, and you want to hedge against a future downturn, you may want to take the opposite position in the futures. Typically, the Mag 7 and the futures kind of connected. Lately, the Mag 7 have been running on their own. Each Mag 7 has its own flavor nowadays, but that wasn't always the case. Go back and look a couple of years ago, not even a couple of years ago, a year ago. A lot of them were moving in tandem, and that's just how it was for a while. Not so much anymore. And make sure you're doing a thorough pre-trade prep, guys. Keep emotion out of your dang trades. Easy for me to say, and then I come on here and I start smashing the desk and sweating and stuff, but it's a lot easier said than done.
It's a lot, yeah.
Right? It's tough. Trading's easy, guys. Have your profit targets in mind before entering the trade and stick to them, especially during times of volatility. And distinguish between the noise, guys, or the chatter surrounding a stock and the signals. And look for tangible reasons to enter and exit the trade. The market noise can absolutely lead you towards a ticker, but it shouldn't have an influence on your trading plan. Make sure that your trading plan is based on sound fundamentals and stick to it. That's how you keep yourself out of trouble. All right, Adira, as I finished yapping there, it looks like I got near the top here on Rumble as it comes back down into $9. Questions to be asked now. Now that we've broken $9 by about 20 pennies, do we now hold 9 as a level of support? I'm going to be watching here. Again, you could be punching in here and then put, like what I did when we broke 9, I got long here at 04s, and I put my stop at 8.98. So I gave it like 2 pennies. I'm like, this has got to generally hold that 9 area. If it doesn't, I'm out. So you could do that again right here. We're only printing 03s right now on the ask. So you can get long 03s, risk 5 pennies into 98, 97, whatever, in and around that area for another dip and hold at a key level. Rumble up 14.25%. Looks like it's still headed up, guys. Let's see.
Yeah, what a look here. Also, that reminds me, there's actually a super chat from Guilty Gunner. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. WSB trader saying rum will squeeze like GME. Shrug emoji. I mean, like we can't make any assumptions, right? We're gonna have to wait and see what happens. Let's see what rum's doing on the daily chart. Also, yeah, congrats again to Sharif for those rum trades. He was rumbling with rum. Please, this rum punch, as someone was saying in the chat earlier as well too. Yeah, this is, ooh, this is a nice look. We had that bounce off that 660 area, the previous area of resistance. I mean, honestly, I see resistance turn to support. I like it. I think it's a nice look for rum on the daily chart. Thank you very much for your super chat there, Guilty Gunner. Also, all of the conversations vis-a-vis Sharif's eggs.
I know, Neil. Look what Neil wrote. Never put all your eggs into one basket. Be like Sharif and put all 27 in your breakfast. Damn it, I only eat 12. I'm just joking. And it's not even 12 full ones.
I discovered that. Yeah,
no,
it's only 2 yolks, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There we go. I remember.
In the winter, I add a third, and then there's somewhere I cut one, right? Like, I mean, it's just, I'm not going to.
So it's either 1, 2, or 3 yolks.
I was talking to Ty back there, though, and he has a completely different view on cholesterol.
Oh.
And the effects cholesterol apparently have on you. He's like, no, all this LDL, HDL nonsense, it's all propped up by Big Pharma to take your money to buy these anti-cholesterol medications and stuff like that. I mean, obviously, my old man's a pharmacist, and he believes into this stuff, like, fully. So I don't know how I feel about that. But Adara, we're bouncing off 9 again on Rumble. Dang it, I should have put that order. Here we go again, 9.13. Looks like we're on our way up on Rumble. So we hold 9. It's a beautiful hold of that general area, and the bounce right back up 15.5%. Rumble still giving up, still going here, guys. Not giving up the level at all.
Nice. Yeah, I did not have the Sharif specific experience of entering Amazon and then it pops up like a whole bunch of cents. That was not mine. We entered and we kind of hang out. I'm happy with this trade. I actually, I put this bid in and I kind of like forgot about it. I turn around, I see a triangle on my side chart and I go, all thumbs up. We're trying to get out here just shy of 177s with part of the position. We're going to scalp this in and out. If we break below that 176, 73 area, so giving this about 12 pennies, we shall say goodbye. Sean.
That's like $100 there, bro. How many? Dollar in the money Tesla. $1 in the money Intel. $1.50 in the money Intel. Just 5 though on Coinbase. Not that much. It's not that good of a trade, Katina man. He's been holding them for hours. Sorry to interrupt you, Adair.
No, it's okay. I was just saying I have a knack for every time I enter Amazon in one of these ranges that's been holding up all day, Amazon decides to break, to return the package to sender the second I get involved, and today is no exception. I get in, and I was watching that 176.73. We fell below that. I was like, we're out. It looks like it actually could be bouncing now, but risk management is important. We literally just talked about it, and I think it would be very hypocritical of me to have just, we just have that lesson, and then I stay in this trade. If it holds up again, mind you, I might get back involved, and maybe my stop is just a little bit too tight on this. That could be valid, but for now, I'm not going to complain about this trade. One trade I would like to maybe talk about and smile about for a bit here is going to be the Cybertruck. All these micro ranges, feeling like I'm like drawing on a chartboard here. You know that meme of Charlie Day with all of the conspiracy theories on the whiteboard? That was me with this Tesla chart. But I'm really proud of what I did here. I got involved here, like I said, at that 172.88. Then I was ready. I had this planned DCA at 172s. I was watching. We could not get over that 172.20, so I stayed in, and boy, am I happy I did. We're going to be watching. I don't have much of a position left. We have 1 beak butter left. Depending on what we do with that 171.25s, we'll be getting everything out here because that was one of my areas where we had a little bit of chop and turn earlier. If not, the double bottom at 107.80, 170.80 looks mighty fine to me. So that's my look here on Tesla. And I know the chart is a little bit drawn on. It looks kind of like, an old book with the dog-eared pages. But this is just how I had to plan these ranges. And I have to say, there was a really interesting thing we had when we got to that 172.20. We tried it a couple times. We did not budge, and when I was like, Adara, stay in the trade. Thank you.
You're almost $1 in that, eh? Good for you.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah,
close.
I forgot where I added in there.
Yes. Yeah, the Katina man's in the same trade as you.
Vroom.
171.98. 172? 172 and a quarter? A third? A half? 3? Bro, the Katina man is short 3s, baby.
Oh, nice. Okay, you must
173.
That's a really nice look. Yeah, because what a look on that. Yeah, I think this is, you know, honestly, Tesla looks like it might be bouncing off my earlier area, so that might be where we cut it short. But I have to say, I'm just proud I got involved, and I'm really happy I didn't get scared out when we watched this dip into that 172.20. But I was like, you know, Adara, you drew the level. If this level holds, and especially because we had this level a couple times, we had the bottom of that micro range here, then the top of that micro range there. So this is, you know, in addition to scalpulation, I'm adding micro ranging to my. And I know someone yesterday was like, "Oh, how has the micro range trading been going for you?" And I was like, I didn't even really think about it like that, but now I am specifically calling it micro range strategy, and we're gonna have to see how it goes. And I think we're gonna get out of the Cybertruck here.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Great trade. Shout out to Adara. I got eyes on Amazon yet again. Guys, look at this range over here. Wow. 177 high side, 176 and 2/3 low side. We rejected 177 yet again, not quite making it down into that 2/3. Did I say a third? I meant 2/3, excuse me. Not quite down to that 2/3 level. Looks like we hung out here at 70s with the lowest print being 67, so quite close. For that trade. Let's wait for this one to kind of bottom out here and make a new candle to make a new high, and then we may punch back into AMZN here as we continue to range over and over and over. I haven't seen Amazon range like this before, but then again, I mean, I really didn't have eyes for a range trade either until now. So we'll keep eyes on that one. Now, with respect to the future, let's talk a little bit about this, because we had that great 18.3 or thereabouts dip. We had this kind of bottoming tail candle over here, and then we popped right back above 18.3. But look at where we're finding resistance. Surprise, surprise, that 50-point level yet again on the NQ. So it's either the 100-point or the 50-point or the volume weighted average price, excuse me. So let's watch what this one does if it makes its way down 25 points and comes back into 18.3 yet again. But what I got to tell you is if it does, we may see another lower low here. So it may be lower than that 18.281 that we put in last time. Why? Well, because look at the pattern on the future. Crest, crest, and crest, all lower highs, but not just lower highs, but you have lower lows as well. So initially, we bottomed out at 18.302, and then the bottom was 18.281. So the trend continuing to show you that it may want to head to the downside here. We should be considering trading the Qs in that regard. So what I'll do is I'm going to send it to Adara Panera for now. I'm just going to set up my my trade on the Qs here.
Yeah, Sunstar, great name here, saying thoughts on Square right now? Or SQ, yeah, I mean, I can totally give you my thoughts. This one did have a nice little day. Two companies or two, I guess, things that it's worked on. So those are BitKey and Afterpay, both having some catalysts. So giving Square a little bump to the upside. Ooh, I do have thoughts on Square right now. I got excited. Thank you, Sunstar. Okay, and I'll explain why I got excited there, because look at that. We had that pop with that topping tail candle
$6
into 85.60 earlier. Then we come right back down the 81.50. Then we continue to go curl to the upside. Look where we end up falling. That happens to be exactly VWAP around that area yet again, the 85.80, 85.60 area. Now we have a little baby range that seems to top out more or less. There's a couple different tops of this range. So one of them, I'm seeing a pseudo top around that 86.20. Then 86 seems to be the other top. So this would be scalping. We're talking 20 pennies here, but the spread on this is about 4 cents. So not bad. I mean, I've gone toe to toe with Eli Lilly, so I can't really be sitting here complaining about spreads. So I think this could be interesting. I have eyes on this. Generally, my thoughts is as long as we hold this VWAP area, which we seem to be holding well, I don't think it's a bad look. I think the thing is, though, we have been higher. We certainly have made lower highs, lower lows. I don't need to tell you that. I think, honestly, I would say look for that VWAP hold. If we fail VWAP and then also fail this 85.20 area where we had some chop and turn, then that might be a bit more of a move to the downside. But yeah, my look right now is this seems to be a beautiful range play. I hope that helps Sunstar, and thank you very much for bringing this beautiful chart to my attention. because I like this look. Also, I got out of Tesla because we hit, I was, like I said, I was watching to see what we did at that one area. We did end up bouncing. Happy I got out where I did because we're actually popping up a little bit here too. I should be watching as well. If we see a little bit of a turn here, I'll play this 170, 130 to 170, 160. I have no issue with that. I will take ranges in whatever size or quantity they end up showing themselves to me. So let's hopefully we can get something brewing here in Tesla, hop back in that roadster and hopefully go 0 to 100. Also, IWM is back at that lucky 206. It's not lucky, it's just a level I like on the start. So we're gonna have to see how that goes. I did end up losing out on this name, but we did take some profit, and I do still think, you know, if I had been smarter about my exit here, I still think there's some possibilities for this 206. Maybe as a long now, 206 to 206.20. So let's watch out and see what happens.
All right, let's see what we do with this Q's trade here. My line in the sand is going to be the top end of this range, 44.60 or thereabouts. The future putting in a bit of a curl here, and that's not what we're looking for. We were looking for another possible curl down, not curl up, into that 18.3 area. But right now, it's on its way back into 18.350. That is if it continues up. So I did add at that 40s. My line in the sand is going to be the break of 60, and we'll take an L there. So that will be an L. It looks like it's going to be an L awfully soon here, as we are now in the mid 50s, looking to go and break above 60. So that kind of sucks. We'll see if we get stopped out or not, or whether this curls right back down. I'm looking for a rejection of 18.350. And then a curl back down to retest 18.3. That was the move here. We may not get it, and that's fine. So we'll have to draw our line in the sand above 440.60. That is going to be the line in the sand. While I'm looking at that, I'm also, let's look at some small cap gappers, because we stopped talking about those a little while ago. Oh, Rumble really broke down here. Okay, so let me just throw in my stop on this here. So let me just move this over, and then we're gonna go like this. Oops, I don't know what this thing is doing. Oh, that's why. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy. Sorry, can I send it to you for a sec?
Yeah,
I'm having a little trouble here.
I'm just eyeing IWM. I have my eye, yeah, that didn't work. We're IWM, I'm watching it. I was going to try to pun it, but that's cool. So we got to that 206.10. I was going to go short, ended up saying no at the last minute. I should have said yes, and honestly just shorting this to that 206 area because, like I said, this range has been spicy. I was involved in this name earlier, and I don't even just mean on the chart because I know charting these ETFs can be risky. I mean looking at the chart and also seeing what we're doing on the book. This 206.10 magnetism is fascinating to me, and we're going to see if we can make some mountains out of some molehills and some profits out of some waffling here on this IWM. Let's actually look at the SPY. So some mentions of SPX earlier. I've traded the SPY a couple times. Ooh, range. Someone was saying, why do you have so many sound effects? I just get really excited by charts. That's what it is. I find patterns really cool. It's essentially what charts are, right? Again, I don't want to get too excited because it is an ETF, but look at this beautiful little range. I'm going to get my little drawing tool out. Whew. We have a little bit of this there's certainly a 516.12 level that I like. I think, you know, there's a little bit of a top here if you want to take out some profits if you're going long. Let's do 516.45. Then there's some earlier areas you can save pieces for the dream along the way. Then, of course, this little triple bottom area that we've had some support at 515.87. I need to keep a better eye on the SPY. I have to eye SPY because I think this is a really beautiful look. Scott 8 saying starting to sound like an owl. I guess I'm just, hooting and hollering over here. Good times. Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, out of the future there, as it did break above my level. But as I look, you know, that level that I had on the Qs obviously didn't equate exactly with the 50-point level on the future. So I'll keep eyes on this one. But the future looks like it may want to take VWAP here on the NQ. So let's look a little bit at this because it's inching its way up. Now there's two VWAPs, right? Your volume weighted average price from 9:30, essentially our 9:30 onwards, and that's where we've been dancing below. And then there is the volume weighted average price from 4 a.m. onwards, right? So it really depends on where you anchor your VWAP, and it's where it's going to show up on the future. I have both. So I have that one from 4 a.m. and I have that one from 9:30, and I can kind of have eyes on both because sometimes it rejects off the VWAP from 8:30 or from 9:30, 8:30 Central Time, and sometimes it's it plays more off the levels from 4 a.m. So you never really know what you're going to get on the day, so that's why I have both up on there. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, the volume weighted average price starts collecting, it starts compiling its data from where you anchor it. So if the data starts compiling from 4 a.m., because that's technically when you can start trading equities in the pre-market, then your volume weighted average price will take into consideration data from 4 a.m. till 9:30. If you anchor it from 9:30 from the bell afterwards, it'll be an entirely different set of data, and so it'll show up differently on the chart. So I just want to make that point there. So as you see over here on the NQ, this one is from 4 a.m. You see the volume weighted average price at 18,368. Sure. And then if we go to the other chart where VWAP starts at 8:30, look where VWAP is right here, 18,349. So you never really know what level it's going to respect on them then, and that's why I have both them on there. All right, let's leave that one for a sec and look over here at Rumble, because Rumble had a big flush off 9. So I'm kind of happy, even though I want to get back in at that 9 area, that I didn't really get back in because I may have held this one against me. This one is on its way down. Where to though? So it did get a bit of a bounce right there off the volume weighted average price. VWAP on my chart's at 866, so 866. Let's see if this one holds up at that area. If it doesn't, there's a price action consolidation top that we can base a trade off. So this price action top here at 855, 856 doesn't look like it's holding. It looks like we're breaking down aggressively below that level right now. But look at this is where I would have based a trade, right? If it wasn't the volume weighted average price at 65 or 66, I would have definitely been looking at this consolidation top. Look how many candles you have that are that rejected off 855. I would have definitely assumed, at least we hold up there. Maybe a buyer steps up, even if it's momentary, and then we get a move back down. No. So now we're breaking down below 850. Forget about 55 here. Let's see if we get any curl back up off this general level. I'm talking about the $0.50 level here on Rumble, as it's having a great day now, though. It was up 14%. Now it's up 7.5%. So it's giving up the ghost here on the move. So we'll see whether or not it can curl right back around. The future is now breaking above that 50-point level, so I'm happy I got out of that Q short and didn't keep DCing into that one, because now it's breaking above that 50-point level, and that was definitely my line in the sand for that short. All right, let's have a look here. Amazon is the wicks are killing me. I'm going to have to fix those wicks before I can show it again. What else? We have Palantir. When the Katina man came back from the walk, I'm like, bro, you might have to put on your Palantir hat, because it's on its way to 26. And it got up to about 25, 45 or thereabouts. But here we go on the way back down. Looks like we held up here at 25.10, and then we popped back up into 25.20. Now, we saw what this one did earlier with 25. It couldn't break through 25. There was definitely a seller hanging around that $25 area or thereabouts, because it would get up to 25.02 and stuff like that. So now if it comes back to 25, are we going long? So are we looking at that area of previous resistance flipping to support, especially with the haired one on CNBC? Yeah, the haired one, baby. What's up, Katina man? Tesla 171, says the Katina man, and this one might give up the ghost awfully quickly at that 171 level. And if it's going to give up the ghost, keep your eye on 170.60. That is technically the low of day on the day on Tesla, but it's been a rinse and repeat short off VWAP. Shout out to the Katina man, short at 173.75, baby. And now this one's on its way down to break 171. What else we got? Yeah, so with respect to Palantir, I'm going to go ahead and put Palantir on my side chart here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up an alert for 25.05. If it gets into 25.05, I want to be alerted so that I could decide whether or not I want to get along at that $25 level. I'm not going to put a resting order because I just don't trust this name, right? This one can bamboozle you. We'll see. What are you looking at it there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still staring at this Tesla. I have to say, I'm happy with where I got out in this, but I am mad because I said I would look to get back in this if we reject that little line that I drew on my micro scalping at that 170, 160, and we did. I didn't have eyes on it though because I was doing the dance with the IWM, which I have to say I'm pretty happy with. I have no complaints about the IWM. scalp. I was watching, like I said, I had that 206.20 area I had eyes on. We got into it. I got out. Just a really quick 10 penny scalp, maybe like 9 penny scalp. But yeah, just trying to learn in the sim. Like I said, my focus today and lately as of yesterday, I was like reflecting, last night on the trades. And I think yesterday why I was able to have some good trades was because when I say good, I just mean like I felt good about them, right? I had a plan that made sense and it worked for me. They were all the trades that I was in much shorter term. So we're talking like one Nvidia trade I was in less than a minute, right? They were scalpier. And B, it was just setups that I felt good in that I wasn't trying to overstay my welcome in. And we still ended up, like, I think basically flat on the day yesterday because I had some other trades that didn't work out that I took with too much size. So now my new strategy is if it's anything that's not going to be a super planned scalp, we're taking it with tiny size. So that's kind of the new strategy, and then just really trying to tighten my stops. With that in mind, something that I think could be a little bit riskier, but something that I do want to always keep my eyes on is Nvidia. Look at this kind of curl down here. We have these wicks up into 892, which is an area I liked earlier that I was saying I think we're seeing maybe a little bit here of these wicks of sellers overwhelming buyers. I think that 891 could be pretty juicy. The only thing that slightly concerns me here is we have that pseudo double bottom at 888, which would also definitely be the area I'd exit if I get involved in this. But I want to see what we do here. I want to wait for like another 892 rejection there. I was like 180 Nvidia. I want to wait for another 892 rejection. If we get it, I might get involved in this like 891.50s. I'd be okay with that. I just really want to make sure that I'm not getting involved at too quick of a speed. X, US Steel. Let's see. Thank you very much, Sean, for that one. Let's see what's happening with X. Apparently it's Joe Biden with a B, not Biden, set to voice concerns over Nippon Steel takeover of U.S. Steel. Thank you for Sean for sharing that one here at Benzinga. Also, Financial Times saying this. Whew! Yeah, sorry for that sound there. This is quite a look. We had that move up here, then we fell with the viciousness off of 46.4. Shout out to someone else as well mentioning this one. Someone else here was mentioning this one, basically in the chat saying they were hearing some whisperings about that of Benzinga. So I had it searched up here, but I didn't see the story until just now. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, this is a bad look here, down about 8% right now on X, or is X. X is what a move down here on X. Yeah, Joe Biden, or I accidentally said Joe Biden when I first said this. Joe Biden with a B set to voice his concerns over Nippon Steel's takeover of U.S. Steel. Financial Times. And yes, I did hoot again there, I guess. Sorry, Scott H. I saw this chart and I went, whoo. But what a move down here. Yeah, this is quite a
Why is he opining on this?
A lot of people have been opining.
Shouldn't that be for the FTC chair? Or the DOJ, Mayor Garland. So he delegates. Yeah, you bring up a good point, Neil. When your faculties are that strong, you say, "Oh, I'm not going to." All right, guys. Big move down for X, man. Here's the headline. Joe, yeah, you already read it, right?
Yeah,
I don't need to read it again. Okay, perfect. It's on the Financial Times website if you guys want to check it out, right there on ft.com. All right, let's see what's being said here. Well, yeah, gravity in its purest form on X. Yeah, it's really pulling it down. Let's pull up the chart here on X to see what levels of support and resistance we need to be aware of on the way down here. So obviously nothing on the day. Bit of a hammer candle here, though, forming, looking to bounce back up. We'll see if this one can bounce back up or not. What do we have here? Percentage 6.9% to the downside. Let's now flip to the daily and figure out where the next level of support could be. Well, a bit of a tough one to chart here because we had that giant move up back in mid to late December. On the 18th, look at that big move up from 38. We went up to 52. I'm assuming that's earnings, right? And then this is earnings as well. So two good earnings report for X. I'm assuming this is earnings because they're spaced apart as earnings would be typically spaced apart 3 months apart over here. So let's go ahead and say the key level of support. I mean, you have that $40 area. That's a $10 area, psychological support, but the price action really suggests something like 36 or 37, maybe even lower, guys. So we'll see what this one gets. I don't know if we get that kind of a move down, but X could be a mean reversion trade here, but you're not going to see me punching into that. especially with no support levels that I can see until about 40 or 36. So we'll see. X definitely on watch for the rest of the day. All right, let's flip back here. Okay, so something is breaking the range finally, and it goes by the name AMZN. Shout out to the Amazonian. This one had an obvious top at 177 all morning, saving except for these two candles over here that took us into 177.19. Now look at this big candle. This is the biggest on the day. We are now moving into resistance level 1 on pivots, and that takes us to a new high day, 177.28, so just about the $0.25 area. I can't say that this wasn't coming because we kept putting in higher lows. We kept hanging out, trending more near that 177 area than we were that 176 3/4 or 2/3, right? We kept getting more action around the high end of this area, and then we would only spend just brief moments below that area. Like, look at this. Most of the action is above that 176.82, so it looks as if, you know, this was an inevitable break, and there goes 177 on a closing basis for the first time on the day. Let's see if it's able to get through that resistance level 1 on pivots, already up 1.05%. Good look for AMZN here. I don't want to say Amazon and Google are trading alike, but there's a lot of similarities between their charts today. That big move up, a bit of a sideways consolidation, and then just recently we break through key levels of resistance. I would say on Google, that key level of resistance was, for the most part, 140.75, 140 and 2/3 thereabouts. Now it's breaking through 141 like nobody's business, and it's on the way up to resistance level 2 on the pivots, which is hanging out at that 141 1/4. So good look for Google, good look for Amazon. They're both pumping right now, while all the other Mag 7 names are either sideways or doing bupkis. So Amazon, Google, strong names on the day, and that's no surprise. Google 1.85 in the green, and Amazon 1.1 now. So they're both green on the day, and their charts definitely reflect that. The Katina man just took some out of TSLA as it dipped into 171 again. In case you're wondering, he's short 173 and change. 173. 173. 172.75. Excuse me. I said 173.75 earlier. My mistake. 172.75. Shout out to the Katina man. And before I send it back to Adara, I want to mention the future here because we talked about the volume weighted average price RAM on the future. And we talked about how the volume weighted average price can be in two different areas depending on what time you start compiling your data. Well, this one's from 4 a.m. and we have the VWAP hanging out here at 18.3 2/3. So I definitely want to watch to see, number one, do we break VWAP? And if we do, look at these two candles over here that took us into pivot points at 18.380. Do we break above that? And if we do, then that'll be a newer high. And we have an entirely different chart pattern at that point. And we could easily see an 18.4 touch, if not a move higher. So decisions and things to be made, or questions to be asked, on these markets at the moment.
Yeah, we like market questions over here on how to trade. Also, we're going to be repeating the lesson soon, but for now we do have Mr. Memes. Thank you so much for the super chat, $5 super chat. GCT, please. Thanks. I can't find GCT. Let me keep checking. There we go. I'm blind. There we go here. GCT. I don't know why I didn't check the NQ first. That's okay. I checked the Amex. I was like, where is it? I checked the NY, but nice little bottom here at 37.60, a bit of a double bottom, a little bit of chop and turn. Now we're seeing kind of higher highs, higher lows, trying to curl back up here. Areas of resistance are going to be the 38.60 area that we previously popped up on. That'd be nice if we popped back up there. I think, of course, then that 39.3 area are going to be interesting. Volume here actually not bad, a little bit over 1 million shares. So it's actually doing more volume than Eli Lilly today. Is GCT. Let's get some more deets about this company. Giga Cloud Technology. Anything with Giga or Cloud in it, usually a nice sign for this very AI and tech-focused market. Not seeing any news on this one right now. Let's see the daily. It looks like it was holding to the downside a while ago, February 20th. Let's see, my chart decided it would hold to the downside. So let's pull my chart right back up here. GCT. Giga Cloud Technology. Let's see what we're doing over here. Also, yeah, someone was asking what happened to my Amazon trade. It fell the second I got in, so I got out. It really boring. But yeah, this GCT, ooh, this is not bad on the daily. I think this massive topping tail candle, though, around 40, what is this, almost 41? I think that would be kind of interesting to eclipse. Generally, though, I'm seeing higher highs, higher lows. Fell off a little bit here, but we definitely popped back up off that 31 yesterday. So kind of an overall story of perseverance and trying to climb that pedal bike to the upside is GCT. I think it's a nice look.
Dara, we have an auction, guys, in exactly 2 minutes. 1 minute now, excuse me. In 1 minute, we have the 30-year bond auction. Currently, I follow the 30-year very closely. Currently, the futures, 30 years, trading at 4.320. The last print was 4.360. Guys, as usual, if you get the bond result, I don't typically get it all that quickly on this app. It's investing.com. So please tag Adara and I in the chat there with the result of the bond auction. It's trading right now. The futures contract for the 30-year is trading at 4.320. It's up 1 1/5% on the day. That is the comparator. We're comparing the result of the auction to what it prints relative to what it was trading at before the auction. So we'll wait and see what we get from there. I'm sure it'll be out momentarily. Shout out to the chat, which always helps us out here with the bond auction. All right, I got into RUM. My line in the sand here is going to be the break of $8.45. I got in at 60 or 59 or something like that for a break, or sorry, for a hold of this level. So remember when I was talking about this previous price action support on Rumble over here, owing to this this flat top area that we had, that we couldn't break through at around 855. Well, it's holding up right at that area. Saving except for this one candle over here, which dipped to 45, then bounced right back up right above the $0.50. So right now, it looks like it may break the $0.50. And if it does, it breaks 45. That makes a new low. And that's my line in the sand. We'll get out of that. But what I'm looking for is for this previous area of support at 55 to flip, or sorry, resistance to flip into support. We'll see what we get there. Not too much size on this one though, because it's a rinse and repeat trade. So we don't want to get rinsed on this one. So take in smaller size on this trade on Rumble, but looking for a move back up.
Oh, we got it.
All right, bro. JC, you're talking about the actual bond, bro. All right. We're not talking about the bond. We're talking about the yield on the bond. So there's a bit of a difference to what the bond is trading at and what the yield is trading at. Thank you for that incorrect assessment, though. What else we got over here? SOUN for whoever was, I think Scott. Scott was pounding the table about SOUN. And, well, you're at high, Scott, right there, 779. Right, it's basically coming into yesterday, or the pre-market high, I would say. So this one hadn't broken. Well, it did, actually. It broke the pre-market high around 1150. But it's unable to stay above that pre-market high. So we'll see if it can break above that 780 level. It's having trouble, but it is near high of the day right now. So good look for SOUN. What are you looking at?
Yeah, sounding the alarm there on
Sound the alarm.
Okay, that nigga pound the alarm. Yeah. Also, apparently, Atana's DMOF saying that the bond auction came out at 4.352%. I'm not seeing anything else in there. Thank you for that. Yeah, let me look at this. This Nvidia, I have to say I'm really proud of myself, not because this trade went well, it went against me, but I'm proud because I got out. I had a plan, I left. Basically, like I said, I was taking this short because I was watching, we had the 892 failure a couple times. I was gonna get out around the 888 area. I had a really small position size. We didn't get there. I was watching for 893s. We got 893s. I got out. Honestly, even though it was a losing trade, I'm pleased as punch. Because as I was saying, and Sean mentioned this earlier today as well, I know Neil was saying that your losing trade should be boring. This is a boring trade, I'm very happy to say.
Good.
So let's see what else happens here. I was trying to go long Nvidia at that 893 when we held that up. Didn't get filled. Moving to the upside, sounds like Compass RX and some other people involved in this trade. So I like this look. Hans Beer, I tried to get in long. I didn't get filled there. That was the goal. But it's okay. And I would have taken it to the 895 because that would have been that earlier area we had some chop and churn, also in confluence with VWAP. So it's not for lack of trying that I didn't get long. It just was not in the cards. But that's okay. There's new cards. You shuffle the deck and you see what else the universe gives you. Because I'm really just trying to see what happens here. I'm trying to stay nimble because it's a very important part of trading. So yeah, I like this look. Frank Boso saying short SMCI right here. SMCI I do not touch. It is, yeah, no, Sean's saying do it in the background. Sean like that, do it. So, yeah, no, I have to say, this is not really my type of trade. We're curling up. We do have that candle to the downside, mind you, but this is just not something I want to look at. Also, that bounce off of VWAP, which also comes into confluence with the earlier area of resistance at 1156. Yeah, this is not what I honestly, I'm going to be honest here, I don't have a look here. But also the spread here is pretty rough. The spread is $1.25. But yeah, I see what you mean, Franco. So we could fail to make a higher high, but right now there's just really not any confluence for me. Beyond the fact that this is also super microcomputers. How are you doing over here?
Good. Got into a dip trade here on Amazon as it broke aggressively beyond 177 and then looked to come back into it. So I'm looking at that 177 as an area of support now with this market busting up here, but it's going to have to cross 21s. That's where my beak wetter is. We'll look to take some profits here at 21s, and then we'll hold a piece for the dream. It's having trouble breaking through 20. There seems to be a bit of a seller there at the 1/5 of a dollar. We'll pack our patience. I've already put my stop on the other side of 177. So if the market flushes here, and I'm seeing a bit of a topping tail candle come in on the future, then we'll get out of this one. We're also long at this same consolidative level here on RUM. It really hasn't been able to break and hold above that level, but I'm looking for a hold of this 55 penny area and then a move above through the $0.75. So packing my patience here, seeing what we get both on Rumble and on Amazon. Good trades on both today, and I don't want to give back too much, but we've got to participate here in these moves, and I really like that Amazon 177 dip. It's having trouble, though, breaking again through that 20 penny area. But, you know, Amazon isn't the biggest mover and hasn't been the most volatile mover on the day. So probably packing my patience here is a good idea, and then we'll see what we get. But I think we got the lesson to start because it's after 1 now.
We do have the lesson. Also, yeah, make sure that you bubble wrap that package as you're packing your patience there for Amazon.
Okay. I shall.
Why not? We tried something. We failed. That's okay. Let's talk about risk management in volatile markets. There we go. I don't know why I always struggle opening a PowerPoint, but here we are. That's okay. We have it open. Let's talk about this. Volatile markets, you know, you could see as maybe a whitewater rapid. They can be really fun, but the whitewater rapids can also be really risky, and you can get swept away in all that price action. So how do you deal with this? Here are some crucial risk management strategies to navigate these more difficult periods. Position sizing is going to be one to keep an eye on. This is really going to refer to the amount of capital you're allocating to each trade. And in volatile markets, you might want to downsize your positions. A smaller position could limit potential losses if the market moves against you. Also worth noting, I think Neil's lesson of the day today with The Real Deal with Neil around 12 p.m. You can check that out. And I believe they're often clipped as well. But talking about when or when not to add to positions, that could also be a good lesson to keep in mind with regards to position sizing in volatile markets. So I thought I'd put that out there. There we go. Smaller size equals smaller losses. Stop loss order is also really important. These are basically going to be automatic orders that sell if your position if the price reaches a certain level. Also, we sometimes talk about mental stop loss, so knowing, hey, if price A gets to point B, I'm out of here, right? But even like stop loss orders really make sure that the price action isn't going, or you're not going with the price action. You have to leave the trade. We also have to talk about here tightening your stop loss orders. You might want to make them tighter, give yourself a little bit less wiggle room during volatile periods in order to limit potential losses on sudden price swings. We saw Nvidia. Nvidia went from like 890 to almost 900 in a matter of like 15 minutes, right? So some of these names are going to be a little bit more volatile, and in that case, you really want to make sure you're cognizant and setting stop losses accordingly. Taking profits early is also something you want to keep in mind when you see more volatility. Don't get greedy. Volatility can be fleeting, so you might want to consider taking profits sooner than usual in order to lock in gains before the market reverses. This is a strategy known as profit taking. It can help protect your capital, keep it safe in these whitewater rapids of volatility. Risk-reward ratio, also something to keep in mind here. This ratio is going to compare your potential profit to your potential loss in a trade. In volatile markets, you want to aim for a higher risk-to-reward ratio. So you want to be risking less than what you intend to make, because if you risk more, you could be losing a lot with all the volatility happening here. This means that really you should only be taking trades where the potential profit significantly outweighs the potential loss. So I just talked about that Nvidia trade where I was looking to make maybe $4 on it, so I risked about $1.50. right? So that's not an exact ratio, mind you, but it's really showing that I was giving it a little less room to run because I wanted to make a little bit more on it, right? And Nvidia is such a volatile name that I think that could be a decent example here. Diversification, also very important. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, or as Anil was saying, maybe do put all your eggs in one breakfast if you are Sharif. But basically what this means is you want to spread your capital across different assets to help reduce your overall risk. Maybe invest in some semiconductors, maybe invest in some EVs. That was a weird example. But anyway, right, you want to spread it out and make sure that you're not putting everything into one holding, because if you see downturn in one area, it's not going to impact your entire portfolio. It'll just impact that one aspect of your portfolio, but you'll still have some strength in other areas. So in that case, maybe the EVs were a good example. We know EVs have been getting hit a skosh hard as of late. So if you've got semiconductors in your portfolio, well, you will be just fine with how those have been doing, right? So that's what diversification is really about. Hedging, also really important here too, right? You might want to consider using hedging strategies to further protect yourself. That might involve buying put options to limit your downside risk, or using futures contracts to offset potential losses in your underlying holdings. Pre-trade prep. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the emotional aspects of volatility trading, but this one's a little bit more about the planning with regards to emotions to help manage your risk before you enter the trades. Keep emotion out of those trades. That was a huge thing I was, talking about yesterday. I know Sharif says his friend Alfred, who did come on the midday back in December, saying that you basically want to be dead inside when you trade. Oh, sorry, how to trade. It should have, not the midday, came on how to trade in December. I saw the banner and I was like, how dare I? Thank you, Ramin and Fabian, for keeping me in check there. But you also want to keep your emotions in check, because it can be really hard while trading. You can get all swept up in the hubbub. You can get lost in the sauce, as our pal Obi likes to call it. So you want to make sure that you have your profit targets in mind before entering the trade and just stick to them, even in times of volatility. So that way, if things change a little bit, you still have your profits and you're good to go. You're pleased as punch, you're tickled pink. You also want to be able to distinguish between the noise or the chatter surrounding a stock and the actual signals, the tangible reasons to enter or exit a trade. So the market noise, for example, you hear, oh, X is going down, steel to the downside, US steel on that, potential Nippon steel deal falling through. Then you want to take a look at it. That would be the noise, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have a signal on that. That doesn't necessarily mean you have a trade, right? Sharif was talking about there could be a counter trend trade there, but you don't want to make assumptions. So I think that Nippon Steel actually gave us a really nice in the wild example a little bit later in the day there. Also, shout out to a woman named Melissa Brown. She's, I guess, an analyst, and that I was seeing through her notes. That's how I found this noise and signal stuff. So shout out to Melissa Brown. I think that's a really good point, and I think she's a bit more of a long-term investor as well, or financial portfolios, which I found interesting. So nice look there. Let's see what's going on in these markets.
Shout out to Neil for taking that 177 dip with me on AMZN. Look at Amazon pump up, baby, through resistance level 1. Looks like we're on our way, hopefully here, to the $0.50. I'll wet my beak on my last out there in front of the $0.50, give or take by a couple of pennies. We're long 09s, 177.09. I would have liked to had a better price. Neil's got a better price. He's long at 02s. We'll see if we can make it into that $0.50 area on AMZN. 1.16 to the good now. The trade that's dead money right now is RUM. We're break even, it's trading at 860 and we're long 860. Okay, now it comes to 58, so we're 2 pennies out of the money on Rumble, but it's been sideways move here. And if you're wondering why I'm long Rumble at these levels, just go back and zoom out and look how that 855 area was a key level of resistance earlier in the day. And so what I'm looking for is for that area previously resistance to be support. What's up, Katina, man? Short Nvidia 900 at $2 in the money. Here we go, Nvidia 900. This looks like it's going to reject, guys. Great short there for the Katina man. Look at that, baby, as it comes into that 900. Rinse and repeat. It rejected 900 twice already today. Once at 1040 and then again at 1110. So if it rejects again, it'll be the 3rd time on the day. Shout out to the Katina man. All right, let's go ahead and put our last out here on AMZN. We'll hang out at 48 and see if we can get that print. I think we got up as high as 47. So 10 pennies below that right now, hanging out at 177.37. See if we can get something in and around there, right back up into the 40s it goes. I'm hanging out at 48. See if we can get that print at 48. But you know what else is curling up? The dead one, AKA AAPL, yes, this has been dead all day. Look what this thing is doing. Hit it, Katina, man. This one really holding that general area of 170 and a half, 170 and 2/3, 170 3/4, essentially doing the dance plus or minus 20 pennies north and south of 171. Now it's really extending away from the previous highs here, on its way to the volume weighted average price, which is hanging out at 171.40, 171.39. It's at 35s right now. Let's see what it does there. Very, very possible it could reject. Apple super weak on the day, down 1%, but it's, you know, still holding on to that hockey stick type pattern. So we'll see what's going on with AAPL. I want to see how it trades at the volume weighted average price. Somebody now is $3 in the money as this comes down off 900. You're not going to catch me trading that. I'd have a heart attack. Katina, man, obviously a different beast. Anyway, so we'll keep an eye on Nvidia, we'll keep an eye on Apple, and we'll keep an eye, obviously, on AMZN because we're involved in that bad boy. Let's flip back to Rumble. Rumble is going to give me an aneurysm. It's so boring at these levels. I just wanted to break above that level, but, you know.
It's getting rangy.
Yeah, it's super rangy at these levels, but the reason I got long here was for a bounce up, not a range trade.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like I wasn't ready for that type of trade, but you know, it doesn't matter what I'm ready for. It matters what the market's going to give me. Now I'm out. So good. I had my stop in place. I'm happy about that. We end up taking a little bit of an L. We're still positive on Rumble though. And yeah, so it looks like we break down and we're not going to hold that particular level. So that level ends up giving up the ghost. Let's see what we're doing on Amazon. Nothing doing here. Hanging out in the mid to low 40s, looking for that 48 print, and I'll get out.
Yeah, no, that's a nice look there. I also had my eye on Nvidia. I did take the 900 failure of Nvidia short yesterday. That literally was a trade where I said I had to turn off all feeling. I was in it for less than a minute. Like I checked after on the minute chart, and I was like, we were in and out of that. That was it. Afterwards, I was like, you know, you have an adrenaline rush. Like it was a really stressful trade to be in. I understand. I totally get it, Sharif. I agree, and that's why I didn't take it this time. What I was looking for though was if we failed 899 or 900 again, because that was where I took it yesterday when we saw that repeated failure of the level. I didn't have that, so I didn't have a reason to get in. I'm watching though to see what we do at 897 because look where we had that little chop and turn earlier. I think there could be a bit of a bounce play. And when I say bounce play, I don't mean all the way up to 900. It's me. If we scalp 50 cents to $1, I'll be pleased as dang punch. And I have noticed that it's giving you a bit of opportunities. Right now, though, not one I want to get involved in. I had one failed Nvidia trade earlier. I planned it. I'm very happy with how it was executed, even though we lost on it. So I don't really want to mess that up by punching and praying. You know what I mean? I would like, you know, if I feel good about the setup, I shouldn't have to hope it'll go well. I should just be able to believe in it and let it happen. But Sean is pleased as punch because Nvidia did fall off that 897. Sean, $4 in the money in NVDA. Jeez. $1 for every letter in the ticker on that one. So nice look there. We can call him Sean Nvidia now, I guess.
Killer Katina, baby.
Oh, we're out of Nvidia. Or he's
fully wet his beak.
The beak is drenched.
Has been drenched, yes.
It's like, Ramin did not enjoy that analogy. But yeah, congrats to Sean on this one. Also, Ricky Paddington, hey Panera, SQM please. Yeah, I can totally take a look at that. Hopefully we'll get in some bread on these trades.
Oh, Amazon coming down. What? Ooh. It's still, yeah, well, that's...
Yeah, we got Tesla, we got Coinbase, $6 in the money.
Coinbase, $6 in the moolah off Coinbase. It's on its way down. I think a really good range trade was this Coinbase VWAP dip, Dare. Look at this. Look how many times we've kind of come into that VWAP area, bounced off. We didn't quite make it down this time here at 1235, but this could be another rinse and repeat type trade. Like, I mean, the Katina man has got it from up here. Yeah, I remember when he was shorting coin right at the very top. But for everybody else who didn't get that top, I think there is a range trade to be had here on VWAP with essentially 262 as a low. So we're going to have to keep watching that. Coinbase, gift that keeps on giving. Up today, though.
That's a nice look on that range. I would take it if I don't. I don't trust Bitcoin stocks. I've said this. They are way too manipulated by what Mother Bitcoin does. Obi talks about Mother Market. I think Bitcoin really, like these crypto names, they scare me a little bit, and I have taken them. To be clear, I will take a trade sometimes, a very short-term trade, but I don't want to rely on a range and something that essentially is going to do what Bitcoin does, right? So I want to be a little bit cautious of that. SQM, though, I pulled up here for Ricky Paddington. Sociedad Química y Minera. I apologize for the very poor accent there and the poor pronunciation, but this looks like a name in, where is this name based? Let's find out. Yeah, this is based in Chile, Santiago, Chile. So yeah, nice look here. We already had earnings on this name. The volume on the daily for me, we're below 300. Yeah, shout out there, Chilean Nightmare there, and that this name is from Chile. This company, SQM.
I like it.
I'm not going to attempt to say the name again. I apologize, but yeah, nice look here. On the day though, we're below 350 million. Oh yeah. Birthplace. Okay, there. Thank you very much, Fabian, shouting that out there. So yeah, shout out to Fabian and Ramin also saying pun era, PUNERA, making it very clear in the chat. So shout out to both Fabian and Ramin. And yeah, in terms of SQM, volume's too low for me to have a read on this one on the intraday. On the daily chart though, I see a level. I don't want to make a squeal again, but I do see a level here on SQM. Look at this. 50.82. We're going to say 51. It's basically 51. We have this move here. We go down, make a slightly higher low, then we pop back up. We need to exceed this 51 with the viciousness because look, 51 was also the bottom of this range that we saw we were going into in November to remember. Instead of having November to remember, SQM kind of hung out at this one level. So I think breaking that level and then maybe breaking above into these 54s where we had the top of that range earlier and also the bottom of that previous trough. I like this breaking out of this 54 area. I think once you break 54s, then you're going to be watching 60s and then maybe save a piece for the dream at 64. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. But honestly, I have to say Ricky Paddington, unfortunately, I have no intraday levels on this because it's just kind of hanging out here on the day. And also the volume is so low. We did, a little bit of a pop into that 51.15, but we're kind of petering out, falling to the downside a little bit on the 9 EMA. I hope that helps. Max Sands asking about NXPI. So let's look at NXPI. I think this is also not NXPO, but there we go. Yeah, I also, it's funny too, I just realized that it's funny that my, I was just looking at Ramin here in the chat. It's funny that my nickname is also a pun. I guess that's pretty fitting. Oh, NXPI, this is, okay, this is interesting. So we had a bit of a range earlier, this type of range that, as Sharif sometimes says, that I would be salivating over. This is not a small cap though. We're at a $250 name, NXP Semiconductors. I apologize, NXP Semi, for misstating your worth here. We had a price target increase yesterday to 300 from 270, so nice look here. Popping up above VWAP. Volume on here, though, also, as Sharif says, sometimes negligible. Volume of 540,000 shares. I think I'd be watching that area of 253.20 for a potential rejection, but that's really the only level I see here. Bit of a curl back to the upside. I would just be waiting to see what we do with it. 253.20. I do think, though, that the lows of the day seem to be a bit behind us. But again, volume a little bit weaker. Nvidia, though, I said I was watching 897. Nvidia's giving me 897. We may dip our baby toe into a trade with very small size. I just don't want to, I want to make sure I'm taking trades here and not missing any opportunities. So this might be a decent look if I take it with a teeny tiny amount of shareage. How are you doing?
I'm staring at X here. Shout out to Jay Lee. Great mean reversion trade, Jay. He just put, as I shouted him out, he just put something in the chat. And the reason he's putting in the chat, because he's long, baby, X. And I don't know where you took it, Jay. He says almost a $2 banger. So my man's long somewhere near 40s there. So it looks like you've got 40 and a fifth or something thereabouts, because here comes 42. I think we just did actually get a 42 touch, if not all, if not that transient. But let's see if we hold above 42. I was actually looking at 42 as a possible short, but I don't want to stand in front of this monster over here. Let's see what this one does. Down 10.75% on Joe Biden expressing concern about their acquisition, this, that, and the other. It's sent this one reeling big time below that $46 area where it had been holding above the majority of the morning. This came in, what time? 12:45 is exactly when it happened. Here we go, 42 showing up at the ask and not able to cross. That's the second time it's done that. So there's a seller there, a hidden seller at 42, and yet again we reject. Let's see if we can actually cross this time. Again, it's a hidden seller because there's nothing really reflected on the book to show us really holding or justify us really holding below that. It was all ones, nothing of significant size. And then again we reject. But let's see if we're able to hold. Break and hold above that 42. Right now, it's just quick wicks above there and then a big move back down. So that is another one that I'm looking at. That is U.S. Steel, and that is X. Amazon came down as the market rejected that general area below 18.4. It got up into 18.392, and then that sent Amazon reeling back down, but it held that 1/5 of a dollar area at 177.20s. I mean, it wicked down into 15s, but all the closing prints were closer to 20s. Here we go with 1/3 of a dollar. It's curling back up into 30s. I've got a profit taker that almost triggered a couple of times here at 48s. I considered moving it down to 45, but it wasn't quick enough on the adjustment, and then it really dipped back down. So we'll leave it there, especially if the market is going to hold above the volume-weighted average price, hold above that 50-point level, and try and attempt and make a second attempt at 18.4. The first attempt was met with topping tail candles, and then we retraced all the way back down to the volume-weighted average price. So we'll keep eyes on that. And then this is the bamboozlement that you don't like with the small cap gap style trades. And I'm talking about Rumble here, because we kept yelling about how this area was a great area of support, this area over here, owing to the fact that it was a consolidation top of this area here. It was a resistance area, and so we got long on that basis. And then obviously the bamboozlement came, and then right back up again we go. So it looks like we retook the volume weighted average price, retook that entire area, made new highs from this consolidation top above 870. It looks like we got to 81s. So bamboozlement on Rumble, but that's to be expected. It looks like I got shaken out of that one, but I'm still positive on the day with Rumble, but looking to get more if possible, and to avenge, as Adair says, that L that I just took there. So we'll continue to watch and see if we can weasel our way into Rumble again. Say that again? Yeah, I was going to bid with you, Katina, man. So the Katina, yeah, he's covering. Well, it's the opposite. I want to go long because we kept talking about how this volume-weighted average price kept bouncing off. So the Katina man just told me he's covering some here on coin as it's covered already. It's done at that 262 area, which happens to be the volume weighted average price. And so let's see if we hold this general area. Around here, 1145, we didn't hold it to the T. We got that break, and it actually broke a little bit below it. So 261.40 was where VWAP was. We made it all the way down to 260.58, so almost $1. So you're going to have to give this room. And I've heard the Katina man say, owing to the spread on Coinbase, that you're going to have to give this thing room. If you're not giving it $1, maybe don't trade it. Because number one, it's spready. Number two, it's moving dollars at a time here. I think the last time I looked at the spread was like 40, 50 pennies. So we'll continue to watch, see if we get any bounce here on the volume weighted average price. Right now it is coming down. Here it comes 261, 261.50 broke, 261 1/3. I just saw printed there. So that's why I didn't have a resting order at volume weighted average price. It needs to prove that it's going to hold that area. And then as my friend Neil says, let's get it on the back end once it starts printing those green candles showing you that, look, I'm going to hold up at this level. Right now, it doesn't look like it's going to do that, Katina man, as it's on its way down to 261. We'll see if it ends up holding and puts in a couple of green candles. Right now, it's a sea of red. Uninterrupted 5 red candles to the down side on Coinbase. Let's check Rumble real quick here, Ram, as this one looks like it wants to hold VWAP at the moment. We got bamboozled out of this. I mean, look at this range over here. 24s to the downside, 81s to the top side, all within two candles over here. So yeah, this one had a lot of volatility, and we got weaseled out of this one. That's all right. We'll look to a different trade, or if not this trade again, at a different price. So keep watching. Let's check back on AMZN, see what that one is doing. Okay, Amazon right back into the highs, baby. Woo. And let's see if we can get that 48 print, because we've been sitting at 48s forever. And well, we want the print. So what's your look over there, Neil, on Amazon? He's out. So the Neil has taken all his profits on that one. I think I might flatten out here. I mean, I don't really need to fight over a few pennies. And so that's the end of the trade there.
Yeah, I think it would be a little bit unfair if you did not say, oh boy, when looking at the Amazon chart, in honor of the Amazonian himself.
He's twirling his pen as we speak.
Is he? I didn't even know.
He's quite the pen twirler. Yeah.
Shout out to Obi, always killing it. And honestly, like, so Amazon is not really a stock that I trade that much. So I always thought it was really cool. I always appreciate his insights on that trade. And also, I know he and I were talking once in the midday, I believe, maybe right before New Year's when he came on and substituted. And I was, we were talking about certain stocks, the books move different ways. You can kind of become accustomed to that. So I thought that was really cool. And shout out, as always, to him. Nick Free, thank you so much for the €5 super chat here. I love thoughts on LICY long. I love your show. First thing I turn on when I get off work in Germany. Shout out to you. And thank you so much for the super chat. Li-Cycle Holdings, I believe this is lithium adjacent. Let me get the specifics on this company here. They do have yes, lithium ion battery recycling. There we go, says it all in the name. I love that. LICY. Let's see let's check the NY, see what this one's doing. There we go. LICY. Okay, this is nice. I'll look at the longer term. Yeah, I think, yeah, Lucy Long, so I think probably in the longer term. But yeah, I think in terms of what we're seeing, this is a penny stock. On the day, I think, it's not a bad look for the long right now. I think we had a pseudo double bottom, not exact, but around that 66, 67 penny level, curling to the upside for sure. I think if we can eclipse that high of 81 cents, I think that'd be a nice look. Not advice, just my take on the chart. And of course, then that earlier high of 91 would be a nice look, because we're lower than we have been earlier today, but we're curling back up, I think, right? We're seeing higher highs, higher lows since we made that bottom there at 11. Also, the story on this one, yesterday the company entered an agreement to issue a senior secured convertible note in an aggregate principal amount of $75 million to an affiliate of Glencore. So nice look. I think this LCY is a nice look. Yeah, Ricky, my shirt is not Prada, but thank you for saying that. It is from The Gap. But yeah, so yeah, I think this LICY, honestly, for that super chat, nice look. Let's see on the daily. Yeah, thank you, Nick Free, for checking this out and bringing this one to my attention. I think yesterday some people were mentioning LICY as well. Yeah, I think, what's interesting is look where we wicked up into, that 90-cent area. I stand by that 90-cent area being important. I think both on the intraday and in this daily chart, if we can close above 90 cents, I think that'd be a nice look for LICY. That's really my only read on this, though, and I hope that helps. And thank you very much for the super chat. This Nvidia, though, I was really proud of myself for taking a scalp here. Someone was saying, you could have saved a piece for the dream there on the long, and honestly, I'm happy I didn't, because it wouldn't have been true to my style of trading. I really like what I did here, though. Cash cow.
Yeah.
What are you in, Sean?
No, that's a good job on Nvidia.
Oh, thank you.
You covered that.
Yeah.
Katina Man covered at 896 and now at 906. So he's, shouting out Adara.
Thank you very much. Again, shout out to Sean for that. Yeah, I just got involved. I said I like that 896.7 level. We held that 90 MA like a glove. I was going to leave if we got below 896. We didn't. We bounced, and I just kind of wanted to get out before the 899. So I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, thank you.
Adara, we just made yet another attempt at that 18.4 or general area, and we're being met with more selling. Last time around, we got right into this level over here. We didn't get it on a closing basis. It was a quick wick into 18.392s, and then we tanked all the way back down to 53s. Yet another attempt here at 9.3s, and there we go right back down again into 8.2s. I mean, we're not too far away, but right now what I'm seeing is a hammer candle form, baby, on the future. So if it closes like this, it's awfully bearish. Course, you don't want to put too much stock into one trade, but I'm watching the future right now. It's putting quite the 5-minute hammer candle. With respect to things that are flushing, look at Coinbase Go, baby. Where do we get down into there, Katina Man? 260.49. Katina Man printed several dollars, and by several I mean seven, excuse me, on that. But look at this. It didn't hold up above VWAP this time around, right? So now do we get some support at the whole dollar level? I mean, you could sit at the whole dollar level, look to get filled, and then a dip below the whole dollar level, you get out. But if you're going to do that, I got to tell you, it's awfully spready. So make sure you're either using a market stop or your limit order, your limit stop is wide enough between the trigger and the limit price to kind of encapsulate the price action that Coinbase has here. So right back down to 260. That is the lowest we've been since essentially 10 a.m. this morning. It was all the way up almost to 270 at times, 269.39 HOD on the day. It's right now at 260.25, but it is very spready name, so you may not get the price you want Right now, look at this. It's a 15 penny spread. Now it's a little bit tight. Now it's 30 pennies. So yeah, there we go. Now it breaks down below 260, Katina, man. This one looks like it may be headed into break-even territory, which takes it to 256. So it'll be $3 from where we are. Where Coinbase stops, I do not know. But it had an obvious double top here. Well, obvious, I say obvious ex post facto, but a nice double top looking shape here at 266 or thereabouts. So good look on AMZN. Let's flip back into, Coinbase. Let's flip back into AMZN. So right back into 40s we go. This one went without me, man. We got everything out at 45, and this one went to 62. Now it's back down to 41. So we don't get top wick, but you know, whatever. That's fine. Positive on the Amazon trade. Took the breakout trade, took the range trade on Amazon. I never really trade Amazon either, so I'm happy about that. Let's see what else is popping off here. Is the future rejecting? Well, we're in the 70s, so yeah, kind of. We'll see what this one does. Jay Lee. Now X is at 42.30. I sold too soon, LOL, but it's still a great trade. It is, Jay. Let's flip back into X over here and have a look at the trade that you had. What the hell? Let's see what, yeah, this one's continuing to go, Jay. But if you try to take the 42 initial break, you were, well, it depends on where you had your stop, but it came all the way into 41 and a quarter. So you would have had to give this monster 75 pennies worth of range, and that, I mean, I probably wouldn't have given it that much, just speaking for myself here. Now, let's watch out what it does at 43 and a half. Why? Because, well, look at this consolidation area here on the big boy Huadunk. We kind of ranged a little bit, slowed down our descent right at that 43, in between 43 and a quarter to 43 and 2/3, essentially. We had some support, well, not support, just a range in and around there. When we make it back up there, if we make it back up there, what happens? So I'll be on the lookout. Nessa, $20 super chat. Jeez Louise. Just want to buy y'all a cup of coffee, as trading and hosting a show is extremely hard. Sharif, Adair, Neil, Sean, shout-outs. Shout out to you, Nessa. Thank you very much for the super chat. It is hard. I got to tell you the truth, and it's not going to probably get any easier. Well, because you want to improve as a trader, and if you improve as a trader, you usually increase your size. Say it again, Katina, man. It only gets easier, he said. Well, that's not something to look forward to straight up. So thanks. Well, that's true. That's true. I was thinking it wouldn't get easier because I'd be increasing my share size, but you know, that's my problem. So we'll continue to watch and see what's there. Much appreciated, says the Katina man, and multiple cups of coffee thrown in the chat there, Darryl.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Nessa. Yeah, our whole team, like Brendan, Ramin, Fabian, everyone in the back, like I know I always sound like I'm like, you know, accepting an Oscar, but I literally am just so grateful and happy to be here and learning. So that's, you know, I really appreciate that. Also, this Tesla, I did get involved in this long. I was looking at P&L and I was like, it's really funny that, you know, I had that Nvidia trade I was really proud of, but honestly, the name that I've had the most success with today has been Tesla, and it's just been these, what I call micro ranges. So we found another one here. We had that nice bounce off that 170, 120 area. Basically what I did is I have enough for 2 beak wetters here. I'm gonna be taking some out around that 170, 150 area where we had that earlier chop and turn and that earlier rejection. Also, I did have all these lines drawn earlier, and then my P-Pro 8 chart took a little bit of a nap, so it erased all my lines, but I can still, because I spent so long drawing them, I can still kind of, you know, envision them. I still know where my levels are. Then look at that rejection earlier at 172. As Sharif says sometimes, I want all the smoke. So we'll be getting out at 172. I'm not staying beyond that point. Also, in terms of my stop, I have planned, if we get to that 170, 115, I'll add to the position because that was an earlier area. We had the bottom of that little baby range. Then if we break below that bottom of 170.95, I'm going to be out. So I'm pretty happy with this, I have to say. I like how it's set up. I realize I have just waxed poetic about the entry of a trade, but that's what we're talking about, planning and volatility today. So why not? That's the look here on the Cybertruck. Nessa's saying, yes, much love to the others you mentioned. So Nessa's spreading all the love over here as well. So thank you very much we're all just happy to be here and trade. Tesla, if you could get above my point of entry, that'd be great. But we'll have to see what we do here.
Right.
If not, I could get that dip by, and I'd also be pleased as punch. So that's the trade. That's really the only thing I have my eye on as of right now, if I'm being honest. Also, IWM, I know Mahmoud was mentioning earlier it was a short. It did curl back up here, though. But it, like, honestly, to me, this one's a little bit too confused to kind of have a true read on it. That 206 15 bounce is not really one of the earlier areas I identified, so we'll see what happens.
I like it. All right. Coinbase is trying to work its way back above 260, or is it? It is. What am I saying? So the chart didn't update there. Sorry. 261. So it does hold that general 260 level. Good look for coin as it tries to recover at the moment here. So if you're waiting maybe at that 260, I mean, that wasn't a trade I want to take, to be honest with you, but we break 260. We do. We make our way down at 59.63, so it's not by that much, but we generally hold 60 area. In fact, the closing prints are all at 260 and a third. So we make our way now back above 261. It's still below VWAP on the day, but it's not like a small cap gapper. It's not like I won't trade this if it's trading south of VWAP. That's not how I trade these type of names. So we'll see what we get here. It's been how many attempts here on the future to try and take that 18.4. We've been getting multiple topping tail candles in and around this area over here. Like, look at all these topping tail candles trying to break through the pivot point area to try to go green on the day. Well, going green, sorry, we have to go above 18.478 just to, I guess, to break above 18.4. But it's been met with a wall of selling so far. So we'll have to see if we can bamboozle some sort of trade that takes us above 18.4. So questions to be asked. Let's have a look at what these mega cap names are doing. Wow, Nvidia, geez Louise. Talk about ranging all day with VWAP, and then comes like 1 o'clock, and that's the end of it. That's all she wrote there. So this one breaking through, looking to go green on the day. It's got to get into that 920 level, or 19 and a quarter to go green, but it's coming into pivots at 908, rejected initially at pivots. And it really did respect pivots as, I guess, a level of support earlier. We did get a couple of bounces here on the 5-minute look on pivots before giving up the go. So if we do get back into that area at 908, 909, be on the lookout for this area over here, because this could actually act as resistance. It was initially support, so we could, find some issues with our ascent up on Nvidia owing to this price action over here. But I gotta say, this is in the pre-market too. So now that I've noticed in the pre-market, we have to give it a little bit less weight. Looks like Nvidia is on the way up, man. Unreal. Good look for Nvidia on the day. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I have to say, I was also looking at Neil's chat saying rule number one in Nvidia, no matter how weak it has looked, if I scalp a breakout long, it's going further. So yeah, Nvidia basically having its own physics is kind of the gist of that. Definitely not something anyone here can disagree with. I got out because I was very worried about what we do at that 900, because we have failed 900 before. Yesterday, that 900 failure was vicious. And Nvidia's like, oh, cool. We don't care about what we did in the past. We're going to keep going. So gotta let her do her thing, 21. Pardon?
Holy shit, with the 97 long.
Yeah.
That's a really good entry, and he swore a lot there too, so it's funny.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
I know. He doesn't have a mic on, obviously, but we could tell.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Darren. But yeah, so I have this Tesla still. The Cybertruck kind of running out of, it doesn't have gas, but it's running out of charge, I guess. It needs to get another jolt here in the charge. I know you said, you guys finally got the chargers, right, for the EVs at you're saying your condo, right?
We're getting one. It still hasn't been installed.
Okay.
They approved one measly charger in the guest parking spots, Adara, and that's for a condo of I don't know, several hundred people.
Seems like a large, well, it's a Toronto condo, so.
Say it again. I'm still waiting on the replacements. I had to send them back in. Still waiting on that one. Now they're back order on the ones that I want. Ram's asking me about my Meta glasses. I got the matte black ones, and so they only have the shiny black ones. The matte black ones are on back order. So got to wait for those, but they'll be in very soon. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm talking about resale value here at Dara. Now, look, not everybody's driving an EV. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, but there is a growing amount of people that want electric vehicles. Now, if I come to sell my condo, How is that make me look to all the people who have electric vehicles? They're going to be like, no thanks.
They don't want it because they can't charge their vehicle.
Yeah,
there.
exactly. You're going to have to be a muggle and rely on the supercharging stations or these random stations everywhere. You know what I mean?
That's a good point, yeah.
Like, that's the point. So it makes the resale value less attractive to those who want to move it. So at least give me one, Danks. If not one, at least a couple of charging stations, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is I guess I could not stop. The Cybertruck needs to stop somewhere. Needs a little jolt. I will say we're holding 171 remarkably well. Like I said, I'm watching what we do at 171.95S.
Okay.
We're holding it really well. I did get my little dip buy there at 171.13, a very random number, but I used it as the bottom of that earlier micro range. So I'm pretty happy with this. Taking out some profit a little bit earlier than I thought. When I say calculation, I really mean just having a plan and having little areas to adapt if the car goes a little bit off-road, to use the Tesla analogy still. But yeah, we're going to get out some of this at 171.37 because that was an area we struggled with and I honestly should have scalped out some profit earlier. That's cool. And then if we get into that 170, 160, I'll see what we do. If we do okay there, I'm going to keep holding a piece for the Dreamer 172s. If we stall a little bit, if we need another recharge, we're going to get out of the trade. I'm not adding anything to this. I'm pretty happy with where we are, and I would like us to continue to hold that 171. And if we don't, I'll get out. I'm really trying to get less emotionally attached to trades because it's just a trade. It's just some numbers on a screen with some pictures. You know what I mean? And I know it's a little bit different because I know I am still in the sim, but I think if I get into this attitude now, it'll hopefully be a little bit easier to understand if I go live, which I would like to do someday.
I like it. I'm just keeping eyes on the future. I want to know what we do at this 18.4 general area, so I'm gonna continue to watch. I got in super quick. It didn't continue in the direction that I anticipated. I thought it was going to make higher lows. It made a lower low, so I just flattened out right away. Lost very, very small. As you can see, basically the entry and the exit are almost overlapping. So watch in here, you see what we do. The thing is about this is when you just use this as your entry your starting point over here. We've been holding these higher lows excellently on the future ever since that bottom and tail candle through 18.28 into 18.281. We've put in consecutively higher lows. We've put consecutively higher highs. I'd like to get in at the best area that I can bamboozle, so that I don't have to give it too much space for a stop. So I'll continue to watch this. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. JF Trader, the market will eventually settle with hybrid vehicles. You're not the first person I hear say that. So we'll see. The Piper, start charging EVs with a really noisy generator. They may change their mind. You are brilliant, The Piper. I shall do that, and then I'll get kicked out. No, it's I own the condo, but they can, they can force you out. They can sue you and have you forced out. That's like if you don't pay your condo fees, they can do that to you too. Jay Lee, condos are silly. Only type of real estate that you pay half rent continuously. Hope you get into non-condo and save. Don't get me started, Jay, about the maintenance fees that I have to pay, which is like a mortgage in and of itself, from which you get no equity. So yeah, totally hear you on that. Can't afford a house in Toronto right now. Anybody who knows exactly what I'm talking about. So that would be nice. It's the dream. It's the dream. And working towards that, hopefully, slowly but surely. Steph B, please look at TGT. Thanks. That's very kind. Very polite. Absolutely, I will look at TGT for you. Let's see what Target's up to on the day. So Target is down 1.25%. It's seeming to have a bit of an issue, Steph, with this 166 or general level over here. So we got up into 166 after Big Boy dropping into that 164 area. We got a lot of bottoming tail candles here, which showing you buyers are getting in at that price, basically overwhelming sellers and causing the price to bounce back up. And that's exactly what we got. But now we're kind of doing this consolidation dance south of 166. So it looks like the opposite is happening here. We're wicking up into that $166 area, only to be met with either profit taking or short sellers getting in at that level. We've been doing that essentially since 12:45. It's 1:45, so an hour worth of $166 rejections. I mean, you either take this 166 level short, play the range, or wait for the breakout. Those are the options I would say, right? So you're gonna wait for that 166 to get taken on a closing basis to the north side and take the breakout trade, or you look to play the range between, say, 160, 5.5 into that 166 area, or you look to get short at 166 or thereabouts. That would be what my suggestion to you would be for that particular trade. I hope that helps. Jay Lee, sorry, I know that's really that's the reality in Toronto, but still always bothers me. My sister was paying like $700 for per month for the maintenance fees. It's exactly what I'm paying. I'm minus $15, bro. So that's just the way it is, and there's really nothing that can be done about that because, well, the maintenance fees aren't going to get any less. And let me tell you, they were trying to, okay, every condo has to have these, this rainy day fund. Ours is $1 million, or either 1 or 2 million, I forget, it's statutorily required. And so what they were doing was they wanted the provincial government to give them statutory authority to take that rainy day fund and to use it for the electric vehicle expansion. And they didn't get that authorization, so they don't have money. Either you raise the maintenance fees on everybody in the condo, and then you have the murder of the board, which, because they will kill the board of directors at my condo if they raise maintenance fees anymore. No, I'm kidding. Or you get the money from somewhere else. I mean, there's only a finite way we can get the money. So
that's hard.
You're bang on, Jay. I mean, that's just the way it is around here. Nice skin. Do you think S can solar in today's earnings? Can the cybersecurity AI hype translate into some good earnings? That's a really interesting question. I mean, the cybersecurity names have all been getting rinsed as of late. Look at what happened to Zscaler. Look at what happened to PanW. Even CrowdStrike. They had a fantastic earnings on CrowdStrike, but they ended up getting rinsed as well. So I'm not really sure what to make of that play. I'm just gonna have to respectfully decline to comment on that. It's been tough to understand exactly what's going on in the cybersecurity industry. I thought that we'd be flying up here given all the cybersecurity hacks and the break-ins that we've been having and the stealing of data.
Yeah.
I figured we'd have more. Maybe they've run up too much, Adara. I mean, I don't know, right? Kanye East, come to the US and A. My sister lives in America. You know, obviously she's American, so I've got love for Americans, no question about that. John Del Segno. I'm not reading that,
I have that chart
bro.
up, though, for PanW.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not reading that.
No, I'm not either. But I know Jean Del Segno. I know also Renata mentioning this, some other people in the chat mentioning PanW. I actually had it pulled up before I saw that message, so may as well take a look at that one. 290, just about 290 area. This is a fascinating area for me. A little bit of range, stop and turn. Whoo, we fly up to 291.50. We come back down to 290, hang out a little bit, curl back up, 291.50. This is, right here is a range. Very sad I missed it, but this is a beautiful look, I think, here on PANW. Yeah, I think, honestly, we're up on the day here. I don't see a catalyst on this. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just Stifle maintaining the same rating and price target. So it's just, they're just saying, hey, we still like PanW as a buy with a 330 price target. So it's not a bad catalyst. It's just not really anything. You know what I mean? There's nothing new there. But nice look here. We have this nice kind of curl up here. Now dancing up along the 9 EMA. Let's look at the daily chart on PANW. Yeah, I mean, like Sharif just said here beautifully, we did get a little bit chewed up on earnings on some of these cybersecurity names. We had that top here around 280. Then we start to churn a little bit to the downside. We fall at 370, and then we gap down after earnings to about where is this? Let me get my little trusty thing here. 265. Yeah, so then we really did fall. We're already, though, kind of coming to try to make a higher low. However, you know what area I think is going to be interesting? Look at that 280. We had that little bounce at 280, come back up. Then we come back to 280. We saw 280 in a closing level here on that first candle to the upside after earnings on the 26th. So I think 280 could maybe be a little bit interesting as a support area. I think eclipsing that 303 area, again, another post-earnings move would be interesting. Then if we come above that 316, I think it's a nice look.
Ram just let me know that CNBC had a headline that the Pentagon was going ahead and canceling that $2.5 billion that they were going to give Intel. We got that headline this morning. Not sure if they were going to follow through with it. There's still the option, obviously, that the Commerce Department steps in and fills the gap. I believe the Commerce Department's on a hook, on the hook for $1 billion of that $3.5 billion, and it was supposed to be the Pentagon that ponied up that other 2.5. So it's going to be up to the Commerce Department if they want to fill the gap for that 2.5. We'll see if they've got the money or how many other treasuries they got to sell in order to come up with the money there. Let's see. Courtney Blake. For someone who scalps the SPY and the Q options on a regular, can you please give me any insight on scalping NVDU or NVDX? Thanks for any info and tips. Greatly appreciated. Look, I'm not even going to look at the Nvidia names. I know those are all Nvidia derivatives there that you can trade, and with not as much per price. But what I would say to you is look for key areas of support and resistance, and then put size at that area with a tight stop. You may hit once, you may hit twice, and even if you don't, right? The thing is to keep your losses small and let your winners win. A lot easier said than done, but that's really the idea behind scalping. You're getting in big size at a key area of resistance or support, tight stops. Try not to DCA into those because you know how Nvidia does. And if you have to stop out, a couple of times to make your move, then so be it. That's what I would suggest to you on that. Look for key areas of support and resistance, put size, and take the small dubs and have tight stops. All right, futures, right back up we go again. So I was scalping the future over here, got long 70, took it out at 77, and this one's on its way to 91. So we have yet another attempt at 18.4. Look how many topping tail candles we put in this afternoon at 18.4. It's a lot. So I feel like the sellers are stepping up aggressively every time we come into that general vicinity of 18.4, that 100-point level. I mean, I didn't think it was going to be 18.4 on the day, even though I'm always looking at the 100-point level. I thought really it was going to be that 410 or 412, owing to this consolidation bottom that we had here before the big boy Huadunk came in there after the bell. But it looks like we're gonna do the dance with the 100-point level, and we have been essentially since 105 today. So almost an hour of topping tail candles into 18.4, and then maybe dipping down to 18.3 2/3 or thereabouts, generally that area. We'll see if we can get a break and hold above 18.4. I think it changes the dynamic of the trading day if we can break above 18.4 and hold, not just a quick wick and wham bam, thank you, see you later there. So let's see what else is popping off. Amazon right back into highs again at 62s, or sorry, 51s right now. High is 62. So this one putting in higher lows, higher high. We had several good trades on AMZN, but it looks like it may not be done on the day. So we'll have to wait and see what this one does. Let's flip to the small cap gappers here, see if any of them are popping off. Rumble still holding that 855 area. Wow, I can't believe this. So it gave you a quick move below and above the level, right? So the 855 was the consolidation area top. Now it looks like it's holding as the consolidation area bottom. That isn't without its bamboozlement, though, Adara, as we did have that 115 candle that stopped me out, that took us all the way down to 8.25, and then we had another candle in case you were trying to short the top there. The algos were going to get you on this one no matter what. 882 to the top side and 825 to the downside, and then yet we're still ranging some way, somehow. We'll see how this ends up resolving on the day, but something tells me Rumble might be a multi-day play. Last but not least, just cover this one quick because the Katina man was in this Coinbase short, and this one over here basically, well, that wasn't a fail, bro. It was a $6, $7 winner. Come on, like don't hit the fail on that, Katina man. Look, what we were thinking, maybe this finds its legs like it did twice prior at the volume weighted average price, which at the time was 262. But we're $4 south of that now as it goes down into 258 and looking to break that 258. Adara, 4 minutes left on.
I can't believe it's only 4 minutes. This is a crazy day. Yeah, that Rumble, way to talk, like we talk sometimes about support holding becoming resistance. Rumble, we had support becoming very dead range. That's really what we had here. We're at the top of that range, becoming the middle of this. Kind of looks like, like the sound. It kind of looks like some kind of sound thing. Speaking of sound, a lot of people mentioning Soundwave, that's what it looks like. Some people were mentioning Soundhound, so let's look at Soundhound. I know you were barking with the Soundhounds yesterday. This is an interesting one. 755, we had that pop up. Then we come in to kind of find support earlier, now just kind of chopping and turning. Kind of similar look to Rumble, although a little bit more active than Rumble. But you know what else I want to look at is Amazon. Congrats to you in that Amazon trade. I just look at this and laugh. I said every time I try to enter an Amazon range trade, the second I get in, the range falls out on me. That's what happened here. I have to say, I'm proud of myself. I got out.
Yes.
I gave it a really tight range. I said if we break below 176.74, I'm out. We did. I left. Amazon's like, cool, buy it, Dara. We're going to keep running. So there we go. I honestly, I wouldn't have even set it as a wider stop, though. I'm happy with where I set my stop because I was planning on scalping it. So I can't complain. I just want to point out the humor in that. Congrats to you and Neil for killing that 177 break long, though, because this is a fantastic look on this Amazon trade, continuing to have nice little bounces here off that 172.20 and off the 9 EMA locally. I think that's a pretty nice look, but I would be remiss if I did not mention Nvidia. We come into that 906, which is also, look earlier, we had that resistance earlier. Oh, sorry, support. I always, you know what I mean. We had that little support here at 906, then we pop up into 914, then we fall with the viciousness. We find that 900 area, then we continue to fall. Now let's go back to when we had that move up. Again, shout out to Neil who was scalping this one on the way up from 900. We come into 906, then we're seeing a little bit of faltering, which is, you know, maybe support becoming resistance. So I think that's an interesting area. One thing I would note, though, is we're still riding that 9 EMA to the upside. To me, I know it's not always going to be level, but Nvidia today on the way back up has really been respecting the 9 EMA. I think a 9 EMA dip below could maybe be interesting in terms of if we see reversal, but I think that's a good support area.
Can I show you something?
Please do.
One is the chart on Nvidia. It's on the left. And the chart on the right is the futures. And I said this word for word to Brendo. I'm like, the futures chart is becoming more and more and more similar to Nvidia's chart. And these two are echoing one another today. Look at the similarities. On the left is the NQ June contract. On the right is the NQ June contract. On the left is Nvidia. And I've been seeing this a lot more every day, Dara. The future really starting to mimic Nvidia here. So something to be on the lookout as we've got 1 minute left on the show.
That's crazy. Neil saying Nvidia and Schmidia, SMCI high of day. Let's look at SMCI as we say SMC buy. Yeah, wow, nice pop-off view up. Yeah, someone earlier was saying, would you short this? I wouldn't short it. I'm happy I didn't too, because we are continuing to see that climb up. But you know, to each their own. As long as you have a strategy, we were talking about that earlier today too, right? If you have a risk management strategy, if you have a plan, very good for you. But we are done now for today. We will see you tomorrow, same bat time and the same bat channel.
Ram screaming and Brendo's fumbling.
I just saw that as well. Yeah, we can talk a little. Yeah, we had fumble talking about Rumble, but now we're good and we're going to be flipping over to the big desk with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. A couple hours left on busy afternoon here as we continue along at 2 o'clock. Hope your afternoon is going well. Let's get you caught up to speed here. If you've been away, possibly for lunch. It's been all about Bitcoin this afternoon, still just holding on to 73,000 here and change right now. That's the daily chart of Bitcoin. What a move it's been, though. Even since last night, we had quite the bounce off 69,000 back up to 73 where we are right now. A little bit of a flush through the midday there, but right back up for Bitcoin. Keeping an eye on Tesla, looking like it might want to go down and test lows down here once again. 171 trying to hold right now as support, but no such luck. 3.7% under pressure for Tesla today. Rumble liking this move from Washington on the TikTok bill getting passed. See what happens in the Senate now. Passed in the House today for the TikTok bill. I doubt the Senate will do the same, but hey, that's just my opinion. This is how the S&P 500 is shaping up at this point this afternoon. Pretty red down in this corner once again. AMD 3.6% leading the way. 1.5% for Nvidia, Apple 1.1%, 2% for Broadcom. Google bucking the trend here for big tech, having a pretty nice day. Meta, Oracle, INTU there downside as well. But a little more strength today in energy, some of the consumer names, retail as well, showing some strength outside of Costco. Amazon as well looking pretty good, 1% higher. Banks are strong as well, helping to offset an otherwise pretty red day. Elon shows up at work in Berlin today and stock falls 4%. So Berlin back on track as far as manufacturing is concerned, but doesn't seem to matter. Chips under pressure. We'll kick things off here this afternoon with a bit of a review. If you were with us in the pre-market this morning, we were touching on a whole bunch of things, including chips. We'll get to that. Nvidia with a couple of analyst notes this morning. We were talking crypto as well. Again, 73,000 still holding here, guys. Any trades as far as crypto goes today?
Okay, yeah, a hell of a lot of trades. So we'll go like this with Coinbase. Like we went for our walk, we were short up here at 270. It went down, it touched VWAP here at 262. Then it came back up to 266. I was debating shorting more, but I was like, you know what? Shout out to Adam DeLuz if you're here, and some of you that were trading this with me. And then when it came back into VWAP again, I was sitting here with Sharif, and I was just like, I'm just gonna take it out. And we talked about taking it out at 262. Of course, it drops right into 258. This is where I was bidding, but again, just because of this consolidation. So we would have got filled and it would have been pretty nice. We would have got another probably $350 on that, but $7 downside, a couple hits early on Coinbase, but able to hold it back into here to make that money back. So good day overall. Neil's going to talk about IBIT here. So
well, not really, but.
No, but I haven't really looked. What's up, Adam DeLuz? There he is. I hope you made some money on that. I haven't looked at IBIT or even really crypto today, but I do see that it's at 73,000. And I did. Oh, by the way.
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
You didn't want to look at IBIT. I said I was going to look at IBIT today, and that was a mistake.
Why?
Like after yesterday, I was like, oh, IBIT's going to be good because look at how volatile it was. We're going to find some trades. Made a couple of good trades on IBIT after that big flush, and I was expecting something like this in the other direction. You would have heard me in the afternoon show saying I thought we could have a breakout. There was a gap up, there was no breakout. We're going to have to wait on a new high here. And I'm looking at IBIT, and you can look at the new all-time high on, you can look at a Bitcoin chart too if you want. Call it like 73.7 or something like that. But it's 42 essentially on IBIT. You can stare at it all day long. Coinbase moved, but it was like watching paint dry on BTC, a spot BTC, which is okay. It doesn't have to be a trade on it every single day.
No, I feel like you want to. I feel like it's good to look it up for when it goes crazy, like when there's a huge drop of like $5,000, then you can immediately go over to IBIT.
Which there was yesterday.
I just wanted to say, so I got my Solana unstaked and I sold some today, but I sold it at 157. So we got out of some Solana today. That was a really good trade, obviously. Look, I don't know if you guys understand the chart of some of these names.
These are ridiculous.
So like Solana here for 1 year. So like this was Nvidia, first of all, step aside, my guy. Solana was $21 a year ago. So yeah, I feel pretty good about taking some out today up here. The maximum, I think, is 250. Yeah, so, we could still get going a little bit more, but I just don't want everybody to think that it's unrealistic or whatever to try to take a little bit of profit on some of these heated markets right now. Even my guy over here, Cardano, I'm not selling any of this. But if it ever, here you go, I'll show you this chart as well. So 1 year chart on Cardano brings you not even close to what Solana's doing. This was 35 cents with a bottom of 20 cents, only up to 75. This has got to $4 Canadian, upside right there. So this is another play that I think, we're still in the early innings of. But some of this.
That's a wild chart.
Yeah, no, it's not even. Yeah, it's not too bad. Like we're starting to break higher here. But the idea here is I just want to let everyone know. We also had Ethereum today. Shout out to Fabian, who reminded me earlier, and I forgot to mention it. Ethereum also broke 4K today. So now we're really starting to get heated up on some of these exchanges for your altcoins. Look at Hut 8, Coinbase, so on and so forth. You know what? We've been in and out of Hut. I was so happy to get out of Hut 8 when I did. I think it was $12. But this name, again, on some of the bottoms here, we've been looking at some of these names. Like, see, there it is up there. Remember it went to 18, and I was like, oh my God. We were able to get it back out. So anyways, down here, $7 for Hut 8 looks pretty good. So do some research. There was a bear cave report on this, which is what sent this sort of all over the place.
Before we leave the topic, it's worth mentioning Mara might be up, but the miners are still having some trouble with all of this because it's up 1%, but most of the day was one move up and then a stair step back into the downside. So yes, it has made it back on the north side of 20, but it is very much still falling off. The miners are in a little bit of, what's the word? I mean, they're not.
I forgot about Mara. I went right to Hut.
dying.
What the hell is that?
They're not dying or anything. Well, it doesn't. They're all. It's not the same thing, but they're not all. It's not like looking at MSTR, which is squeezing higher. This name, if you're looking to play, you should be playing in spot prices or the ETFs. This hasn't been the best place to express longs in the miners for at least a couple weeks now.
We're just talking about, it's 5 1/4. We're just talking about Palantir. We'll get to that. Let's talk about Intel first. I mean, there was a huge flush out of the gate this morning. It actually rallied initially, and then we get this huge sell-off. We're back to day lows here now. But this is the move I was mentioning. Almost got back to 45 on INTC, but yeah, doesn't look like they're going to get this $2.5 billion from the government. So under pressure all day long.
Yeah, it was $3.5 billion that they were owed here. $1 billion by the Commerce Department, $2.5 billion from the Pentagon. So it's going to be really up to the Commerce Department if they want to step in here and cover the other $2.5 billion. This is all part of that $53 billion CHIPS Act that they passed in August of 2022, Brando.
Yeah, definitely a lot of weakness coming in today, guys. I was just seeing the NASDAQ on a downtick there as well, but right back up for the overall market.
All right, you're going to be tired of me saying this, but we just put up a walk talk about stock, and we talked all about Intel. So if you want to go find that, it's on Twitter right now. And the thing about this is, honestly, it's every day, man. There's Intel right here, 45 short sell. All we needed was a catalyst. That's it. Here it is, negative catalyst. Has to be a negative catalyst. Has to. So whatever. If it's not, it's not. We lose. You know where the stop was on this? It was like 45.05. So, I mean, I was surprised that we were talking about this. I even turned to Neil because I think there's a ton of room to the bottom here. And I mean, yeah, obviously we got out most of this when we came back into the pre-market bottom. So 40s. You know, we got out a lot here when we broke the 200 period as well. But this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. All these fills all the way down. And then finally, guys, it broke. Finally, it broke the 50 period moving average. And it finally did that down here at 43.70 for $1.30. And by the way, the other name, and we're going to talk about this next, but look what trade number 2 is here. Tesla short. So right now, Tesla is $2 in the money now and $5 in the money off that level. So again, go find the walk and talk all about stock, and you'll hear my reasoning for some of these trades. But yeah, Intel, an absolute beauty today. We should have got short AMD. Wish we had done that. But great trade there on Intel. And I mean, we could talk about.
No, Nvidia is on there as well, so we can we'll do Intel now. We can talk about the other chips.
Sure, we'll do that when they get there.
Ash, I'll answer Coinbase in a quick second there. But when I came in this morning, actually, Adara got in first today. And the first thing was, like, there wasn't a lot of stocks that had catalysts on it. Intel happened to be one of them. Like, really, you didn't have a lot of earnings. You really didn't have, like, big upgrades or downgrades today. So Intel losing a contract was one of the bigger stories. And at the end of the day, it ended up being counter-trend most of the morning. Now, I think getting an early short was probably a mistake and not waiting for one of the two key levels, which was 45 even and 45.30. Which I transposed on my note, which is hilarious. But anyways, 45.30, a triple top yesterday. So it never breaks it out. Now you're underneath this week's bottom. Well, sort of. I mean, you're barely underneath it. But this fail down here for the afternoon, this is 43.6. If it cannot hold on to that, $41. We said $41 has been supported in Intel. I think there's a long down there somewhere. You have a higher low at 42.40. So there's some places that this can go. It's going to close below, I mean, barring a miracle, it's going to close under the 50-period moving average after a false breakout above it. So that's pretty bearish. You trend turned on earnings underneath the 50-period moving average. That is a trend break. And then you just rejected a breakout on bad news. I think you're going to support here at 41. So shorts pops into 43.75-ish this afternoon. And just because there was a question about coin, I didn't trade coin. I was staring at IBIT pretty much all day long looking for a false break on IBIT. Coin, it simply looks like 260, which was the breakout price, which was previous resistance. I would say that's the only price I'm looking at right now. If it pops back up, I think working it off of the 260 level is all I would say. I wouldn't want to be long this thing. And this is without Bitcoin breaking out to fresh highs, it's already weak. Like, what's going to get it back to the upside here? Maybe the market could drag it up, but the market can't seem to break 18.4 either.
All right, Tesla day lows right now on a bit of a move to the downside again today, coming off a downgrade. As I mentioned when we came on, Elon shows up in Berlin and the stock just sells off all day. Berlin manufacturing back up and running once again. Power was on. I saw he posted a video of them actually turning the lights on. So
of course he did. Good job, Elon. No, in all seriousness, Wells Fargo cutting the price target from 200 to 125, keeping the underweight rating on it. Brendo analyst Colin Langan basically saying that the price cuts are going to run out of steam and eventually volume will start coming down. He also doesn't like the Model 2 launch, says it's rushed and not really being given sufficient planning.
4% kind of day here for Tesla today. Ugly.
I mean, my bad. Sorry about that, Elon. I should have just put a long on the sticky note, but we went short there, so we'll put our hand up, take the blame for this move. But look, nice move to the downside. Came back to VWAP. This is about as easy as it goes. Honestly, today's trading has been maybe the easiest trading in a while, just because so many levels held and so many things that we thought would happen happened. And it's just some days that doesn't happen, right? Like Coinbase early kept blasting higher. But like we wrote down 176. We really liked that short. We got that short. That's, $5. We took it out. We blasted the 172 short there as well. We got out because but we got out at 40%. Held the rest. We got out right there for 30-cent hits. Held the rest for $1 winner. Then reshorted it back to VWAP again. And then now we're back into those day lows. We could probably get out, but we only have, as you can see, 20, 40, 60, 80. So we only have 20% left of this. We're going to see if it just does its thing here and tries to break 170. But yeah, man, Tesla, again.
It's about to break 170.
Yeah, by far, is it? Yeah, okay, good. Well, I'm watching it. We'll see. Hopefully it does. By far the biggest P&L name for me here today, and it's not even close. And it's Tesla.
I think Tesla, 169. Let me just look at this 15-minute chart again before I get this on. Oh, this is a bad wick. It's already, so 172 flat bottom break. You don't have anything until you get out to, where are we going on? You got to go out to the daily chart all the way to 150 in April. Hey, look at that, April of 2023. So pretty much a year ago, the 150 level is the next support level on Tesla. I'm going to get rid of that 169 line because that's just a round number. And then the trend line also intersects 150. Tesla could be headed down there. All the world feels like that. I only traded the 172 level. I didn't hang on to it the last time, but I think 170 is breaking. I don't like a break. I might not take a breakdown, but I'll take a break and fade off of that level for this afternoon. I have been sitting a couple times in Rivian, which is consolidating, looking for a flat bottom break. And if Tesla breaks and this doesn't go, then you just got to give it up. I just think Rivian shouldn't be holding. I'm surprised it's holding on to this support at 1190, and I'm short here 12. If it breaks it, this has a bit of a gap to get filled to the downside. The EVs have really not gotten out of their own way yet. Doesn't mean they can't at some point, but they really haven't yet. And remember NIO and the 630 breakout? And still undefeated is the $6.30 level on NIO. It got their double top, and the afternoon show, what did I say? I'm like, okay, this is it. It double topped it, 630. We're going to take the breakout tomorrow when it happens. The high of the day was 622, and NIO is under $6 now. It's hard to break out when you're this weak, I suppose.
We just come here quickly because there's some people talking about Apple. Look, we bought Apple at 171. We dropped it right there. I apologize for not being long still, honestly. This is the part of the gimmick I was talking about what kind of a day it's been. Like, we also have Apple long at 171 on here. So again, like, we just covered it there at 171.40. So just people were asking about that. And right now, Microsoft, I took a shot here. This might not work. We're right here at the high of the day on Microsoft. So I was just trying to play the short on this name against 416 and change. But this looks like it's going to break a little higher than 416 and we're out. But throwing some money around here in Microsoft up near the day's high. But a positive name into a negative market. you know, if this market ever starts to go, obviously this blasts. So not a huge position here, but we're short at 70. Getting out just above 416, so like 416.20 or so, but here it goes. Microsoft looks like it wants to go higher. Could be a first decent hit here, but debating averaging in. Anyways, let's go back. We'll talk about Nvidia because that's really moving, and we have some trades to talk about with AMD and Nvidia.
Speaking of Microsoft, just saw this pop up on OpenAI specifically. There's a critical security flaw apparently that's been found in one of ChatGPT's plugins that can expose user data and breaches. So didn't really move on that, but probably shouldn't. But that's OpenAI, not Microsoft. Yeah, let's talk about Nvidia trying to bounce off levels from yesterday and the day before as well, back above 900, as guys were mentioning. Yeah, that was it. B of A out with positive note this morning, going to 1100 for Nvidia.
Yeah, and Nvidia, not like we weren't already paying attention to it every day. We're going to be paying more attention to it every day next week until Thursday because they're going to have their GPU Tech Conference, and it's widely anticipated announcements will be made at that time, Brendo. So more to see, I guess.
Yeah, 4 days to come next week, so lots to look forward to, guys.
Are we still on Tesla? Okay.
I thought we're
We're Nvidia. We're Nvidia. Okay. All right. So first of all, Microsoft's not doing anything, but that news should help to short.
You would think so.
But as Brendan said, we're stuck right now. You can get out for 10 cents if you like it. Right now, that news does not seem to be doing anything at all. See your screen's flickering?
that,
Yeah,
too.
of course I saw that.
But I never see what happens to yours.
Well, okay, but I just saw what happens to yours. So, all right, we're not both going too crazy here. Nvidia, to me, again, here today, this just goes to what we were talking about. So we shorted 900, but you know what happened? The same thing happened to me that Neil's mentioned before. I already had a stop in for higher. So the minute I shorted it, I got executed immediately out of that stop. So then I had to get right back in. So it didn't wind up, it cost me the spread. It was probably 20 or 30 cents. But anyways, we took that we only have one trade. This is my trade on Nvidia today. Look, that's it. It's one trade short right here at 900. We were giving it probably, I don't know, 50 cents or something probably about $1 probably. Anyways, I'll have to go back and look at that risk to reward, but that's where it was. And then it just came back to VWAP. And honestly, this couldn't be any better of a VWAP trade there. Like we were just, and Adara was in it. We were talking about this live on the midday show. Make sure you watch more Trader TV Live and all that. But we were saying we're out. We hit the money. We hit the whatever, and we got out. And then it bounced up. And then I remember turning over, and I was like, what? Nvidia's at 906? So anyways, nice move up there off VWAP. I think we should try that again. If it dips into 897, let's go. We'll talk, I mean, there's lots of stuff happening. We'll talk more about AMD and all that when we get going, but
yeah.
We have more NVIDIA.
Before we get to NVIDIA, or before I talk about NVIDIA, I just want to point out on SOUN, which is NVIDIA adjacent because they move when NVIDIA moves because of the investment. This is what $8 looks like on SOUN. So it's got a good 650,000 shares there, another 100,000 at 799. It's done 100 million in volume. So suffice to say SOUN probably won't have too much trouble taking out that top. For everyone watching it, it's a pretty big level at 8. I likewise had one trade off of $9. And I said this morning, the only trade that I've taken on NVIDIA all week has been flat top breaks every single time that it's set up. It's going to be hard to see this one because of that wick. But even at this top, it was a flat top break. I had that scalp into there. I had this flat top break that, famously when I take the scalp trade here, it ends up being a turn, and that looks great because it's like, hey, how'd you know to get out of that quickly? Well, how did you know to not get out of that quickly there? I didn't. I just scalped it for $5, $6 like I always do. And then here today, basically the same thing. So stick to the plan, Stan, or whomever.
Stan is fine, yeah.
Yeah, Stan's fine.
Stan's a good guy.
Stan the man.
He's a good guy, yeah. He's a good guy, Stan.
And so the 900 level set up once, twice, and then higher lows into a clean breakout. I feel like every time I look at that setup on NVIDIA the last couple of weeks, it's just been a long. So I hit it and quit it. But for everyone watching, I'll show you the SOUN chart, by the way. Like that's not just like the $8 levels isn't random. It's actually the high of the day on SOUN, up 15%. And this, of course, is NVIDIA adjacent, and it's already broken out to a fresh high. So this looks pretty significant on SUN. Just keep in mind, there's actual size at 01 and 02. So I don't know what that's going to look like because there's some decent. Never mind. They took all of them at once. There was decent size at one, and they took out 99 evens, ones, and twos in one shot and just got to 806. I was never taking that break, but if you got SLUN, that was a nasty break, and it's right back underneath. So I wasn't taking that break. Yikes.
Here goes, Microsoft's going to the upside, so we will get stopped out of this very, very soon. I mean, I was thinking a little bit more of a downside there with that news, but we were shorting it into 416 anyways, and it looks like it's going to take out that top here of 416.25 or so. So that is my stop spot there for this name. Look, a big shout out here. Thank you so much, Krishna. Kudos to Sean and Neil for Intel and Coin. I mean, look, you're the one who has to hit the key, honestly. So you're welcome. Thank you for continuously to watch us, and that does mean a lot. So thank you so much for that $10, and there he is right there again as a new member. So thank you so much for that. It does mean a lot, and I do appreciate all of that talk. So just keep coming back, man. Tell your friends, tell everything, anything that can stream. So, you can just tell your AI to load it up every single day to watch Trader TV Live. You never know where those monster winners will come from. Back to the desk.
For Amazon, trying to get back to day highs right now, 1.25% after topping out above 177.5. This was this morning, if anyone missed it, in the pre-market. Eli Lilly going to work with Amazon's pharmacy unit to deliver multiple drugs, including their weight loss drugs. So good look for Amazon. Eli Lilly initially had a bit of a positive move to this as well, but didn't really do anything.
Yeah, looking to expand their direct-to-consumer offering here, Brendo. You can already go on Eli Lilly's website, and it will direct you to different areas that can prescribe you the medication Zepbound, which is their weight loss drug. You're going to have to see a practitioner, usually do a blood test or two. But this all starts Wednesday. So we're talking about next week or today, I believe. Not sure if it's today or next Wednesday, and then you'll be able to get this stuff directly from Amazon.
Yeah, popularity of this going to be a decent amount of volume here, at least for Amazon.
My bad to do.
So as I had the same thing Sean was explaining happened to me on Amazon as well, but I had to get right back in. So if you ever see this on the chart and you're at Real Trading and there's like 3 stop orders we can use, like why would you get in and out at the same price? Essentially, I was going long on dips in Amazon, and then it set up what looked like a high of the day break, right? So again, if you try to go long and it's already reached the stop price, let's say, it's already hit a stop price. Like I say, if it triggers underneath, like 170, 177 or something like that, I'm gonna get punched out, right? And it's obviously below that price as it is. Like I can sit there with that order in, anticipating that I'm going to get it, and then when I go into position, it's like, well, you have a stop from higher. That's nonsense. Punch you out. Then you just got to go back in. But this was not a VWAP bounce at all. It was like a gentle near VWAP trade that was a scalp trade, and then I added to her. Actually, the lesson of the day was where would you add to trades? And one of the things I said is, okay, well, if you're averaging up, what is the average up? Is it a separate trade? Is it new shares? And in my sense, this was it breaking the top and then a breakout trade. So it was adding to it almost like it's a separate trade. That's the VWAP hold, and then this is breaking the 177, dip into 177. So really, like there, to me, you're covering the last of that, and then getting out when it couldn't break that 177. 40 top. Now I got out because I was pretty bearish. The market felt like it wasn't going to be this strong, and Amazon continues higher. I don't know that Amazon Eli Lilly news is why this needs to be up 1%. What I do know is all that money that's on the sidelines that's waiting for quality companies to get back in didn't get a chance to get into Amazon. That's for darn sure. Like if we're waiting for a dip to put money to work, we're not getting it in Amazon. It's still you're within, what are we talking, $3 of the 52-week high again? On Amazon, we could be breaking that. We could break that tomorrow the way this stock is going. So super strong Amazon. That didn't actually rhyme, but it was kind of close enough. M&M could have made that rhyme.
Amazon.
I don't know if we have a shot this afternoon for this to make a fresh high, but that's got to be on the radar. This is a bull market, and some stocks pull back, others didn't. I don't know why I thought I was going to get a shot at 173 this morning, but apparently I did. I can likely I'll leave the line in. I don't have to delete that. Still a significant level. We're not getting 173 today. If we get 173 today, I'll eat some Vegemite. But Amazon, I think you buy dips into VWAP if we get them this afternoon.
Okay, so we lost on Microsoft. We got out at that 25 level. I'll show it to you because again, we want to be those traders that show you everything right there. So there's the out. Our average price was 80. We got out at 25. It's a 45-cent failure, honestly, for me on that one. So we'll wait to see if something else can come in now for Microsoft. I'm going to hold off because that story it's not like it threw me for a loop. Like I said, you have to be responsible for all the trades that you put on at all times. But that was a tough one, thinking that, a breach of some sort of security breach would have brought this back in. But we'll wait on that. That is completely fine. I don't have Amazon or Eli Lilly today, so we could basically pass on that. But yeah. Good name, I like it. And Amazon, we've been talking about getting some dip buys in that one, but super strong today. So the only thing you're going to want to do is fade this top, but the market is now above the 50-period moving average and starting to go. I'm not upset, but like Apple, we could have still been long this name too. So.
Oh, we should say something about the U.S. Steel. For anyone
we can. I just want to quickly bring everyone's attention to this. Okay, so I'm going to change this again. Like Tesla's an absolute banger. Money, wrong one. Banger. It's going to break 170, and here we go. So this is now $3 in the money. We've given $7 or $8 on coin, more than that if you held, but whatever. Intel was a banger to the downside. Thank you, Krishna, for that. Coinbase, we talked about it. Microsoft, not. Nvidia was $5. What was that? Yeah. Okay, and then Tesla right here. This was $5 right there, and then again reloads here at 172.50. So now that we're really starting to go down here on Tesla, let's see where this market brings us. Looks like Tesla's going to break that, and we're going to switch our stop to 170.75. Long story short, that's all I wanted to say. But back over to the desk now.
Tesla is pretty much synonymous with volatility, and that's what we're talking about all week. Volatility, guys. Tomorrow, we'll be talking about the trading psychology during periods of volatility. Catch that tomorrow with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Before Tesla breaks to 170, I just realized I don't.
For that, Ramin?
Don't even have a stop. Hold a second. Why, you vexed?
Very vexed. No, I'm not vexed.
That's patois for mad, if anyone doesn't know that.
I am investing in.
Is that a normal? Is that like people understand? Yeah, vexed.
Vexed? Yeah, I think my kids might even know what that is. Man.
That's a normal. Yeah, I feel like most people know that. I vex my parents if I don't call them enough. There you go. You used it in a sentence for you guys. Before Tesla breaks 170, U.S. Steel. For anyone following along, the Biden administration. Well, the President Biden actually said that they are against the deal. Concerns with the deal. It absolutely fell apart. The biggest mistake I ever made was I kept trying to long and then didn't hold it. I made money shorting it, and then I lost money trying to go long it exactly when it turned. So sometimes if you keep things simple, this chart, if I just kept it simple and wasn't thinking about longs, like all in here, and then stopping out, scalped all in there, I was like trying to go long. I had just shorted it for a winner. I'm like, it's a long, baby. Add to the long. More and more, lose. But look at it at VWAP. This is about, with trend on VWAP, that's about as easy as it's going to get. And I actually wasn't at my desk when it got there. But if you're ever seeing something like that happen, that's worth a shot. That's $42.50. It's a downward trending stock. U.S. Steel under some pressure. And by the way, where do you think it bounced? That $40 level? Well, the last gap was right there at 40. I'll let it get to those prices when there's risk of the deal falling through. If there's one thing that both sides agree on is that if you have a foreign buyer of a key company, they're not in favor of it right now. That is the sentiment in the market. Rivian finally actually budged, but it hasn't broken the flat bottom yet, but it's right at that triple bottom. It hasn't even gotten to VWAP, this thing. I did get stopped out here, and when I got back into it, it wasn't until it made a low around the $12 level. I'm just looking for a flat bottom break here. I don't know. I mean, Tesla, yesterday, I didn't short Apple at 174, and I waited for a break of Apple at 174. And then all afternoon, it was like the greatest short ever, just over and over and over again. And eventually, when I went short, it ended up working. I feel like that could happen with Tesla today at 170, but Tesla's been so weak, I'm just only gonna take the break. I'm not going to try to go long off 170. I understand yesterday that would have worked on Apple. Doesn't mean I want to do it. We're going to stick with one direction here, and that's to the downside. And SOUN, it is now breaking out from that $8 level. Initially, it got back underneath, but it's actually continuing upside here on SOUN.
So this is going to be, it's too bad because we had written down Coinbase, how we like this short. Came in, we took it out at VWAP all the way down. I'm thinking now, why, I mean, I don't know, it's only just red now. I mean, there could be a lot more bleeding in this name to the downside if it does want to do that. And we're bouncing off the 50 period again. So I feel like we might have just missed a chance to reshort that. The problem is, and it's kind of like the same problem I had there with Microsoft, it looked fine technically. And then I knew Microsoft was going to be a little bit of a problem because we shorted, remember what I said there? We shorted a strong name, which we probably should have never done. So that was always, not always, but that was going to be a problem. But this one here has been pretty weak, but again, up against a red market. I don't know. I'm going to have a problem shorting that, honestly. So it might be just a long from here against that 255. So we're actually going to have to leave Coinbase alone because it's not in the right spot for me to do anything with. Intel, we've already hit that name super short already, and it's bouncing back up to the 200 period right now as well. The problem is when you're in this kind of a move that happens pretty dramatically like that, if you wait for the 200 period break to get out, then you're going to give it all back. Like right now, you're just touching up to it again right here on Intel. So this could be yet again another area that we look to go short. Intel's down 3.5% today and looking decent for the short. So you know what? It's been a good trade. Why not just re-short this? And we have 75s right there. I don't know. It might.
At 75?
Yeah. Well, 43.75. You know, this is already $1.50 down.
I'm at 78.
From where we had this. All right, so we'll punch a little bit short there. You just see that action. So there it is. We just punched it right in front of you at 67. Now let's wait to see what happens. Obviously, a little bit of a waterfall effect there. Should have just waited for it. But 72 up there. We'll see if we can reload this. But there it is, immediately downside. I could take something out at 60 if it hits there. We'll do that just for a quick little trade. But ultimately, if it comes back up, we'll take a little bit more right there on Intel. So if we can break back down through, then we should be able to get the fill. And then, as they say, the rest is money. So right there, nice little trade on Intel right in front of you. It's a quick scalp. We're not out of, we just took it. I mean, we want to get more. So for 43.75 or so, if we're able to get more Intel, we'll do that.
So that SOUN's now at 830. I don't know if we're going to retest that $8. I forgot to talk about, we're going to talk about Palantir in a quick second, but SOUN, I want to buy a dip if it can bounce off 8. So if it gets to quarters, which it just got to, and pulls back in, I'm going to look at that $8 retrace. Palantir is right back to not square one because the low of the day is square one, but it's pulling right back into VWAP. Now you ask yourself, why not reverse there? Sometimes it makes sense. I didn't, but the best you can sometimes just get out of the short. We were short into that, was Alex Karp was on CNBC, and this was actually after he was done, by the way, when it broke out, believe it or not. Like this was, I'm like, okay, we'll just go back into the short at like 98, and after he had finished talking, and it broke out after the fact and lost 4 cents on the last of it. But I think if it pulls back into 25, that can be an interesting long position. But you got to see the bounce first. SOUN's definitely got my attention. Breaking that 8, you might not even get a pullback the way this sucker's going. And I just saw in the chat, the only 2 chip names that are strong are ARM and SMCI. I would argue that Nvidia is starting to look stronger above 900, but getting away from ARM was probably the right thing, and that 131 level is now support on ARM. Remember everyone was talking about doom and gloom? We said it just because you're looking for shorts doesn't mean they have to happen. There was, just like yesterday, there was one chance after the open to short a pop, and then ARM has been a trade up since. I feel like there could be a squeeze event for everyone that just assumed this was going to fall all over itself. If this gets back, what just happened there? If this gets back to that 150 and breaks the top, I feel like there's going to be some people way offside in ARM. Call it a pipe dream, but like silliness can happen. For today, 135 is the big level. If it gets to that price, at least I'd look for the short at 135, if it can even get there. But SOUN's got my attention. I missed Intel by, I was sitting at 78s when it got there. And then there's one more name that we did not trade that I think might be setting up for us, and that would be Affirm. It failed the 40 level, Now you got a lower high, little bit of a flat bottom break forming here at about 39.10 on a firm. So if we can break that into that low, that way it's like 30 cents into that low, I'm looking for it to break that ledge. Getting too bearish. I mean, the market's not that bad, but if we fail this top, a firm failing 40s, lower highs, I like to shorten a firm. If it pops into 40, I would probably do that as well.
Wow, so tonight, just double checking here. I just checked with my booking agent, so I was like, Self, who do we have on for tonight's recap show? Chris Brecher will be joining again. Lots of fun with him. He's had some great ideas for everybody, so join me tonight. And then we'll go over the earnings if and when we have that board. Do we have that board, Ramin? Okay, no, not yet. Still too early.
Only 2:37.
Still too early. All right, Tesla right now, there it is, man. $3, trying to go lower. Like I said, we're just sort of piling on to sort the damage that we've already put on this name, and I wish we would have held it for a little bit longer. But again, we're trying to be as disciplined as possible. Get names out when they hit our targets, and then try to hold something for the big one. Unfortunately, Coinbase, we got out at VWAP, but here we go with Tesla trying to go downside. I was going to change this to 50 to give ourselves a little bit more room, but we're still here at 75. So if it breaks lower through or above that, that's what we're going to get out. So we're just going to try to hold this into the close. The other trade I wanted to talk about was because Kyle in the chat there was on Google. So he really likes this trade. You were talking about possibly getting $1 on this trade. So it looks like you're going to do that exactly because there's 141, but right into here to VWAP. I don't know if you want my opinion or not, Kyle, but I would probably get this out soon or at least start to piece some out. I was watching Google earlier. I really love this name, as you guys know, for the long-term account. It's my biggest. But this is pretty choppy down here. Like, even if we get to this 140 level, I'm not sure the reaction that we're going to have down here. So, like, to me, 140 and a quarter is pretty much as good as 140.10, like, is where I'd be putting my out. So I think if you really think that there is more to go on this name, do like what I do. And that is do something like this, where you get out for nice winners and then be able to hold something for that bigger move. And by the way, we were talking about 257 on Coinbase. That's why we stayed away from it. Remember, we were debating going short there, and we were like, no, because we don't have any levels there. But anyways, good trade, Kyle. We'll spin the dollar club for you on that one because basically, I don't know where you're short, but it looks like you might be $1 in the money, as you mentioned to us. And then Nvidia's moving around. Did I just see that? I just got a, no, okay. I don't know why I would get a thing for Nvidia right now. Maybe.
I mean, it's bouncing off 900, but it's not moving that much.
Yeah, so I apologize.
SOUN keeps breaking the highs, though.
SOUN?
Yeah, which...
As soon as that broke 8, it was a long, right? What's it at now?
Oh, it's at 820.
Yeah.
I was thinking...
I think that was the old high.
But the 820 looks like the local bottom here. Whenever I say local bottom, it's like the last significant level. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart. So if it takes out... Well, it's taking out the highs now. So I'm going to jump in. And I'm going to give it to that local top. Nvidia, well, I mean, it is going. Like, it's not like it's not doing anything. But, yeah, considering how explosive it was off 900, sometimes you just think if it's going to rip faces off, you'd be able to tell. And I'm not really getting that sense out of it just yet. So maybe it's not because it's not 3 o'clock yet. I don't know. It wasn't until late. It was actually really late that it accelerated yesterday. Like it was, no, it was after 3, yeah, it was like 3:40. You know what I mean? Like the buy program came on at about, no, it's like 3:40, 3:40.
That's right where I got out.
Like right in here, and then it accelerated. So like don't stick a fork in Nvidia just yet. It was doing that same thing, grinding higher, and then it had that big breakout. So if we go sideways and then take out an 08, that would look pretty spicy on Nvidia. Just don't sleep on that one. I don't want to short that stock, that's for sure. What's going on with CCJ is apparently moving. I mean, whoops.
Someone wants to talk about it for sure. I don't know if it's moving or not.
Yes, it is. It's load tanking.
Whoa, what?
Okay. Obviously, something's happening here.
All right, we'll find out more about that. Obviously, there's a deal with, CCJ, I don't know if you know it, it's Cameco, so could be something, I think that's what it is.
It is Cameco.
Yeah, okay, so that's right. And I guess moving here on U.S. Steel news today, that apparently Joe Byron is a little interested down here at some national security issues coming down into $40 right now for U.S. Steel. All right. Actually, say something else in my ear, Ramin. Perfect, thank you. All right, let's go to the earnings board. I just like hearing her voice, you know what I'm saying? All right, Lennar, we've got going on right there tonight. So we'll talk about that one. I have no idea what's to the left of us because I can't see it. Tomorrow morning,
UiPath.
Oh, UiPath.
And Sentinel One.
Ooh. Oh,
you've got.
Hey.
Yeah, that UiPath is.
Wasn't UiPath going crazy
the other day?
Oh,
no, it was Unity. It wasn't UiPath. It was Unity.
No, I think it was. I think UiPath was on some people's minds for sure.
And then everybody's favorite solar stock, Canadian Solar.
Yes.
I mean, probably not, but.
You know what is another name? Honestly, Dick's Sporting Goods is at 190 right now. It was at 140 at the beginning of the year. So that's going to be another name that we'll find out the short float in a minute. But that could be another name that gets
190 down to 140?
That gets that ANF feel right now. No, it's at 190 now. It was,
it's from 140 to 190.
It was 140. So ANF topped out at 140 and dropped down to 117 after earnings.
Can you go to that daily chart?
Of what?
No, it's of Dick's Sporting Goods.
Oh, I have it right here.
What is these retailers, man?
No, I know. They're on fire. They're huge.
Stand up at attention. That chart, that daily chart.
What happened there? Okay. Just watching out there.
There's a lot of retail charts that look like that.
I mean, look at this. 150 break on that was a monster.
That's nasty.
So good
in a
move
good
on,
way. In a good
good move on that one as we go. I'm still watching. So we just got into Intel right now. So we're gonna have to watch out because we're now short right here. We got 75s. So we are going to pay attention to see what does happen right now with Intel. So again, something that's on our mind here. We'll see if it goes back higher. We're gonna get out if it breaks like a 90 to the upside. We've already took the short today and it's worked. So let's just watch out. There's the break right there, 85. So watch out for an 85 break or so on Intel.
So Sound just got to 40s for a split second and then started pulling back in. It's starting to slow down a little bit, but the chips are starting to go. I mean, I like it out here, so I'm gonna wait for it to get to the 80s. But AMD just wicked 196. I got in and out of AMD twice today, one for a win, the second time we tried to control the loss there. It ended up wicking even further, but I don't want to be short them when they're doing this in the afternoon. I feel like that hasn't been the way to go. I don't know, like sometimes it works, but like when they get above VWAP and start breaking like this, it's a different, like Intel's underneath VWAP, Intel's weak. These ones are looking a little bit strong, and if Nvidia looks strong, yeah, Nvidia just broke that high. Yeah, I don't want to be shorting AMD either. We'll stay away from that. Rivian finally broke that low of the day, so there it goes. I'm going to get a bid in front of 180, 1180. If Rivian goes to 180, then one of two things has happened. One, it just went back to the IPO high. Or two, it's going out of business. It just depends on which 180 you're talking about. And you know what? One of those is more likely than the other, and it's not the one you think. Or maybe it is the one you think.
It is the one you think, because there's
it's
no
the
way in hell that's
It's not getting to $180. It could get to, in a couple of years, if things work right, it could get to $40, $50 again. That's possible. It's not getting to 180. But $1.80 is probably on the OTC before it goes there. So Rivian going to get some out in front of the bottoms, watching out for, Tesla's not going to break that 180. This is exactly what happened yesterday on Apple.
Yeah.
A complete unwillingness to do anything but go with the trend on the break of the level, and then just going long in front of it's going to end up working. That doesn't mean I'm going to pivot to going long on Tesla. It's still, if it holds lower highs the whole way through, as long as you're making lower highs into the break level, I'm still wanting to take it. If it starts breaking away into VWAP, obviously I'm going to cancel the order because nothing's going to happen there. So as I said, I was trying to get some Rivian and didn't get filled, so let's just move to 84 because that's where the next bid looks like it is, and then get on over to Nvidia. Is it taking the next stair up? That's the real question. Can it hold this 904 and then go another level higher? That's what I want to see.
Oh, man. Yeah, you were just going to look at it. Well, you were just talking about Nvidia, and I was like, saw this guy here in the chat. What's up, Volcan? Volcan, what are you trying to get me in trouble, my guy over here? Have a look at Nvidia? You know, like, come on. Like,
What'd you move like?
All right, we'll look at it. The only reason I say that, like, kind of just jokingly, is like yesterday we sat. Yesterday, look. I mean, thanks. First of all, thanks, Volcan, because honestly, yesterday Nvidia was my #1 name, and we did all the damage right now at the end of the day. Yesterday, if you guys remember, Neil was sort of talking about it there before, we were long here off of 900 yesterday before this pop, and then we got out at 9, I think it was, what was it, 910 or 909.90, something like that, because that was the high. The high was about 912, and we're like, let's just get out at 910. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. And then it ripped up to 922 at the end of the day. And then now today, we've already taken $5 on this, or sorry, $4 on this, but it is doing those things again, Volcan, where it's breaking higher. And I mean, maybe it's time to go. So there it goes. I mean, Nvidia doesn't stay down for long, and if anyone's going to buy weakness in the market, they're just going to head right over to Nvidia and buy up the name. So Sharif mentioned it today already about how they're, the futures in Nvidia, and we've talked about that for a long time. We've talked about this for 2 or 3 years, where the SMH has been leading all of these indicators higher, and I feel like SMH is the one to look at anyways. So Nvidia and the market starting to go, but right now Nvidia is going much more than the market. So watch out for a 910 possible break higher. Honestly, looks like we'll have to give something back in Intel because it's breaking higher right now. So Intel's going to go up, and we're going to watch out for that 85 break, and that looks like that's going to happen right now. So as this market starts to go higher, we'll average into it. We're short right now at 77 on Intel. Let's see what happens. Market not doing much, Neil, but chips are. There's a nice move back on Intel.
Yeah, I was waiting for a curl, so that's going to be it if I can get 79s. But it was Ryan in the chat wanted us to talk about ADM. We can talk about Archer Daniels. It's out of the danger zone and breaking out to the upside. So as Sharif walks by, this is Alfred's boy. He was excited about this. When you get a quad unk like that, what you want to do is have it hold a bottom, hold a higher low, and then if it breaks out, I'm not saying this is going to fill the gap. That'd be ridiculous. But when you break out that 57 top, I think it's got some momentum to continue running, and the trend is your friend until the end. I don't know what happened in the middle of the day here. That seems a bit extreme. I feel like a lot of people probably, if you were long in the morning, you probably got stopped out in that mess. And I wouldn't blame you. That's just going to happen. Yeah, but it looks pretty strong. It's not the best in terms of day trading always, but it's done 7 million volume today. So today actually looks not that bad in terms of volume. If it can keep that up, maybe you start looking for the stairs to the upside, try to get to 60, trading reasonably well. So Intel got to here. I came back in on the way down, and I'm going to stop out, creatively enough at the same level, because you guys can see this isn't the real wick. I'm sure it's been a heck of a lot better, but occasionally you'll see those dark pool wicks. 84 is this actual high, and if it breaks that, I think you wait for the 44 level as well and see if we can't get something there. SOUN has decided that now that the actual real chip companies are going, that it's going to stop. Sometimes it's like that. Maybe it can't go when Nvidia is going because everyone likes Nvidia more. It's not a bad theory. I used to have that theory about GameStops of the world. Like when they were carrying the day, and then all of a sudden the market started going in the afternoon. It's like everyone just got away from the meme stocks. And because Nvidia is showing strength, maybe that's happening to SOUN.
Yeah, I could see that Nvidia up to 907 and change. Here's, my Intel, I took some 77s out. That was our average price. So we'll wait to see if it comes back in again. We have much lower bids, of course, at this point. But let's just see if it goes back. We only took out 20% there, maybe too much. But I don't know. With everything starting to go upside, we'll have to watch out for it. We are almost stopped out of Tesla, which is fine by me. We talked about this 170. We are well aware that 170 held numerous times. So you don't have to at me or anything like that. We just, we're waiting for this to break. So we've talked about that level, 65. We're actually at 75 break. So 65, 75, right up there. Either way, remember where we're short. We're short all the way up here. We're short at 173. So no matter what, this will be $2 and whatever the math is, 25-cent win, depending on a little bit of slippage. But let's go back over to the desk and handle some business.
Brought to you by IG. Got opinions on central bankers, geopolitics, and economic data? Apply your macro views with a Forex account at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commission trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
I'll do you one more. If you're a Forex trader, things probably get a little bit interesting when the Bank of Japan's actually doing stuff. So Bank of Japan back to doing things, and there you go. So maybe we saved ourselves something there. I said SOUN was maybe running out of steam. It couldn't break 40, so I got some more out at 40 and then tightened up the stop because it wasn't looking as strong, and we probably saved ourselves some coinage there. So SOUN doesn't end up working. You never want to get caught in a quadunk. When a low float runner or any kind of a small cap runner is going, as it goes, I'm always moving the stop up. It's not Apple. It's not insert regular stock here. It doesn't really matter. But they're very different. And I think when you're taking top breaks, you have to have a defined set of rules. Maybe it goes higher. I don't know. But I'm not going to sit there and try to fight it too much. Nvidia, what's going on? Yeah, Nvidia is, again, it's looking kind of strong. It's not really setting up anything obvious for like a flat top break like it was before, or some obvious setups, and I want to keep it like tight to the vest. Like I find, like yesterday was one of those days. Like it wasn't an easy day, it wasn't a disastrous day, but it was enough to put an L in the column. Then today basically gives seemingly every opportunity to get it all back and then some. And then this afternoon, we're not getting a lot out of the futures, and you're not really getting too much that would make me want to overtrade. Like maybe we can take out 18.4, but we've been saying that for the last 2 hours. We haven't broken out that top. So I think there's some shorts. We'll see what happens with this Intel. I'm short at 79.5. It's at 80 right now. Rivian, we've been sitting in this one, and it's going sideways. We got that 84 fill. It's trying to creep back higher. I do think Rivian's got one more leg into it, into previous support, and that's 1150. Sorry, resistance. Previous resistance was at 1150. I think if it gets down there, I'm going to jump out of the Rivian trade. We'll try to hold on to a piece for the dream to the downside. Although with Tesla bouncing off 170, maybe that can't even happen.
Oh, did I get out of Tesla yet? No, but soon to be out of Tesla as it's going higher. All right, so I don't know if you guys, Neil was talking about it. I don't know if it happened while he was on it. We just got to fill at 175, so it did make a move down. We've reloaded it a couple times up there against our stop. So we're only short now at 79. So we, it needs to get down to like, if we're going to go 1-to-1, it has to be like 72, 73s for this to make sense, because we're going to stop out on the high side of that trade. So, and here we go. Tesla, again, we're very comfortable. We're not even really talking about it because we don't really have much to do. If it breaks 75, we're out. I'm not reloading it anywhere until VWAP for sure, so that's 172. So we're gonna have to wait on that one. We're gonna let Intel cook and see if we can find something else. Yesterday we did really good on Roblox at the end of the day. And again, a nice move upside today, starting to go and then faded out. So right there, 40, 50 for Roblox. Not really near anything from what I could see, but we'll see if Roblox gives us some love. Yeah, there, I was just looking, 41, so that price is fine by me. If we can short VWAP. Basically, anything that gets back to VWAP, we good. Here we go, starting to stack up again on Intel. We'll go over to Adair and see what's up.
Vroom, VRM, very much to the upside right now, up about 75%. This one is reporting earnings tonight, so it looks like it's running up ahead of earnings. Other things to note, though, this one has a very small float, 1.63 million shares from what I'm seeing. Short float of just above 12%, so decent short float. Very small float size overall for VRM heading into earnings, guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, very, very small float, as Adair said there. Although with these days, when you're over 1 million, it's like, is it really that bad? We've seen 140,000, we've seen 380,000 share floats, which it's crazy. We didn't see that when we started trading. It was a rarity to see that many companies that moved that had that kind of a float. So I just got my first take on Intel. 1-to-1 is at 73. And if it gets to 65, that's the next leg, and then look for 43.5 to the downside, which is the low of the day. Jeff Payne wants to put the pain on Meta, saying short Meta.
Yeah.
497. Ooh, well, I'm assuming you're already short.
You ain't wrong, man.
Triple top around 498 up there. It doesn't look that bad, but again, it's above VWAP. It's with the market trending to a potential break of that high. I'd rather be shorting things which are obviously weak and not the ones that are holding VWAP. That's not been the best in recently. I feel like in the afternoon, fighting these market moves where we bounce off lows and we're carrying through in the afternoon. Give me a stock that's a little bit weaker, and that would make more sense. Jeff Payne, what's the float on Meta? I mean, I don't know, huge. Actually, I'm gonna have my trade ideas up so I can just tell you, 2.19 billion according to trade ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, it's big.
$2 trillion company.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so right here, man, let's go into the gates of hell again as we put it right back in there for Intel. So we're starting to take more out piece by piece here. We, again, take it back in. So nice trade. We're not, for me, I told you where we'd have to get out to go 1-to-1, but this was not one of those trades where I'm really looking to do that. I'm just right now just trying to stack the cash. So, I mean, if I didn't reload this and had less shares, probably I would, maybe wait for all of them, maybe down to the 50 period moving average. So I do have some more significant pieces down here it's at 67 and then 63, but this is starting to change. So now this is 66. So let's just get maybe some orders out at 70 there, and then we'll figure out the rest as we go. So that's what we're doing right now. It's been obviously, as we keep saying this, a pretty good day here with Intel as it comes into 70s. And there it is. We'll take a 70 fill as well. Fire off the cannon because good day here, topping it off in the afternoon. We do have the market recap show today. Make sure you do join me for that one. And we'll definitely have a lot of fun tonight. If you think we're having fun now, we're going to have fun tonight. So there it is. Nice move down in. And then we have 43.67 as my next target. So actually, that's already there. So 67 is there. And then I have a 63 down here. So again, put the shares in, man, and just be confident that you're right and take it out according to plan. So there it goes, Intel, good little stackable trade there on Intel.
So I'll have to fail myself for a firm because I thought I was canceling another script and I canceled my stop. I did have a script to break down a firm here, but when I was canceling another trade that I wasn't going to take, I canceled the firm one. It would have worked. We definitely broke the 39. I just look back and I'm like, oh, why hasn't a firm broken yet if the market's failing this top? And a firm did break. So there is your flat bottom. It goes right to the next level down. I like to have a bit of a plan. You got a trend to the downside, double bottom breakdown. You have a first target, and if it breaks that, you've got room underneath. It's not the same thing as Intel, but I always want to stick to, like, the next place to make a decision is in the 60s. Wait for the curl, it gets to the top, wait for the curl, and then work toward that bottom. We did the same thing on Rivian. Mara has lost support again.
Again?
I think you just short Mara. Yeah, I don't mean that. I'm not even sure what else to say. Like, only look short in Mara until something gives. Because even when it's strong, it just, every single day, it eventually steps down. Like, if you were patient, like, look at the 15-minute on the day that it ran to the upside. All you had to do was wait it out. The second there was a red candle, it was just a short after that. It was a short the pops. Look at the resistance at 2140. Now you're under 2140. Short the pops, man. So that 2140 was a bit of a level. So I'm going to short back into it on Mara. And if you're wondering what's going on with Bitcoin, why is Mara looking like it's a short? IBIT is at the high of the day. At the high of the day. And Mara is falling. That tells you a lot here. Right? Like that relationship is broken right now. So don't even worry about it. You just got to play the trend. The trend is your friend. Short the next pop available. Hopefully we get something in the 30s to take it back into this 40-ish level. That's 45. So I'd want to be out in front of that 45. ARM short. We said there were two chip names that were strong. One of them's ARM, and the other one is SMCI. I don't know if those are the places that I want to jump into the short. I'm happy to have just gotten the top on it and took it to the plan. I took it to the breakout price at the open, which is 128, and then I got out of Dodge, and look at the trend after that. Higher lows, higher highs. So when it's doing that, you don't have to trade it. It's okay to just be one and done in a stock. Just because I like the short in the morning, when all of a sudden it's trending up for the rest of the day, I don't have to sit there fighting the stock all day long. Get the bid.
Intel is going, and there it is again. So we have basically two trades here this afternoon. Well, we did have Microsoft, which was an L, so there is no doubt about that as it's coming back in. We'll leave Microsoft alone, but we just went right back to the well to our number one trade idea of the day, and that was shorting Intel. Man, we've learned so much over this year and the last little while that it's been pretty good. So stay in. stay in the sort of the zone here, trade what you've been trading, and don't sort of get, and we've talked about this. If you want to go read it, I mean, this is what we put on here. There it goes again, Intel. But it's just about this. So if you go here, and I want to thank everybody, man, 139 likes, 14 comments, 10 retweets about this community inspiration and trading journey. So if you're on a trading journey of your own, go read this. Actually, I'll put it up in the chat. Like it if you, or comment on it. Let me know what you think about it. Maybe I'll retweet some comments later because I think it's really important. And everybody that's read it and talked about it has left some positivity there. So thank you so much for that. But here we go again. So we are right now starting to make moves because the market's finally starting to break lower. So we were bearish all day today, but you know what? We just kind of came back into pre-market levels right now. So I don't know where we're going to go with this. Intel's trying to go down. Tesla is trying to break 170 again. But whether or not we get to VWAP, I'm not expecting too much here today. The best thing for us to do would be to look at Nvidia, honestly, because if that starts to go, then we know the futures will definitely react one way or the other. So right now, Nvidia is not doing much. I would think a break higher. And why do I think that? Because remember this VWAP test that we had? We took $4 on, and that was just magical because like that print's not going to look any better than that. But boom to the upside, and we are hesitant of getting it out there, by the way. I was even thinking lower, to be honest with you. But we got out there, was really surprised on this bump back up. But right now you're holding that 908. If we can break through that 908, maybe we have a repeat of what happened yesterday, where I was like, oh yeah, let's get out at 914, and then it just rips the rest of the day. So let's be careful about that with Nvidia. I almost think this is worth the take because we had support at the 50 period. We have support at VWAP and the 200 down here. We've already seen that. So I don't know though, if you take it and you're wrong, I think you got to respect the 50, so that's 905. So if you take that 908 break, that very high there is 908, is 909 basically. So if you take this break, you got to give yourself, I would think $5, $4 into 905. So share size accordingly for that one. If you're going to take a 909 break, I think you got to give it back to 905. So anyways, it looks like Nvidia might want to go. I'm going to relook at this in a couple minutes. For right now,
909?
Yeah, that's this little
is
wick is 908.85.
It's just grinding, man. It's just grinding.
I still think 908 might be better.
So what's crazy is SOUN did end up breaking the high of the day. That said, what is this style of trade that you're taking? If a breakout trade is very different from a dip buy. And if you try to turn a breakout trade into a dip buy, the question you have to ask yourself, yes, does it bounce in front of $8? If you were playing it in front of 8, you could have reasonably bought like 10s and 15s or something like that. That's not bad for risk reward. But if you're taking a breakout of the high there, giving it all the way back doesn't make the most sense. If it goes all the way to 8 even, what's your R&R? If I'm playing this to 850 and being reasonable about it, you just don't want to turn it into a mess of a trade. So yeah, it would have worked out had I averaged down into it, but then I'd be breaking my own rules by turning one trade into another. The 8 hold looks good. SOUN, it's a high flyer. If you look at this bad boy, it's also breaking out on the daily chart. So this has got it's got room to go. And it's basically a blue sky setup. It's something we like to talk about.
Just because we just talked about it, there is the break. We took it, we're $1 in the money on Nvidia. So we took it small because of what we talked about. Like I'm not losing $5 on this trade. So there's the trade right there. We were just mentioning it. There's the break for Nvidia. So now let's see. We are also banking out right now on Intel. So Intel with a move now as well, back down. I don't know, man. This has become a really, really good afternoon here, but I don't want to lose out on this one. That's the problem. So we have to watch out for this 50 period as it keeps on coming through. We could actually put it to 906.50, but we're $1 in the money and it's still starting to go. So we'll see, man. I know Neil's been on SoundHound. I haven't really been watching it, but I know we're taking out the highs. I feel like once you broke that $8 mark right there, probably no more shorts, but I mean, at some point, you're going to catch a top, and it's going to come right back in. I know a lot of you guys are talking about this. Here's that GXAI as well, by the way. SOUN. What was the short float on this one? 20 with a float of 300. So the float's not necessarily an issue, but it depends on how much we're going to be trading that, I guess. All right, so Nvidia goes to $1. We're still in the money $1, but I don't know where we're going to go on this one. The spread is too huge. So let's see if we continue to make marches here. Let's find a target for us. So see, that's just coming up now. So now you're at 905.50. I mean, I'd feel happy with 914s, right? So let's see if we can get that. I don't think it will go that high. Wow, okay. Now we're even more in the money than we thought, as Nvidia is now breaking higher. Now $1.50 in the money now. So a good trade here, I guess, right? So far, so good for Nvidia trying to break higher. And then honestly, man, Intel is the exact same thing, exactly what we thought. Taking out pieces here as it goes to the bottom side. But there goes Nvidia. I'm glad we talked about it, breaking through that $8 mark. It just touched 950 right there. But, you know, the market's heading the other way, which is putting a little sour taste in my mouth. But you know what's happening, though, is we are getting a low of the day also. And I got to stop this. Do you know how hard it is to trade live, first of all? And then now we have Nvidia and Tesla in opposite directions. All right.
Tesla's about to break.
Yeah, I know. So we just talked about that one right there. You know what? I'm going to just take, if we can get this out in and around 910, I'm thinking like that might be a good idea on Nvidia, because this Tesla is going to most likely break, and we're doing pretty damn good on it. I don't want to give this one back. But anyways, Intel continues to go down. Tesla's $3 in the money. Nvidia's $1.50 in the money. So let's ride Pittsburgh Steelers style.
Oh, no, let's not. Russell Wilson.
$40 million the guy's getting paid. 38 of it from Denver.
Yeah, he's getting the league minimum from Pittsburgh, I think. It's
to top him to 40.
Yeah, oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, top him to $40.
He's getting $40
million. It is
he's
what
getting
it is.
38.2 or something from Denver.
Learn to throw a football, apparently.
38.8.
I'm not trying to get hit by, certain linemen that I don't want to give credit to that are on the Dallas Cowboys. But if 70 does, once again, it gets down to 170, it goes to 06s, and it doesn't want to break. The long has not been wrong if you've been trading it off of this level. Instead of just staring at it, a watched pot never boils, so I've heard. But have a look at what's happening here on Rivian, which is bouncing back up to 1190. So that was the support, and now turning into some resistance. So if it gets above like 92s, I'm just going to trail this out just above that 1190. If we're going to be holding the bottom on Tesla, I was holding out for like 1150 or something lower, but that's a pretty obvious consolidation bottom. Wipe out bottom and then higher low. If it breaks back above, say, 92 or 93, I want to be jumping out of that trade. Amazon almost got to VWAP there.
What?
Yeah, Amazon up 1%. Could be a VWAP bounce coming in. Amazon hasn't actually touched VWAP since 10 a.m. this morning. Each time it's sort of levitated in front of it. Let's see if we can do it one more time here. There aren't many things that I like for a long right now. Amazon's got at least a trend going with it. Just want to see a bit of a bounce play. Like each time getting on the way down was no good, but getting it on the way back up on a bounce has been the way to approach it. SOUN still going. We already talked about that one. 3MD money.
I have a sad story.
I haven't looked at that one in a while. Sad? Why? Huh?
Yeah, because we took it. All right, so we took $1.50 there. Sorry, $1.30. We're at 0940s. Look, I'm gonna hate myself for this. All right, now it's gonna break upside. I was just looking at this. I was watching Intel going to the downside. I know Intel and Nvidia have nothing to do with each other, but we got out of that. So we'll get $4 there, another $1.30 here, and take it out. The spread was just big. Like it went back into 08s there, like it right back into here, the last couple wicks down, and it's just like. I just felt that if Tesla's going to break lower, and we're having a pretty good day here, so nothing to complain about from that side. But the thing is like, it's 310. We've seen this move happen before on Nvidia. I feel like we may regret that. We can always try to get back in if it does come back into this level, but there's the out. We took it again. It looks small, but whatever, man. It's 08s to 0940s. We got it out. We got it in. We got it out. That's that, man. Tesla right here. Nice downside push again. I'm still going to wait.
Jersey Shore.
I'm still going to wait for that. Yeah, I'm still going to wait for that take up high there, but maybe we should just bid this out as well. End the trades kind of where we thought they would be, but it's a good trade there on Nvidia. I'm not going to be too upset. But there it comes right back down. So here we go. So now I can stop, complaining about it because we could have just reloaded there at 900. So we got out at $900.40. We'll consider that a dub for now and think about what we're going to do later on. So that's what we're doing, having some fun here in trading. I hope you guys hit the like, the subscribe.
Hit this one.
And yeah.
I actually
Take
have
this
yours.
opportunity to
good.
like and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Although now it's not.
Pointed, there's lots of bangs.
Hey, what?
Oh, was
Yeah.
was that all choppy for everybody, or what? That was kind
That
of.
was choppy for us, for sure. But yeah, I got to do another one too because that one is sweater season right there. Oh yeah, by the way, everybody.
No, by the way, I did get into
Market's
Amazon,
tanking.
but this market's starting to come back in. I was gonna give this a little bit more, but I feel like I've gotten in a little prematurely here. So because of that, I'll have a tighter stop and maybe let it get down to VWAP. So that's the adjustment that I'm going to make. We'll hang on to 2 shorts that we have. Neil got out too soon. Of course, I got out of this too soon. There's absolutely no question about it. And sometimes it looks. I'm telling you. Sometimes when you get out too soon, it looks good. Sometimes it looks. I'll show you bad because I always want to show bad. I had this break and that got out too soon. That's bad, and it looks good when you do it there. You don't know. In hindsight, it's going to be 2020. You just got to trade your own trade. I don't like breakouts on these. If it's going to take a break of the high like this, consolidation break, I want it to go right away. When it doesn't, I'm worried about the Huadunk. And it did, but the dip buy was fantastic. So congratulations if you got to trade your own style, man. Like we always say trade your own book. You could be going long Tesla 170 and you'd be absolutely laughing because it's like the scalp trade that keeps on giving it. But I'm not doing it. I did this yesterday with Apple. Here's Tesla probably testing 170 one more time. If it doesn't break it by say 340, then I might not take it at all. Because that's a difference that I made in the afternoon on Apple was once it hadn't happened by 340, I just said I'm going into the short. It can't seem to break this level, and the short ended up working out. But I'm not at that point just yet. So I'm in Amazon. I've got a really tight stop on it, just underneath that 90. And if it can bounce, we'll see where it can go. It's one of the only stocks or big Mag 7 names that looks pretty strong. Even Microsoft just now, well, that's just a bad wick. It's still above VWAP. It's flat on the day. It could go red if it drops even like 30 or 40 cents here.
All right, finally, let's go Hydration Nation. I actually got to get up and get a coffee in a minute, or another water here in a minute. Wow. Again, a relief. Like sometimes we talked about, the spidey sense kicking in there a little bit. Look at that out on Nvidia. Hard to complain about that up there at 909.50, saving our or 940, saving ourselves about $1.50 right there back in. So I'm pretty happy, needless to say, about getting out there now. Although it was a little bit of a heart attack there for a minute as we were uncertain what to do. You want to talk about looking at things? At least you're still flat on sound, right? I mean, part of the trade, like Neil was mentioning, is like you don't want to get run over if a crazy move happens. And on Coinbase, something similar. Like we got out there at VWAP, and now it's $15 in the money. So it's like get out at 262. We get right into here. I would have got out anyways into this area because we had some consolidation. But if you're going to go short, and you see a VWAP bounce once, not twice for this guy. So we get out there and put that money right back in. You're not gonna nail it every time. But we nailed this, by the way. As Intel, we got a pretty low bid there as well. We got a 63 bid. Let's see if that comes in. So remember where our out was at. So we're short. I mean, anybody that wants to put this in the chat, you'll win nothing. But I'll mention you. So we're short at 82. Do you remember where my stop was? So we're short right now at 43.82. So this right now is 16 cents in the money. We did have a stop somewhere there as well. I played this game with Adara. She's been really good at nailing some of the prices that we're in at right now. All right, Tesla probably looking at 170 right there as an out now. It looks like we're going to get stopped out. We were going to get stopped out on the 75 break. And here's another example. Neil just talked about that again.
What a long.
Our break is 75.
Stupid.
It went to 74 and we didn't get out. So right there, saved sometimes by the luck of the market. It could have punched us out if it ticked a little bit higher. Now it's going to, but it saved us and we could have got out again down here at 170 and we didn't. So there you go. Despite having a good day, despite it being another great day, you still will make mistakes like that all the time.
It's a bit of a random.
This is $2 in the money.
There's no. See, I only consider mistakes when you go against your plan. If you make a keystroke error, or you don't follow your plan, or just, I don't know, like that, to me, that's a mistake. Like a mistake isn't, like the trades, like it happens how it happens. So you get a win, but it's part of your plan, that's fine, it works. What is it called? Gaxos AI is halted to the downside with a 733 tap. So this is actually the second halt to the downside. If you're trading this one, it just gave up morning support and is headed right back to from whence it came yesterday, which was 550. When we say no one ever went broke taking profit, this is generally the gist of what we're talking about here. So, yeah, it sucks when that happens. But Pablo just asked in the chat, where are you going for the holidays for us? There's a lot of holidays in the year, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I am actually, next week, I'm going to spring training, but it's not really, I'm not going for holidays. This week is March break here. But we made the mistake of traveling during March break to spring training last year and just paying double for everything. So we're like, well, my daughter's in grade 1. I think she can miss a week of school, and it's not going to be the end of the world. So yeah, traveling's a lot of fun. Later on in the year, I'm going to Rome, so that should be a lot of fun. Sean, you went. That was fantastic. It'll be my first time ever going to Italy, so I'm excited for that. By the way, the last thing I should say is GXAI should be open up in about a minute. It's a 5-minute halt, I would suspect. Anyways, be careful there.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be right here. We're going to London, England in the summertime, but nowhere.
Is that
or recently? Same thing, yeah. So Neil and I, because we've been here for so long, there's many different vacation spots that we have here at Real Trading that we go to all the time. So one's in Italy, as Neil just mentioned, one's in London, and there are a few others. By the way, Nvidia is just saying, yeah, smart guy over there, Sean, as it's just taking out huge levels right now. Look at that reload at 08. We talked about possibly getting that reload, but there it goes. I'm going to be completely fine with missing this one. What's up, Oprah? Weight Watchers right now apparently coming through and looking to find out if there's going to be any buyers for them as they are looking for some kind of bankruptcy talk here. It's a downside move. It's only down 10%. I don't think it's too ridiculous up here, but it is starting to move around. I was just trying to take some shorts there. Okay, we'll go short right now. We did have to go in there and pay for them, but I don't really. We'll try it. We'll go short there. I'm going to take this. If it breaks up through 60 or so, then we'll get out of that. So we'll just watch out to see what's happening right now. It's probably going to halt, and if it does, I don't really want to be in it. So we may have to just consider watching this one right now for WW short at 40. Let's just put a bid somewhere lower. Like, let's put a bid somewhere like at 36. Maybe it will come back in and fill that. And then if we really get lower than that, let's just put a bid at 31s and move on. So right now, that's what we're doing. We've got Weight Watchers and we've got Intel on board right now.
I think we were supposed to call it WW, whatever. Everyone calls it Weight
It's WW International.
Yeah, WW International. But hey, man, like the company's in trouble because of all of these GLPs, man. Let's be real. Like, how is that possibly good for them? When you can now pop a pill, when now you have multiple drugs which are going to somewhat solve part of the problem, they're under a lot of pressure. And maybe it does halt, maybe it doesn't. It actually didn't halt from this is a 3-minute chart, but 260 to 230, I mean, it could have halted there. I suppose it bounced off the band. That's the only thing I'll say, because it did move 10% to the downside in one candle. I got the first 1-to-1 on Amazon, but this doesn't it's not that strong of a bounce yet. It needs to get up to that high of the day. It hasn't been gigantic, but it has been one of the strongest stocks in the market, up that 1%. The Tesla bounce is now, I'm just going to move my order there. The Tesla bounce, I'm now canceling that breakdown at 170 because it's basically at 171. So there you go, 170 is a level. You can play it in either direction. This is exactly what happened yesterday with Apple.
Oh, yeah.
You remember? It got up to 174. I was waiting for the break, eventually gave up and said we're going short. And then Apple dropped $1. And today Tesla's doing it in the other direction.
Oh, yeah. Good trade here, guys. WW International there. Nice move to the downside. We are now out of 70% of this one. Oh, hell yeah for WW right now as it starts to go down. And look what the heck is going on. Like I said, it's going to be a big day over here, but it would have been much bigger. Just playing that exact same trade that we had yesterday, going long Nvidia into the close. Oh man, that again is my bad. But you know, you guys trade for yourself, of course. And we screwed that one up for everybody. Well, we didn't screw up for anybody. I hope you guys got it. And then take it out if you want. Take it out there. You know what I mean? Like I said, so we've already hit our goal today. It's a great day to trade. We just put some more money in our pocket due to this trade here on WW. So let's, all right, see, here it comes right back up. So we talked about how much we had left on board on this name. We only had 30%. So that's how you know, I'm telling you these things. And here it goes back up to the upside. I'm going to punch a little bit out there at 42 like I just did. So now we have 20% left. We're only short here at 40. Like I just mentioned, I definitely don't want to get caught in an uphalt in this name in case they find funding or something like that. Adara, when you do get the story with WW, let us know exactly because I'm going to get another piece out now at 42 like I just did right there. So here we go. Now we only have 10% left. Very, very comfortable, man. This is house money. It's WW and it is Adara.
So this 9fin is apparently reporting here that some of the lenders to Weight Watchers International, or WW, are basically hiring lawyers in order to prepare for debt talks with the company. So just some of its lenders apparently hiring lawyers with regards to potential debt talks. That's what I'm seeing right now with regards to WW.
This is a major problem.
That is a problem. That's, I mean, we don't need to tell you that that's bad. You don't have to be a financial analyst to understand that that is not even remotely good. Careful with SOUN. SOUN actually pulled back pretty decently here. The last dip was basically about this percentage, and the breakout was at 840. So a curl here and a wick bottom could give you one last breath back into the upside. I'm not reloading. I mean, the market's trying to bounce here, so I'm not yet reloading Amazon until it gets into I want to see it get down in here into VWAP. I'm willing to take it out for the tight stop. And again, it's everyone do you. Like I said, I would have a tight stop here and let it get into VWAP. We're able to get some profits, so we don't lose on the trade. And then we wait for maybe a better setup down at these bottoms. Now, Intel is slowing down. Look at it start to go sideways. We got the curl. It got to the second level. There's level 1. There's level 2. There's level 3. So it is dropping back down in. If it cannot break this local floor here at 62s, then I'm going to get out on the way back up to 70. Just want to respect what the market is doing. And the market has pulled back and wicked it, but now you're finding a little bit of support. And if we don't break that support to the downside, I don't want to be fighting anything too hard. LIC, Bitcoin is also making a move down. I never got Mara. That's the one. Remember, I was like just short Mara.
Yeah, I remember I was talking about HUD 8, and you're like, Mara.
Like, Mara's weak. Yeah. Mara is still weak.
You're weak, Mara.
Yeah. I mean, forget about it. Like, you don't get pops in this thing. Now it's at the low of the day. Maybe just short to 20.
We have to ask Sharif about that one, because, oh, man.
No, it's bad. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it did originally hold that. Like, the first time it bounced off 23, it went to 33. And then it came in, pulled $10 back, and then held 22 like a champion for 3 days with a couple of bounces to 25. Like, that's not bad. Like, if you went 22 to 25, like, you're hardly complaining. And then that's not that hard of an out to just get out when maybe it breaks 21 even. I don't think you had any trouble seeing a trend break and getting out of that dip buy if you had it, because now it's probably trend to $15. But I mean, I don't know. Like, that's where my trigger finger would have been. If I was swinging it, I'm getting out underneath 21 because 22 was your level. So I want to get something underneath 20. This trend is insane, and even Bitcoin's starting to fall here. But there's been no volatility on Bitcoin today. Like, this IBIT just dropped 20 or 30 cents, but it is coming to the downside. That's the reason for at least wanting the low here on Mara.
Haunt me. All right, Intel's getting back to the day's low again, so let's see if it does break through that 60, and then we'll see if we can test 50. That's the day low, so you're 10 cents away from that one. All right, Chef Joe, he's in the building. Let's spin this for Chef Joe. He's talking here about a $3,500, ripper on Nvidia. So let's see into the close again. Good luck to everybody. He says he is long. So shout out to Chef Joe, long in the chat on Nvidia. Smart move, my guy. I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm not feeling better. I want everybody. I mean, we always want everybody to win here every single day, all of the time, and that's just not going to be possible all of the time. But we already got out, man. We got out for that $1.50. It just dropped back in again. I'm now thinking that honestly, we just watched this 50-period moving average. It hasn't broke it the whole way up. So why would it break it now? I mean, this is, and if it does, you can get out. So there is an easy way, very, very easy way to get into this trade right now, and then get out if you're wrong or if it breaks higher. So I feel like there is some possibilities there for that one. I'll tell you what my hesitancy is right now. If the market was up, see, the reason why I was long yesterday, and yesterday, if you guys noticed, if you were watching the show, I know you were, Chef Joe, Adam, and everybody else that was watching me yesterday. And if I can find it on my Twitter, whoopsies, then I can show it to you. Whoops, just hit the key there by accident. And that was simple. It was the market was up. You know, technology was huge. So we were buying Nvidia. I mean, we had an upside trend there yesterday in the market. Nvidia was starting to go. So we had no problems buying it. Now, although I can clearly see what's happening here, as Nvidia, just so funny that Sharif was just mentioning that he's done all this work that the market's following Nvidia. Now it's doing the complete opposite. But Nvidia making the move right now and just really, really strong to the upside. I wish that it was with the market because it would just been easier to get into this and hold on to it. So that's a problem right now for me, but still going upside. Congrats, Chef Joe and everybody else. We'll just ride, you know, this dog here into the night because Intel just continues to print for us. Again, it wasn't even the number one stock today for me, but now it's gotten to number 2 due to this most recent move. So good trade there. It overtook Nvidia.
Why did AMD drop? Because it's not Nvidia.
Valid.
That's the answer to. We always have we get questions like this, like why did this move happen? And I'm not trying to make a joke out of it, but really I don't know. There was no news just now on AMD. I can tell you that nothing actually dropped. The market is falling back in, so everything is once again flushing. It's good to be short. But, the answer is it's not Nvidia. Just because Nvidia is strong doesn't mean that AMD is going to be. That's just the way that it's been. So it's going to do its own thing.
Look at the move down.
But look at I just got the lows on Intel.
Oh, the futures.
Futures made a big move. So we get one in on the curl in Intel, and then each level, take it out at each of those levels. Mara actually just made a fresh low of the day as well. Yeah, that just got down through 1980 to 1970. I'm just going to trail this because that low, let's go to a 15-minute chart. Neil, what are you doing? It just broke this low, and then all you got is yesterday's bottom at 1930. Let's give it to 1950. The market just accelerated to the downside after doing absolutely nothing. So let's give it a chance to set downside. Rivian, I'll check in. I do have my target on Rivian, and it is 330, by the way. My target on Rivian was the 11.5. So we want to get out in front of 11.5 on RIVN as everything flushes to the downside. Flesh.
There's Tesla. We could review our note where we said we're bearish today if you want. But right now, there it is. It's a nice move to the downside now, making those moves lower. And I'm sorry, Chef Joe and everybody else, but Nvidia just tanked with it right there as a huge move downside in the market, taking this market down. And yeah, there it goes, man. Nice move for Nvidia. All the way back down in right now to the bottom of the range, I guess. But it's not out of line here on this move. I feel like we could buy a 905 break. So why don't we try to do that and see if we can get something back. Oh, it just broke 905. All right, so darn it. I was going to try to buy that break there back up, but unfortunately I didn't have the stop order set in. I should have just punched it in there. Oh man, we just talked about buying a 905 long. Okay, well, look, when you miss trades like that, it's all. I'm going to cancel it. It's all good, but at least it means you're reading it properly. So that was a good one, man. 905 right back to 907. But here's the move down in. Let's just wait. Adara, let us know if there was anything on the wire about a potential market move there. But it was a move back in. It just hit the lows of the day. And guess what, guys? Now, right there, Intel, put that on the board right now because there goes Intel, man, and we talked about this. And if those of you that said that Sean had a 4-cent stop on this trade was right. So 4-cent stop to make 30, you know, we'll do that over and over again. Good trade there on Intel. Just stay the course. Coinbase short, Intel short, Tesla short, AMD short, Apple long. I mean, it's right there, and it's what's happening, and it's happening right in front of our face. So far, so good here on the day for all these trades.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. There was a bit of a bounce in the market there. NASDAQ got to the lows and bounced off the low of the day. So with that, trailing stops are going in. It's past 3:30. Remember, we don't get the early look on the imbalances. After I put this trail or adjust that trail on RIVN, I'm going to get to the individual names. I do think sometimes you get a little something on those individual names. It's been a while. Ford, you were saying Ford had a big day. Ford was strong today, and we don't even look at that stock. GM, 1.7 million to the sell side. Early look, BAC, 1.9. KMI, probably doesn't matter. Rig, not a big deal. So it's really just General Motors. That's not a big mover. But Ford, buy and bounce. Just because we don't look at this stock, I'm just going to show you the daily chart of Ford and observe what's been happening at $12 here. The 50 period held, wick underneath, and now it's bouncing right off $12, which is also the 50 period moving average. And the 200 period, it just broke that out today at 12 and a quarter. Technically, it actually looks pretty darn good. And guess what it's setting up for? Consolidation breakout at 1250. And because I've said it, now it's not going to break 1250 tomorrow, just like when I said the setup was there for NEO. NEO proceeded to stare right at it and then not break out the top. But you got to at least be watching it. 1250 on Ford tomorrow.
Mara, red, Riot, green. Yeah, remember Mara had the...
offering.
It was the offering. It was basically the offering that was the problem.
But also the earning.
Okay, so AMD will actually be slightly red. We screwed up there at 196. Is that my only trade today? Yeah. Okay, so we've done we're slightly red on AMD, but you've seen me trade now Nvidia a couple times, and we could do the same thing right now on AMD. No, we can't actually. We should have been short up there at 197 off that high wick right there. Look at the volume spike. Look at that. That's short all day, baby. But again, we were too busy on other names. We can't trade them all, but we can. What we do trade has been very profitable. Look at that one. Oh my God, it looks even better when I look at it like this. Okay, but there's 197. That should have been a huge short, and should have just been put on right now. So that was just here. Wow, that was literally just now. Obviously, the market dumped, so we have to watch out for that. But yeah, we could have just had that right here, right now on AMD. When I zoom out, I didn't even realize that just happened. So 197 was 21, so 15 minutes ago or so. We were right up here. Good trade. Maybe we get back up there. Let's just be patient and wait for it. Like I said, our bet is made already. It's been a fantastic day. Intel's continuing to go lower into the basement. We did call this, so that's a good trade for us. Looking out for that. And again, the only trade that we've had today, Intel in the afternoon. Intel, we nailed Nvidia twice there. And then Microsoft is probably going to look great now, but we did take an L on Microsoft as we went short right there at 416. It gets as high as 416.50, and then dropping down $2 from there. So yeah, so far so good here today. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're getting ready to rock and roll with the market recap show. I don't know, man. I don't know. We're still here every single day, despite the energy that we're putting forward to this show. We're going to give you 40 more minutes after. Try to be a half hour. Scan that QR code. It turns into a podcast if you can't be with us live. Thank you for the increased viewership on the market recap show. A couple decent earnings plays tonight, and we'll talk all about these trades today.
Oh, there's a few of them out there. It's not it's not the Super Bowl of earnings, but trust me, there's always something moving in the market, and there's always an opportunity out there. Now, Adair just put something in this would be a delayed reaction if this is actually what caused the market to move down, so I'm a little bit skeptical, but I'll read it anyways, is that Biden is aware of Putin's comments warning Russia is ready for nuclear war.
Biden is aware of those comments?
Yes.
Good. Well, he's the president. I'm glad he's aware of those comments.
I mean, I feel like that was almost 20 minutes ago, so that's actually a little bit before the drop. But if that's I don't know. Maybe that's it. It's entirely possible. The why sometimes doesn't matter. Like if all you could do is if you were long something, get out, and then it doesn't set back up again, don't get back into it, right? You don't have to. You just save yourself some money, man. There's no need to don't throw away money at the end of the day. Everything clearly turned. You could see how heavy the bids were. There was no bounce in sight. If you can catch a falling knife somewhere, good on you. I didn't have a real reason for it, so I just stuck with what we were in, and we'll go off of that. Tesla's going to come back to 170 here. That gets a little bit interesting, getting into 350, because if it can't get back above the 170, there could be a curl off of that level. But obviously, that support was good until that market moved at 170. So I'd like to see support turn into resistance here off of that level. But it has to get back up. I don't want to try it here at 70. I want right at the 170 mark.
All right, so while I'm preparing for the market recap show, there's another $1 for you on Nvidia. So we just bought it. How about $2 on Nvidia? We're long right now at 905.25. So it's at 906.50 right now. Let's see if we can get this going again here on Nvidia, back up to the upside here, NVDA. So I'm just gonna hold this, but hey, if you're trading and you like cash, then there it is, man. It's a $2 winner right there, back to back to back to back, as we go. Another one for Nvidia, $2. Maybe you like $3 and decide to hold this, but there goes Nvidia off that bottom. We're gonna hold this one now to the close. My out is 903 break. If it breaks 903, then we'll get out. Let's have some fun here with NVDA. Was that a call? Then let's go.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Check it out. Why not? Tesla did get back up to the 170 level. It got to 69.90 something. I didn't see if it was exactly 94 or 95. On the way back in, I got 85s. My stop is, it's about 20 to 25 cents worth of risk. If it gets to 50, I take some out. If it gets to the low of the day, we assess it at that particular point. So it's 337, and we have some time till we get the imbalances, but the market did roll over. I want to play in the direction of the trend to go into the end of the day. I have a trail on Rivian. I've got a trail on Mara, but we just got into Tesla back off that 170 level. Apparently, Ash is saying coin is still going, probably, because Bitcoin is still, no, actually Bitcoin bounced a little bit. So coin just really stinks, because Bitcoin actually bounced off of VWAP there, if my VWAP is correct. There's VWAP, coin just bounced off of it. Sorry. BTC just bounced off it, or IBIT, which is what I like to track. I'm going to look at IBIT from now on. So Sean has the price of Bitcoin. It's at 73,000. It actually just held just underneath 73,000, but coin's at 250.
Every time I hear Coinbase say, I'm going to be enraged because
someone asked him.
No, that's great, man. I mean, I'm glad we're talking about Coinbase. It is a sticky note name, so I can't, be hating on that one. It's just, we were short up here at 270 $20 ago. Okay, now, just quickly, Nvidia there went up to that 908. And remember what I said, it's trading like technically perfect. Like it just went up there and touched it. So that was 250 there if you wanted that trade. So, sorry, wait a minute, we're long at 05. That was 0850, 350 there if you wanted that. So, again, be careful. We just threw out $3 and we're going down to the bottom here at 903 break. So the risk to reward here is fine for us. Let's see if this goes up to the upside, and let's throw over to Adara.
ADM flushing to the downside here on really strong volume. Report coming out here from Reuters saying that the U.S. Justice Department is probing accounting practices on ADM's ethanol trading desk. The probe is going to be examining whether or not the company improperly accounted for hedges in its ethanol trading unit. Earlier, we had this move to the downside on this name when it initially announced that there was going to be an audit into the company. So the latest in a series of investigations for Archer Daniels Midland, ADM, guys.
Yeah, they can't get out of their own way. And look, sometimes I'm going to show you something. Like sometimes you might have what starts as a bad trade or something you're not happy with. You just got to sort of stay the course. My first trade on Rivian is about as poor as it's going to get. Two things happen. One, I liked 1240 all afternoon yesterday. You watched the afternoon show. I sat in the short off of 1240 all afternoon and nothing happened. It then tagged 1240 and I missed that short. I then got the lower high and stopped out. But then it put another lower high off 12 and now you're seeing it flush. We get out, take profit in the scalp trade, but when it breaks the low, give it to another level down, and now the momentum is also starting to fall in. I just got some out in Tesla in front of that 50 level. The market is still trying to bounce, so I'm not going break even, I'm going actually literally at 170 on Tesla. Breaks 170, I'm just going to be out. And Mara is actually starting to rebound. So I do have a stop right in that 1990. I'm short at 91, and I'm getting back out if Mara takes out 1990. So we're still net short. And back to Adara, more news?
Yeah, we have a story here coming out for Disney. Just be aware the stock not reacting too much. But DIS on watch here after some more comments coming out from Trian and Nelson Peltz. Coming out here, basically they're saying that Disney was slow to adapt to streaming. It paid too much for its Fox acquisition. A lot of these comments have to do with regards to its media margins, some of its media decisions. They don't oppose Bob Iger. His re-election, they're saying they don't have an issue with his service as CEO, but they do have an issue with 2 incumbent nominees for the board. Their main issue seems to be they do want those board seats there. So some more comments with regards to Trian and Disney in that ongoing battle, DIS, guys.
I mean, Intel, I was just tweeting this out that we're just sort of stacking this up here into the end of the day. Thanks for that. We'll have to check that out because of Disney and how much we've invested in that name. But yeah, I mean, Intel just continues to bleed down. We always wish that we had held everything, but we did have our out and we took it. So now we just have a small piece left on Disney there. But again, it was a name that we wanted, or on Intel. This is a name that we wanted to focus on. That is for sure. So here we go again, man. Nvidia right back to 908. So it's right back to this level. Let's see what the futures do, but here's another opportunity for you guys to capture that $2. So I'm not going to do it. Doesn't mean that it's not available to you. There's $2 winner. One more time, cash it out. I am not. I like this for a little bit longer. We'll just see what happens here into the close, but it is 942. And like I said, 942, 342. And it's just one of those things where we've had a great day today. We're going to finish hopefully with no LFT. So let's just let this ride and see if we can really make this a special day. Okay, so here it goes. Nice upside move. We should probably cover some Intel and just get out of this and then see what happens at the end of the day. We are starting to go upside again. We've had multiple dollar winners today. And here's another $3 right here. So again, we talk about this. Trade your style. If you want the big winners, that's why I'm telling you, this is probably one you could look for. But it just touching one more time. If $3 is in your wheelhouse and that's something that you want to take on this trade, it's available to you right now. So do you, and let's just all have some fun as Intel making the moves back into the bottom again.
Flush City right now for some name. I mean, some things are bouncing, but I want a quick shout out to Fabian through this in our chat. This is us, and now I'm just looking at myself, which I want. I love doing this. It's a lot of fun. It's just going to keep going. But we're now on. Check us out on Twitch. Anywhere we can be, we're going to be right there. So check us out on Twitch, Trader TV/live. So we're always trying to be somewhere new and do more for you guys out there. So another place you can check us out. As we said, you've now got the day is longer. We're starting at 8 o'clock with the dashboard, then we go live at 8:30. You've got the aftermarket until 4:30. We do some more stuff. We were trying to bring back lunch money. We do have some plans for that. But we got the lesson of the day that's coming through. We have Learn to Trade for you guys, so we're always trying to give you a little bit more. Now you can find us there. And don't forget, if you've got your smartphone, which Fabian keeps moving mine out of reach for some reason. I don't know. They keep moving my phone from here to like over on a side table. I don't know why. But there's now the mobile version of the stream, which is doing really well. So if you like viewing it on your phone instead of watching while you're trading on your PC or your laptop, whatever it might be, we got that for you as well. With only 5 minutes till the imbalances, and the market is seemingly attempting to bounce. Like anything that's still falling, the market has now bounced 30 points. So my trail went from 80s to 75 to 70s on Rivian, and we're just going to try to let it go here. Tesla could not get past the 50s. I'm just going to leave it at 70 unless it breaks down. If it makes a fresh low, then I'll move the trailing stops. Once it breaks a fresh low, then we can work to something else. And if you're still watching out for, it was Amazon. Like sometimes I had no reason to go long here, but that wick bottom, that last bottom, actually gets you back to VWAP. Now, this is different from going long VWAP the first time. I'm not going long just because it happens to be at VWAP. It's 345. I think this is now starting to look weak. It's a good thing that it got back into VWAP, but I don't see a long there. I aborted the long on that stock right in here. And sometimes that's the best you can do. If you like something for a long and it's weak, your best bet is to at least get out. Reversing short could have worked, but that was never in the plans. There's enough things out there that you could short, to be sure. And Finch Jane, Palantir at 25. It's a little late in the day to go bottom picking on Palantir. I don't know, this one might be done for tomorrow, but 25 good level for tomorrow on Palantir. You can see it was a great reversal, 5 days in a row, potentially on some insider selling. Maybe that's all of it. It was like 7 million shares that got sold. If it's going to make another step up, higher lows all the way. So I would be looking for longs over 25 tomorrow, though.
It's funny. I talked about that note that we put out about on my Twitter about like a trader is kind of never happy and you need to change that up. And like I said, today's going to be a great day. We're at the high of the day and everything like that. But I'm always trying to think about, how can I get better? How can I do something better all of the time? And that's, so right now, like I said, despite having a great day, and I have so much stuff to do today, it's not even funny. But at the end of the day here, I'm gonna think about this trade, and that was Coinbase just down into 250, back right down here when we wanted the short today. We got hit early on it. We finally found a top. And then it faded right back down. So, this is going to be something that I'm always going to think about. And again, it is so true. It's like my P&L does not reflect my mood anymore. Like I've been doing this for so long now that all I really do this for is the competition of the market. Try to beat the market every day. Try to be green every day, and then try to beat myself. And honestly, just try to be the best trader you can be. And, that's why we talk about real trading. If you are interested in joining a floor like ours, please come do it right now. We talked about great trading today from Wayne, a lot of different guys behind us coming through again. But come through, man. Realtrading.com. It's a great opportunity. They're our #1 sponsor. And I've been here for 23 years, 22 years or so. And it's been a great one. So, I've learned a lot on the show, of course, but definitely a lot from the trading platform. And I've only ever used one trading platform, and that's this one. So, shout out to everybody. And again, thank you for the continued support here at Real Trading and at Trader TV Live. So, keep up the good vibes on that one. And good luck with all of the trading for everybody. Here goes Nvidia all the way up. Like I said, we have 5% left of Intel. This is dirt on my shoulder, literally. We're waiting for Intel. We're waiting for Nvidia to see if it wants to go. But once again, Neil, there's another $3 winner. It's the same damn one. You could keep taking it. You could reload it.
It's like a minute to imbalances.
You could do whatever you want, man. A minute till imbalances. And with a red day, this thing could crack lower. But like we said, man,
it's a deceiving red day because if you pull the chart out a little bit, you realize that I just got trailed out of Nvidia and not Intel and Tesla, but if that's Rivian still, I just hit enter once, so I hit it again. It's very, very deceiving to say Nvidia is down today. I understand the first move was down, but the actual trend since 9:45, it's 9:45 in the morning, that's an uptrend on the stock. That is an upward trending stock the entire way. I hit it and quit it. Maybe it can carry through that 9:10. It did so in yesterday's trade. That's not a real wick. That high is like 9:15 or so. Obviously, it only got to 9:15. But I think it's sometimes deceiving when you look at that percentage. And guess what else is strong? We always talk about Nvidia, SMCI back at the high of the day. This and 12,000 have a collision course. And by the way, it's only next week when it gets added to the S&P 500, if you think it can't start to do more. The chips are where it's at right now, and the imbalances are about to drop. I'm going to cancel my stop orders and wonder why I have some pending orders out there that should not be there. Let me just, I didn't need those out there. The imbalances just dropped. Didn't want orders that wasn't intending on taking fills. There we go. Intel is $2 million to the sell side. That's the big standout. I mean, TLT, we see it there, and it never seems to mean anything. GM, 1.7 million to sell. Shop, 1.5 million to buy on Shopify. You don't usually see Shopify in the imbalance locator. GE's there for about 1 million shares on the buy side. That's not that big. I don't see any of the. There's Apple, 860,000 to the sell side. The overall is only 75 million to sell, so it is a pretty mixed one. Where I'd say Shopify stands out, but then Shopify didn't move. 1.5 million on Shopify is a good number for an imbalance. It's only done 6 million shares, but you can see not a lot happening here. I'll keep it up just to see if something happens.
So we will end the trade for another good one as we reloaded numerous times down there, up there on Intel, and then it just, we were, again, it wasn't a huge piece, but we'll take advantage of that imbalance and bring it back down. What about just like 913 or something? I don't know if Nvidia is going to fill up there, so we'll wait to see if it does get up there, but again, if you like the trade and you want to hold it good, shout out to Chef Joe and everybody else that's holding this trade possibly into tomorrow. But right now, there goes Nvidia. We have to be flat at the end of every day. So I'm just going to do that same strategy that I've been doing. Let's see if we break higher here. And if it doesn't, then we'll stop out lower. We're playing with so much house money today. But we don't want to make wrong decisions. That doesn't mean that. But here comes Nvidia. We were going to hold this till like a 903 break right there. And if it does that, then it does that. I'm willing to do this. 910. You know what? Maybe if we just get back to 910, like it would be another $5 winner. Like I know it sounds like maybe that's a little bit. I don't know if that's a lot or not. I mean, people can make their own decisions on that. But let's just take it out if it does happen, and then we can bitch about it into the closing show when we wonder why we got out. But let's see if it goes up. We'll take $5 if we can get it, and just start to tap it off right there. So yeah, Tesla. You were just in it, but again, there it is.
It doesn't break 50s, actually.
This is the number one name here today for me, Tesla, by far. It's not even close. So we really hit that one. It's the number 2 idea on the sticky note. And yeah, we're just waiting for Nvidia now. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, still nothing on Shopify is still nothing. 1.5 million and you don't even go anywhere. It is what it is. We'll be happy today. Yesterday was a bit rough, but we're able to get back and then some. So, try to keep the losers small. The market's going to give you a chance every single day, and it gave you a plethora of chances here today. The last one's out. Oh, goodness. Good thing I didn't leave that nonsense order out. That would have been nasty. Rivian actually going even lower. So we got out at 1170. This is down 5.5%. Remember, it's about to break where it broke out from, break downside where it broke out from on the release. So when they had the R2 release, this went on a bit of a tear. It's about to give that up. Okay, it's not quite there yet, but like 10 more cents or an open underneath 1160, and it's right back to square one for Rivian and that $10 level. So this is still under pressure. I was checking Scott H for an imbalance on SOUN. I'll check again. I didn't see anything, but I'll check again for you. Those smaller names tend not to have imbalances that are of any significance, but I don't mind double checking the locator for you.
Okay. All right, back to me. So we'll let's check in on Weight Watchers here because oh yeah, so we did get stopped out when it broke. I mean, I knew we got stopped out when it broke the high. Just wasn't sure if we got filled down there. But again, we say this on the show all the time. It doesn't really matter the style of trade that you have. Like this is another one there. I traded today. Nvidia's a $900 name. This is a $2 name. We took cash on that one. Coinbase, like a crazy violent name, right? AMD, oh man, what a missed opportunity on AMD. We missed it earlier up here. We talked about that, and then right there at 197. Let's keep an eye on 197 for AMD. Okay, Nvidia, this has to be the push now, right? So it's going to take 08, hopefully, and then we'll see if we can get something up and around 10s on this. But there it is. It just stopped again at 08. Like it needs to take 08. So there it is. So it just took 08. So we need to get up into this area. We are at 0950. If we can get this, man, there's another $4 to top off the day. It just stopped at 09. Let's see what happens here with Nvidia. Just one more little push, guys. And then we've had ourselves a day. What's up, Adara?
Another quick update with regards to WW9 Fin. So that's the news place that brought us the initial news on this Weight Watcher move, now saying that WW has hired Gibson Dunn, which is this international law firm, to prepare for these debt talks. Just another quick update with regards to a law firm reportedly attached to this WW debt discussion, guys.
There was an imbalance on SOUN, but it's not very big. It was only 150,000 shares. And I know it spiked, but this stock has done 150 million shares today. So in the grand scheme of things, yes, it is going higher on a buy imbalance, but that's not really that big of an imbalance. But keep in mind, there is a loose relationship between these guys and Nvidia. Right, like the reason it's going is because of the Nvidia investment in them. So maybe you're getting a little bit of a bounce here. It's like dual. It was already running. Nvidia caught a bid, and it had a buy and bounce, and you get like that trifecta that has SOUN running. Obviously, like I'm not going to complain about a day that's good, but clearly could have done a little better with the long by playing dip buys, because the breakout, who cares about the breakout? When you get a dip buy once and miss, then this one in here, right back at the 830, is a pretty solid setup. And that happened right at about 3:30 in the day. Shout out to you, D-Loaf. Appreciate you. And congratulations. D-Loaf, thanks for the super chat. Real Trading Campus Program. Phase 3, Level 5. Here we come.
Congratulations!
Congratulations to you. I passed level. I go live and join the family. Turn me up, Lars. Shout out to Neil and Sean. Shout out to you, and congrats, D-Loaf. We appreciate you. The campus program, which we have plugged, if you are, they still run the campus program here at Real Trading. If you are located within Canada, I don't know if they're still doing applications. I don't know when the next class is. We'll let you guys know. But shout out to you, D-Loaf. Really happy for you there as well. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Like everybody's journey starts somewhere, and you never know like what market you're going to inherit when you start, or what style of trade you're going to do. So, good luck to you. This is a good market to be starting out on, because we have a lot of volatility in it. 3 minutes to go here. I won't be taking any new positions. I said I've canceled all my stops. Tesla does actually end up breaking the low of the day. Yeah, there goes Tesla through the lows. So I end up having I tell you where my stop is. I had it, well, it's more like a trailing stop. We did get some profit there, but it ends up breaking out that top and right back into the low of the day. So Tesla finishing 4.5 down. This stinking to the downside. Rivian to the downside. These EVs under a tremendous amount of pressure. You had Coin and Mara. Both these names without Bitcoin crushing, by the way. Bitcoin didn't crush. Coin to the downside. Mara with a late bounce, but again, ending up on the lows of the day. If this doesn't claim 20, I'm still thinking, why isn't this headed down towards $15? That's all I gotta say. Could be headed down to 15 bucks. Looking pretty nasty on Mara. Only 2 minutes to go here. And like I said, there was no really big imbalances. The overall was 75 million, and that's about it.
I don't know. I just sat back down here right now. I went to go get some water for the closing show, and I don't know if you guys noticed this or not. Oh, man. All right, so we get that trade. We just got filled right there for Nvidia. That's another $4. So put that on the board right there. And as we said, man, good day overall today. Thank you so much for watching. We just got that 09s. So good trade. You see the tick. So there it is. There it is. $4, $1.50. That's $4 at $1.50. So that's $5.50. And then we just went 05s to 09s. So that's $5.50 plus 4. $9.50 today. Good day. I'll see everybody in a bit. Take them home, Neil.
Yeah, we're going to take them home. It's a good day, good week, good month. And on top of that, we get some earnings tonight, but you got a couple of biggies tomorrow. One of them, we haven't really talked about it too much. Maybe we got mentioned yesterday, I know for sure. 100%. Actually, no, it was Monday. It was Adobe. But you got some other ones that are going to run. We always talk about catalysts for earnings. We always talk about you don't know where the money's going to come from. Do not sleep on the nonsense that happened on U.S. Steel and Weight Watchers. Both those got absolutely shellacked late in the day. I would suspect they are going to be in play again tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a new day. But the market, it's the same rules, and it's the same stocks that you might be looking at, but it's new opportunities. That's what I love about it. As we get to the bell in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it. And the market is now closed. We end up down 0.8% on the NASDAQ, not the best. The ES almost got back to green, closing down 0.16%. Just double checking Nvidia with the close-ish, 909-ish. I didn't really see the actual print there. And SMCI ended up closing near its high as well. If you are watching the unfortunate aforementioned WW, they did end up closing on the low of the day here. So this is a daily chart of WW. It's going to be SSR tomorrow. Obviously bad news there. And yeah, it looking pretty nasty. There wasn't that much of a recovery, unfortunately. IK, Eli Lilly, we didn't really talk too much about Eli Lilly. It was Amazon that we thought was more in play. Want to give a big shout out, as always, to Fabian and Ramin, not just for constantly moving my phone, which apparently is not allowed to sit on the desk in front of me anymore for reasons that are unknown to me, but also for making us look and sound. Oh, okay, so apparently my phone can't be near to my, this pack. That's what I've been told. Like my phone can't be near to my, that's like the microphone pack. I have no idea why. It's just a Google Pixel. Why would it be my phone? Particularly. But hey, we look and sound good. Thank you guys so much. We're on Twitch now. You guys got to check that. We now also have the stream on the mobile version, which is fantastic. I want to shout out to both of them for that. Middle of the day, great lesson, volatility, how you can take advantage of it. And thank you very much to both Sharif and Adara for that. Shout out to Brandon as well on the ones and twos. We are now ready to get back to the desk. It is the market recap on a hump day. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? Traders stay late. We haven't said that in a while, and I want to thank you guys for staying late again with us as we do the market recap show. Wow, I was just saying to Adara what kind of a day that was. We took 950, and we just showed you all the trades where we took those on Nvidia today. $9.50 on 3 trades. So we'll do that. I mean, you could get that on one trade, but it is all about piecing things together. That's Nvidia. I'm going to take a drink here. Cheers to everybody. Man, we had a day today. All right, we got Chris Bretcher lined up. We got Lennar coming through. I do want to, I got to regroup a little bit sometimes, right? We do want to bring to you Benzinga Platform Pro right now, bringing us all the news here today. We will wait to see if there is anything coming through on Lennar. And as soon as they do, that's the only name that I wrote down there on the, we have the rundown. How do I get the, oh, there, let's do that. Oh no, I pushed the rundown button. Uh-oh, okay, so we pushed the rundown button by accident. Ooh, I like that better. I'm going to have to fix that in case I do that again. Yep. There it is. It is the rundown right now. We've got Lennar. There's probably some other names. Honestly, I was way too busy into the close to do anything with that. So that's what that is. You know what? Let's just take a look at, actually, you know what? Let's do the sector view first. So we had, what is XLRE? Oh, real estate. Okay, I feel that. Normally the real estate one is IYR that I look at, I believe. But XLRE there, real estate down today, 0.63. What was up today? We actually had a good day for energy stocks. So there's XLE here. It's getting way toppy in my opinion. The RSI up here at 73 right now for XLE, but what a great day. And honestly, bang, bang, bang. We've been loving XLE. We've been talking about buying this name. We hold this. We don't own too many energy stocks as individuals, but we do own the XLE services here. This is a good one, man. Select Spider Fund. Nice move to the upside. I actually own I think it's ZEO, but it's a Bank of Montreal one. It's like a 5 or 6% dividend that's included in that, but it looks a lot like this. Energy to the upside today. Why, you might say? The U.S. Energy Information, the EIA, comes out today and with a surprising 1.5 million drawdown on oil reserves today. So they were expecting only 1.3. They got 1.5. So a little bit more of a drawdown than they were expecting. Therefore, demand for oil, therefore prices go up. And you can see today, nice move up there for XLE. What did USO wind up today? Oh yeah, nice little 2.3%. So we'll go bang on that one. We like it. I just filled up the other day at a great price, so we're pretty happy with the gas tank. I do have to put more in car two coming up. What was hit today? Really strange, man. Uranium continues to go to the downside right now. You want to talk about something that's at a lower RSI. As far as ETFs are concerned, 30 is pretty cheap. You're down to 42 and change on uranium worries. Again, energy, I thought energy would have worked in this space, but apparently it's not uranium, and that's trying to make lower lows right now, breaking through this $26. Watch out for that. UNG, as oil goes up, UNG going down, man. No supply, no demand for nat gas right now, and it's been really, really killed. UNG can't find a base at all, and every day just downside. I'm going to try to, I always zoom the wrong way. Roll up, Sean. There it is right now. You know what? I'm going to put a little sticky note. Fabian, make a sticky note that says zoom in, roll up. Sticky note. So I can put it right on my screen. Zoom in, roll out, right there. So there it is. UNG does make a nice move up. You know what? Like, it's pretty hot in here, right? Is it hot in here, Ramin? Yeah, okay, good. It's hot in here. And the thing is, it's 18 degrees, so it's like 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Mr. Chris Bretcher, what's the weather like where you are? We'll ask him when he comes on. But right now, a very gorgeous day. Oh, and you can go find, look at this right here. We went and did the walk talking all about stock. I don't know if it's on Instagram or not. Marissa, did you put it on there? There it is right here. Look at she did? Okay, good. Look at this beautiful day here in sunny Toronto, Ontario. And I want to thank everybody for the nice comments on there as we talk about our big trade of the day, which was Intel. All right, shout out to everybody that's watching me right now, Matt. How many of you are here? Wow, Path. Oh yeah, we forgot about UiPath. Duh, I should have wrote that on the board. What's up with UiPath? UiPath, a heavily shorted name, current debt, not good, 65 million. That's not bad, actually. Earnings per share of 12 cents. UiPath right now shooting to the upside. Let's flip her around. There's the minute chart for UiPath, starting to go back up to the upside right now. So nice take. I wanted to find what its short percentage was. Not that much there. I think this surprised you and me and Neil before. When we looked at the UiPath earnings report, it was only 4% short. Let me go call up Benzinga Pro and find out exactly what is up with that report. Yeah, it's 4%. I saw that. All right, so I don't see it here on Benzinga unless I've missed it. Let me just type in here path. And again, I'm not going to report something that I don't see. So I don't see it on here. We'll have to wait, but it looks like it is out right now. Anything else hit that we might want to look at right now? We were looking for Sentinel. That could, I think it was, right? Was that supposed to come out now? Symbol S. But right now, Robinhood coming out with net deposits. I don't think that's going to make anything, but that looked like a good deposit number there for Robinhood. So stupid of me investing in SoFi instead of Robinhood. Wow. Wow, nice move up there for Robinhood. Look at Robinhood on the daily chart. Guys, we were asked, or I think I asked this question. I think I actually made a poll for this. And it was when Robinhood was breaking out. And I selected Robinhood, but put my money not where my mouth is and still stayed invested in SoFi. Robinhood clearly breaking up right there. And I like Robinhood. Now they get a higher deposit for the month, and they thought, look at this. Come on, I'm going to make this is going to make me sick if we continue to look at that. So that's fine. Let's see what Tesla's doing. We had a big trade on Tesla today, man. Wow, now down into 168 and puking all over itself again. You want to talk about a bang sticky note today? Wow, wait till we get to that sticky note review. Everything on there was super, super hot fire, and Tesla was by far P&L number one today, and going lower, man, which we still held on to that. All right, what else was doing some damage? XLK today, kind of funny, moving in an opposite direction of what it was yesterday. XLK moving to the downside. Again, we have this marked here instead of the Qs, but still the NASDAQ 100. It's not technically the NASDAQ 100 because it's a technology fund, so it's not going to mimic the Qs one for one. I will put the Qs back on here though, because we don't even have SPY on here, do we? I don't know. I gotta talk to Michael about this. I can just add them myself. But there's a SPY. Oh, maybe it is. It was only 0.14 today for the SPY. So we'll have to watch out for that one on the daily. And again, still highs for the SPYs. High for the SPYs. I like that one. So what was XLK today? XLK was down 1%. The Q's down 0.73. So there is a little bit of a different relationship there between the NASDAQ and the XLK. But look what else is popping off right now. I got to say a big shout out to my boy Mateo. What up, Mateo? Hope you're doing well. There in the back, a former trader on the floor, now works with Real Trading in the back. You're going to see right now FXI. Me and that guy talked all about Alibaba, and we're like, dude, we buy in this name. We're long at 72 on Alibaba as it continues to make moves back to the upside. Yeah, man, U.S. Steel, I see what you're talking about there, Mauricio. Yeah, U.S. Steel downside right there on the daily chart. Giving back everything all year for U.S. Steel. You know, good to come in if you get that, but now nice breaking. Watch out for $40 long. There was some traders on the floor. I think Justin and so on had some nice trades there today. I think Neil was trading U.S. Steel. We had some good U.S. Steel trades today, bouncing off that $40 mark. Is S out yet? Let's go find out and have another drink. Honestly, we talked so much today. Wow. Probably not any different than normal, though. All right, so here goes S. Wow, okay, is it out? I would say yes. So let's go find out now what Sentinel-1 is saying. And again, I'm just going to have to look at Benzinga because we talked about this last time. When Carvana came out, it wasn't out, and it was ripping around everywhere. We were looking at it. We didn't have it here until eventually it came out. So unfortunately, right now, I'm still not seeing S. If you guys have it, fine, but it is moving around right now. Sentinel-1, this is as of 4:10 right now on the big board. Okay, there's here. I hear here, but I do not see Sentinel-1. So we'll wait for that one to come through. And by the damn way, wow. Fabian, my guy. Bang, 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 bang. Bitcoin. Now, this is a weekly chart. We know what's happening with that. It's so to the upside. But look at the 1 minute. We are getting back to all-time highs as we speak right now on Bitcoin, trying to take out 73.4 and moving higher. There it goes right now. We talk about it a little bit and Bitcoin gets going. So we really like Bitcoin. Look, we have done real well on Bitcoin. And by the way, you know what? I can probably just go like this, copy this, paste this over here because I want to see Solana. Did I not paste that? There it is. The reason is, how do I go into here? Markets. Let's find Solana. Where's SOL? There. Oh, 160. We like Solana. We sold some of this at lunch. We sold this at 158. But 161 going, we talked about that. We had some unstaking happen on Solana. And then I was just like, I wanted to unstake that ASAP. The move that this thing has had, so we took some Solana. And actually, from staking, I wound up earning like 2.8 or something SOL. So Solana. So that turned out to be real well. Now worth 161 back up there to the upside. Starting to take names, Solana. So congratulations again to everybody trading some Bitcoin, iBit, and the rest of them. I'm going to ask Chris what he also thinks about Bitcoin. But there's Sentinel-1 making the move back into the downside. Again, I don't have the... Oh, I do have the report. I do have the report. We can now report it out. It's breaking news. But not for long. On Sentinel-1 and UiPath. Sentinel-1 is now out. We have adjusted EPS of 2 cents negative, beating minus 4 cents. That's nice. Sales of 174 million. That's it. Beating 169. Looks like it's a top and bottom beat for S. So you might say, then why down 10%? I will find out more about the guide when I can. But let's go over to UiPath. Let's look at the reaction of the stock. Basically nothing, so let's go over to the numbers now for UiPath. Adjusted EPS right here, 22 cents, beating the 16 cents estimate, so bang on that. And again, it looks like a top and bottom again, beating on sales and beating on EPS. UiPath seems to be a hold my beer type of situation by not doing anything, but now it's starting to break upside a little bit. Not doing anything, up 7% right there. What am I talking about? 24 to 27. Good one. Nice call there on UiPath. Starting to go up to the upside. On the daily, uh-oh. All right, tomorrow's trade today. Path long. Look at this. Taking out right now $27 on the daily chart for UiPath. Starting to go higher. Look, traders stay late. Other traders are gone. You know, gone. We're staying late with you. And it's to talk about these kind of trades. We got UiPath going on right now. We got Sentinel-1. We got Chris Brecher coming in a minute. Let me know when this guy's ready because we'll bring him on immediately. Then let's go. It's Chris Brecher. Chris, we had ourselves quite the day today. I hope you were trading. We had some wild moves in this market, but I guess it depends on what you were looking at. NASDAQ up, down 0.7 today. SPY kind of flat. Anything tickle your fancy? I like the shirt, my guy.
Well, I promised myself I'd wear this shirt the first day it broke 70 here, so sorry to rub it in.
Boom. No, you're not rubbing anything in, man. We are almost at 70. We're at like 67, 68. Remind everybody where you're located.
In Atlanta, North Atlanta.
So they call it Hot Atlanta. You know, up here, apparently everybody thinks that running around Toronto is like a bunch of Eskimos and stuff. We've got great weather up here in Toronto. Mr. Chris Bretcher, you have an invite from me. Anytime you're here, let's go out to dinner. I want to take you around Toronto and show you what kind of a city this is.
That'd be great.
All right, yeah, man. Have you ever been?
No, I've never been to Toronto. I'd love to go.
Hey, we'd love to have you. Okay.
Can I trade from there?
Yeah, of course you could trade for housing. You could trade, but you could be right beside me. We have a full show the trading floor when you get a second, Fabian. We're on the trading floor right now, 20 plus computers. And Chris, I will kick them out for you, my guy. As soon as we get a look, we will have that right now. Did you trade anything today?
Yeah, the only thing we traded more active was some of the Bitcoin stocks against each other.
Perfect.
So what I mean by that is, even though Bitcoin, in fact, if you had a minute, I was going to go over the halving of Bitcoin next month and what that means to the mining stocks. So what we were doing, though, was watching Bitcoin, but I didn't really care about Bitcoin itself. I cared about coin. So when coin started getting nailed on the left, we were shorting CLSK on the right.
Right. Oh,
so the companion stock. So I didn't short coin, but we shorted CLSK right here and bought it back at 1705. It's not a big move, but it was the correct direction. So we're definitely looking at shorting the Bitcoin stocks when they have like little trend line breaks.
We like CleanSpark. We like some of that. But Chris, you know what? I just asked everybody in the chat because we are traders and we're staying late. So we're going to ask the traders if they want to talk about BTC and what's up with mining. There's the floor, Chris. Can you see anything right now? So we have a couple of computers as we can zoom in and around. I don't know if you want a 4-monitor setup, a 2-monitor setup. I got you next time you're here. There we go. That's Obi going over some charts, and that's what we're doing right now. That's right behind us. And then I sit right there throughout the day. And look, can you come over here? That's where I'm sitting right now. There I am. Hey, what's up? So we are right here live on the trading floor. That's a little bit. Clip it. Let's do that. Let's clip that, and we can put that on social media. I think it's pretty cool to see the floor, but you are welcome here anytime, Chris. So, all right, there it is. Yeah, everyone. Hey, everyone's shouting out you, Obi. Traders stay late. He's the only couple of them here today. Shout out to Obi. Okay, Chris, explain that to me, because the halving, we've seen Mara get basically crushed off earnings. It was up to $30. Come over to my screen real quick. I just want to review a couple things. People want to talk a little bit about UiPath. UiPath, guys, still holding highs, up 8%. I really like UiPath for a break higher through $27 tomorrow. So that's going to be a good one. The other name that came out was Sentinel-1. That's falling down. And honestly, Lennar's pretty boring, guys. I'm not too worried about that one. But let's go over right now. Chris, I see you loading up UiPath. You want to talk about that? I think it's a good name, but I like the fact that it's breaking out on the daily. And whenever we get breakouts like that, we saw Oracle the other day breakout past that 120, head up to 130. That was a nice break on Oracle. Is anything up with UiPath as far as you can see? Would you be longing this tomorrow or fading off that top?
I don't know about that with that stock. I'm looking at it in here. The only problem I have with that is it's going to be overbought on a daily chart if I use a MACD. And it's going to be overbought right at that gap fill in that area around 26. So that scares me a little. I really think the big money is going to be made, but don't laugh, but it's going to be on the downside in the Bitcoin miners in the next month.
Well, then let's go. I'm not trying to laugh about that. I want to find out why, because there are a lot of traders that are part of this mining environment. I mean, Mara's been a great trade for a lot of traders, going from 10 all the way up to 30. Now it's falling back down in, and traders do want to know what is the plan of action here for some of these mining stocks. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Chris. Let's go.
Sure. Bitcoin is halving next month, which doesn't mean a split of the stock. It means that they reward the miners with half as many coins. So a lot of people say, pardon me?
That sounds more like a punishment than a reward, you know? It's like, I did my chores, and I used to get like, 1 bike ride a week, and now I only get half a bike ride a week, or what's up with that? But anyways, all right, so that's what's happening so far. So let's, sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. Is so a lot of people are saying, well, Bitcoin will go up because the supply of Bitcoins will go down, which I totally understand. But on the other hand, the coins are going to make less money. So there are a couple of ways. I wanted to show you what happened last time. So this was in April 11th of 2000.
Okay.
It's really, really, really interesting. Well, at least I think it's interesting, but everything with the stock market I think is interesting. Even though this probably isn't a stock, but I'll show you what we're talking about. So here's December 2020 on the left. That's Bitcoin. And you'll see that when they announced the halving, Bitcoin exploded. I mean, it almost doubled. But watch what happened on the right to MicroStrategy on a daily chart. And it went straight down. So one of them went, so it went up. But when Bitcoin went to a new high at that horizontal line from February, MicroStrategy was down 30 points. So the miners went down even though Bitcoin went up. So I just thought you'd think that was really, really interesting. Look at Riot.
I do.
Now, Riot went up later, but at first when it got announced, it went down. So how about Mara? I don't even know that one. Let me look.
Yeah, Mara is the biggest. That is a miner. So MicroStrategy actually, maybe they were mining back then, but right now they're basically just a BTC holding company, right? I mean, as they go back and forth. So I think more probably affecting names like Riot, RIOT, which is a miner, and so is Mara. But when I look at Mara here, honestly, there's a couple things that catches me right away. It's the short float up here at 23.4%. So that's something coming through here. The minute chart, it's pretty bad, man. I mean, it was down, kept going down into the close today. If we refresh this and go over to a daily chart, you could see here on Mara, and again, I'm going to scroll down so I can zoom out and close this off. You are still at a level here where I think we could possibly hold. And if this isn't horrible news for miners, I understand that you get half the reward, but listen to this. It also increases, Chris, the barriers to entry for other mining companies. Because now all of a sudden, if you've already gotten half of your coins out, now it's gonna take you double the amount of work to get that same coin back in. So Mara right now has these rigs set up. They're already mining. Sure, their production will be hit. I understand that. But also, if the value of Bitcoin goes up, so should Mara, in my opinion. But I don't know. Maybe technically it's not looking that great. I would prefer a 200 period move. But now that you're looking at Mara, maybe for the first time, we hit a nasty short on Coinbase today, by the way. We were short at 270. We got out at 262 on that one as it goes into 250. But Mara, I don't know. Now that we're looking at it together, what do you think about Mara down there? I'd rather wait for 15 or 16, but I fear it might be too late. Maybe it's worth starting a position right now.
Well, it's a good question. What happened in when they had the halving last time? And you'll see that Mara went down. Basically, this is back in 2000. Right. It went down on the announcement, but it finally went up. But it took a month after the halving for it to start to explode. And it still didn't get up to the levels to where Bitcoin was. But it did rally, but it took it like a month. So the first perception was the one I thought that it would hurt them. And the second perception was Bitcoin would go up enough that would go up. Okay. But another thing I thought you'd think is really interesting is I talked to my son, who's the computer genius in our family, and he said that exactly what you're saying, that they're going to have to then mine a lot, even to get the same kind of amount of money. Right. And he said that's good for the chips.
Good for the chip names like Nvidia, the semis, the GPUs?
He says that the Nvidia is for the AI. They're not really being used for Bitcoin mining anymore. He said most of them are private companies. I said, thanks a lot. But he also said that just the AMATs of the world, the AMDs, even though they look like garbage on a chart, that there'll be more demand for their, for chips. there'll be more demand for chips.
He's not lying because five years ago, I set up my own rig in my basement and started mining Bitcoin. And I was running to these little computer stores all around here, buying NVIDIA graphics cards and all that to throw them in and start to mine these coins. So he's not wrong about that. Really, Chris, I would have thought that you were the computer geek in the family, you know, but okay, we'll move off that. Leave the traders with the trade idea. Is there anything that you're looking at right now that maybe we haven't talked about? I saw you sort of flirting with Alibaba on your screen before. Was there a trade there that maybe we could discuss? Because, hey, it's getting on in time right now, Chris. And with a shirt like that, I'm sure you have a great date tonight.
No, I have a date for a trader meeting with my company, and then I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing. And not sure. But no, I'm not sure. My wife won't let me go out with this shirt on. But
come on, such a handsome individual. Come on, look at the face, man. Don't look at the shirt. Look at this guy over here. Okay.
This is what I'm watching. YINN, the inverse ETF of the Chinese market. That's your huge bang for the buck. So we liked it down in the 17 level. I see why you like Bob. I always worry about individual stock risk. If I'm going to play China, I'm going to play the YINN.
Wow, and I didn't even know that existed.
That's the way I do it.
So I just saw the yin. You know what? So I called up the yang. You know, here's the yang.
There's one of those too.
Yeah, so there's the yin. You just called that up. That's the bull. And here's the bear, the yang. I didn't even know these existed. So that's pretty cool. Well, there you go. Another lesson brought to you by Chris Brecher. Coming through. I didn't even know.
Look at the volume on some of these options. Yang and Yang, they trade. I mean, they trade some options. So just to let you know.
Y-A-N-G.
Yeah, Y-A-N-G.
No, one Y, my guy. One Y.
Well, I'm getting too excited here.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
basically in these, you're definitely, look at the volume in these. So they trade. I mean, they trade, and we're going to look to do spreads, probably a 19.22 for next week, a 19.22.25, like a 3-point wide. It doesn't move that much, but we're betting that this has really turned the corner.
All right, well, I'm betting that as well. My bet is with Alibaba. I really like the company. I think they're performing well. I think they had a great earnings report. They also have a buyback that's in there. They found Jack Ma. They talked about server-side data going higher. And, of course, we know that Alibaba is the Chinese version, basically, of Amazon. So we like that one right there. Okay, Mr. Chris Brecher, you just mentioned that they can find you at Simpler Trading. You do have a webinar or something tonight. Did you want to sort of... sell your wares right now?
No, that's it's just an internal meeting.
Oh, okay.
But I will tell you that I'll gloat about Costco some other time.
What about that? You bought that name? I like Costco.
No, remember we were fading it into earnings.
Yes. And you hit that, right? Or you missed it? Because here's Costco. Here's Costco on a beautiful pullback off earnings. You nailed that one, that's for sure.
Yeah, thanks. I, broken clock syndrome, unless it's right twice a day, unless it's an electronic clock, and then it just breaks.
Yeah, well, they say the sun shines on a dog's ass at least twice a day. So shout out to Chris Brecher right there. Good name down there. Good name down there for Costco. All right, my friend, thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you in a bit. It's Chris Brecher, Simpler Trading. That's Trader Talk. Have a good one. Love the shirt.
Hey, you too. Thanks.
Ciao.
Bye.
Are we having fun yet or what? Like, we talk about the stuff that we're doing here live on this show. I feel, I'm not going to get all sentimental again, but I just feel really honored and everything to be here, to be able to do this with you. I know I kind of bitch to some people around here about all these hours, but it's well worth it, man. I'm really happy to do that for everybody here today. And honestly, we're in a good mood today. Part of it is because of what we did here. Honestly, we don't show P&L on the show or do anything like that, right? We've chosen to do that. Whether or not we change that at some point or not, I don't know. But we're putting out right now these trade ideas every single day. Thank you for all 2,500 of you watching right now. Intel short at 44. We had a report today, the Pentagon pulling funding. We talk about all this. It's on the watches.tradertv.live. I might be the last one to arrive here every single day, but numbers don't lie. Intel right there, we saw it on the watch list. We heard about this last night. We talked about this on the show last night. We talked about UiPath on the show today. Let's see if it makes the watch list and the sticky note tomorrow. But Intel, this trade right there at 45 short, honestly, this is my trading. Was .NY. All right. We traded this live. It's not super easy to trade live, and we were sitting there a little bit frustrated today that Intel wasn't going down. But you know what? We stuck with it, and we talked about why we thought that it was a short. And if you're going to be wrong, I hear Neil talk about this all the time, and that is if you're going to be wrong on a name that you can actually make money on and that you're willing to put risk into. And the reason why you're in this name is justifiable. So we're doing that every single day. Why am I talking so slow? Date night or something, Fabian? Oh, don't worry about what the time is, Fabian. We're here, man. We are here. All right, here's Intel. We're going to leave soon. We're leaving soon, guys. We're leaving soon. All right, I could be here all night, which is why we actually talked about this. See how I'm getting on a tangent again? This is why we have that horn, so I don't do this. So, okay, but anyways, go to the screen. Let's go. We'll talk about this. You can find me at Trader TV Sean, where I tweeted this all out all damn day. There's the short. We like it so much. What are you doing going up? 45 short, 45 short. Bang. And even when this came back in, man, we said to Neil, it was up here. I said, Neil, it's that VWAP. We're getting some out, but this has a long way to go. Neil covered it. So be it, man. We're trying to make that coin. Nice move back into the downside. Bang, 43.70. Then it came back up. Boom again. Nice little reload into the end of the day. We like that one. Okay, let's be quick. What about Tesla? Trade idea number 2. Well, when it's trade idea number 2, maybe it's P&L number 1. There was no better trade today on the floor, period, that you saw than Tesla. Tesla is by far the number 1 P&L name on the floor today. Probably 7x. Honestly, I'll just tell it like it is. There's Tesla. Look at this. Bang. There's the short right there, man. Yeah, you're right, Max. Get in that Tesla. Let's go to I think that's a Lamborghini, but there it is to the downside. Boom, Tesla. We hit that early. There's 176. What did we write down on Tesla? 176. Watch out for 172. All right. Well, here's 176 and here's 172. Bang, bang, bang. We shorted 172. We got that out down there. Then we re-shorted out that. We got that out. We got that out. Tesla, a big trade alert on that one. And then look what else we wrote down. Apple. Why not just dip your toes into a long on Apple? So here's Apple. It's Sticky Note Nation. Stand up in the chat because here's Apple right now. What about a 171? Does it break? Yes, it does. But we get right back into that one. Run this one to the upside. Closing the day at 171.80. Good trade there on Apple. You don't need many, but if you have those, then you're all right by me. Let's do a quick little roll call and then get out of here. Man, I just hope everyone's enjoying the show. You know, send your comments, your concerns into marketing at tradertv.live. Let them know all about how much you like this recap show, and let's just keep on going. So here we go, man. What's up to Derek Thompson? Hail to the Sean. I'll take it. I'll take it, man. Greatest show, Sean. Thank you so much, Elon. Come on the show, Elon. What's up to Sebastian? Sean is the best. No, thank you. I'll take it, but nah. We got a Dara here most of the time. She's the best. We here, baby, says Monty G. What's up, Michelle Muir? I haven't seen you in a while. Oh, yeah, let's go over to Lennar quickly. What did Lennar do today? We just saw a miss. 164 downside for Lennar coming in right now. Once this chart loads, unfortunately, there it is right now. So a nice downside push. Lennar down to 163. Our charts aren't loading up for that one. I will call the trade ideas just really quickly because Michelle, we like you. You've been here for a while. So here goes Lennar. Nice downside push right there, 162. Someone fat-fingered or whatever, down to 158. But on the daily chart, Lennar still healthy, man. I mean, 150, 50 period, buy home builders. I like Lennar. Any weakness, let's buy it. We'll talk about the report tomorrow. But let's go. Who else is here quickly? We here, baby. Silver, blue? Silver and gold, yeah. Henry Chung is here. What's up? Bears versus Bulls. Shout out, man. We couldn't be here without you. The Nathan Williams is here, man. What's up, Raul? We're trying to kill it, man. Shout out to Obi for sure. Says Guap. What's up, Guap? We like Guap. Fisker, yeah. Fisker, bad news apparently. Cancel on Fisker. Goated channel. Thank you so much, not Alex. I'm really proud of that, man. We started this channel because I was talking like this to all the traders at Real Trading. Then they were like, man, you're wasting your time. Let's do it to everybody. We did that. We brought on Neil. We brought on Brendan. Now this is Trader TV Live. This one. Thank you so much for watching. Join me tomorrow at 8:30. You want to go to the other one? Let's go to the other one so we can get a look. Okay, we'll go this one. We got to fix these lights. This camera has no... Where are we? All right, this is turning out to be a mess. Fabian having some fun here, but we're going to get it out of here. Thank you so much. I'm so glad the show keeps getting better. I really like that. Shout out to Joe Show and Mr. Westermeyer. Hopefully next time you're here, Mr. Westermeyer, I'll be here too. You came on my day off. Shout out to everybody. That's roll call. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Sean Katina. Join me tomorrow at 8:30 for our last market recap show. Then they put me to work on Friday for the podcast. So we'll see everybody soon. Ciao. Talk to you tomorrow at Trader TV Sean. Go find it everywhere.